Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
सच दिखाते हैं हम, ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम, ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम, ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरमई सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ।
प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा कपूर कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audiences. Thank you all so very much.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरमई सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ
हांव डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचो सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
Welcome. In just a few hours from now, India will be getting its budget for the financial year. What will it have? Will it be the much needed booster for the economy? How exactly will it have an implication on the states going to polls as well? Lots to talk about and lots to look ahead at this budget. But first, let's cut across to these pictures that we are getting of the finance minister. All eyes on what she will be reading out today from her tablet. And now you have the finance minister reaching the ministry. In a short while from now, after reconvening a meeting within the department, you will see her make her way to the parliament where the budget will be read out. And lots of anticipation, like I said, building up. This budget, so important for so many reasons, from pandemic to politics to policy, lots to be discussed over here. Sunil Prabhu with us for more on that. Sunil, it's not just India Inc., it's not just the industry as well, which is looking, and the stock market's looking at the budget right now. Take us through the thin sort of balance that the finance minister has to really undergo today.
Well, I think uppermost on everybody's mind, Sonal, is the fact that the finance minister has to help the poorest of the poor, the people who have suffered in the last 2 years and have really, their resources have been depleted, they've cut into their savings, their tally cost has increased, and I think that focus will be on the amount of money that there has been in terms of revenue buoyancy, increased people in terms of compliance, GST rates are increased, to put that back in the people so that they can reuse that money, get some kind of liquidity for them to ensure that their lives are ameliorated. So I think that will be the big focus, and a lot of social spending, a lot of capital expenditure, which is now the new underlining theme, and everything towards what they believe is job creation. So I think that is what is going to be the focus. As we speak, Sonal, the finance minister has come to North Block. In a short while from now, at 9 o'clock, she will leave for Rashtrapati Bhavan to seek his approval, get his signature, because as you are well aware, any financial business needs the president's approval. He will be explained the certain features of the finance of the budget before he puts his signature. And then Nirmala Sitharaman, the finance minister, will go to a cabinet meeting in Parliament House, where chaired by the Prime Minister of India, get the cabinet's approval and place then at 11 o'clock her financial report to the people of India.
All right there. So counting down to that, lots of protocol actually comes into play before she actually tables that budget, and we all get to hear that. Thanks, Sunil, for joining us. We'll keep coming back to you. For the moment, that's the finance minister at the ministry. We'll be tracking all those details very, very closely in a moment from now.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor, for some coffee and crypto.
NDTV wins the trust vote once again.
This is now the reality check. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India.
Still many say independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it. Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकता हाँ। I have not told him in the water.
आप प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत सेवात्मक सपूत कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda, we separate fact from fiction, we expose falsehoods, we hold power to account. Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
Welcome back. You're watching our non-stop coverage this morning of the Union Budget. Much is being looked at. Will it be the much-needed booster for the economy? All eyes are also on those election states. And as we count down to actually Nirmala Sitharaman, the Finance Minister, presenting it, we've just got pictures of her actually reaching the Finance Ministry. Also earlier in the day, we heard from the MOS Finance. Here's a glimpse.
देश के सभी सेक्टर के लोगों को भावनाओं को ध्यान में रखते हुए एक समावेशी सर्वसमावेशी बजट आने वाला है, जिससे निश्चित तौर से देश के लोगों का कल्याण होगा और देश भी आगे बढ़ेगा।
किसानों को लेकर के
समाज के सभी वर्गों को ध्यान में रखा गया है। निश्चित तौर से थोड़ा इंतजार करिए, बजट आएगा।
All right, everybody has been considered for this budget, says the MOS. We'll keep tracking all those details for you right here on NDTV. For the moment, a very quick break.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, real news by real journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not told him in the water.
प्रमुख पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audiences. Thank you all so very much.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ। I, Pramod Biren Singh, I have na Chorgi Mingdawa.
हांव डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचो सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shob, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to Welcome back. Let's give you a quick update coming in from UK this morning, where British Prime Minister Boris Johnson apologised in Parliament for a series of lockdown-breaching parties identified in an official inquiry, but vowed to fight on in office. He said, "I'm sorry for the things that we simply didn't get right, and also sorry for the way this matter has been handled." All right, we'll keep bringing you up to speed with all of that. For the moment, a quick break. We'll be back in a moment with all the budget updates.
Reconnect with your loved ones. New Citroën C5 Aircross SUV, Comfort Class SUV. Citroën.
ये तैयारी है डब्बे में दावत बांधने की, चमकती शर्ट पहनकर ऑफिस जाने की, मोहल्ले के छक्के छुड़ाने की और सच कर दोस्तों से मिलने की। हम हैं भारत और अब हम तैयार हैं खुशी के छोटे बड़े पलों में जिंदगी खुलकर जीने के लिए। भारत को हर रोज तैयार करता है स्नैपडील।
Golf few rooms on Oyo. मुझे कैसे पता होता?
तो बेट क्यों लगाई?
Can I change now?
Looks good on you. चले?
Oyo. Oyo. Seriously, can I change? Oyo.
लाइट्स तो काफी बढ़िया है,
पर इसकी सैलरी क्या है?
इतना शो ऑफ करना ठीक है,
इसीलिए तो बेटा मैथ्स में वीक है।
फिलिप्स हेक्सा स्टाइल के डिजाइन्स सिर्फ सीलिंग पे ही नहीं, दिलों पे भी लग जाते हैं। फिलिप्स हेक्सा स्टाइल डाउनलाइट with its unique hexagon shape makes any design possible. Easy to install, easy on the pocket. Philips Hexa style downlights, the new shape of style.
Innovation and you, Philips.
AU बैंक में आप डिपॉजिट स्लिप नहीं भरते, उल्टा हम आपको डिपॉजिट रिसीट देते हैं। AU बैंक, बदलाव हमसे।
अच्छा?
Introducing the new Suzuki Avenir, the sportiest, zippiest ride in town that's loaded with next generation GPS navigation.
सिमी का है? अगर मैं बोलता हम बुला रहे हैं तो वेट कराता ना।
The new Suzuki Avenir, more zip for trip.
Here's an update more exciting than the union budget announcement. Only today, Cred is paying one lucky taxpayer's entire income tax for the financial year 2020-21. Simply download the Cred app and pay your credit card bills to win 100% tax back.
Helps beat sensitivity fast. Sensodyne Rapid Relief works in 60 seconds.
अब आप 6 तो नहीं हो सकते, इसीलिए फेबर 6-way चिमनी with 6-way suction and auto clean.
फेबर 6-way चिमनी, ये है 6 का फिक्स।
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello and welcome and good morning to all our viewers. This is NDTV's rolling coverage of Budget 2022. Nirmala Sitharaman, who you can see there entering the Finance Ministry, is shortly, in about 2 hours' time, going to be presenting her fourth budget in Parliament, a budget that is going to be closely watched because of the context. Remember, we're just weeks away from crucial state elections, including in Uttar Pradesh. We're also just emerging, fingers crossed, from the third wave of the Corona pandemic. And so is this budget going to be a kind of political booster shot which will address both the attempts to try to revive the struggling economy as well as address the political constituencies of the crucial elections which are going to vote, as well as try to see how the economy can emerge from the pandemic? We'll go across now to our reporters who are tracking the pre-budget mood on the street. And let's go across to my colleague Sohit, who is in Dalal Street in Mumbai, outside the Bombay Stock Exchange. Sohit, any initial indications of what Dalal Street is hoping or expecting from the budget?
Vasu, yes, they are expecting a lot. Well, we know that the Indian stock market has suffered a lot, a correction over the last week or so, and the concerns on the minds of the traders and investors were about the US Fed's policy decision and the tensions in Ukraine and the Middle East. However, over the next week or so, almost all the coverage of Indian financial media will be about the budget. So that is what we were expecting. And today, in fact, in the morning when I spoke to the several share market experts, they are saying that they are expecting a lot of things to happen over here. Although what we saw in the throughout the year is, even when we saw that there were two COVID waves that happened in India, the second wave as well as the third wave, most of the times the market was on the upper side. It was always rising. So that is one thing that they are expecting will be constant over here as well. As of now, the early trends will be available soon, and they are expecting that they will happen. In fact, AP Shukla, he is one of the financial expert as well as a share market trader. So what are your expectations from the budget this year? What are you expecting would happen as a trader? What will happen? What is the expectations of the share market?
There is 4-5 major point in this year for in the budget. How they are going to address inflation first, how they are going to address this crude prices which is going up and up, how they have to create employment to the public youngsters, and how they are going to address the corona challenges, how they are going to increase the consumption where job is created. These are the main focus area. And one more thing, how they are going to address the challenges of agriculturists.
Correct.
So these would be the main focus area in this budget.
So what do you think is expected from the share market? There will be early trends that will come as of now. You might also be speaking to the other people. So what are your expectations? Will there be several announcements or something made? You talk about inflation, you talk about something to be done with agriculture. As a share market is, what are their expectations? What are you expecting? Will there be anything?
We are expecting, if government will discontinue the long-term capital gain, our market will boom, and the foreign investor more and more they will invest in our market, and economy will run. So that is our main focus. If finance minister is going to address this point, I think our economy will run fast, and foreign investor will also come and invest in India.
Correct.
More and
so as of now, there are several expectations from the budget, Vasu, and at the same time, they are also concerned about the rising inflation as well as how the job market will be created. So these are the expectations as of now, and it would be interesting to see that how does the share market, the BSE, reacts when it starts at 10 a.m. in the morning.
All right, thanks very much indeed, Sohit, there from Dalal Street, as the finance minister has emerged from North Block from the Ministry of Finance, and this is of course all part of the traditional photo ops that we see before the budget. There she seems to be holding the budget document, so to speak, or the budget tablet in her hand, because remember, it was a paperless budget last time because of the COVID protocol. So earlier it was the Bahi Khata, as we know. She ditched the traditional budget briefcase, switched over to the traditional Bahi Khata, a book of accounts, and now it appears that this is going to be yet another paperless budget presented by Nirmala Sitharaman, and that of course is the finance ministry team that is assembled around her, all the different secretaries of finance, revenue, and so on and so forth, as well as the ministers of state. So Nirmala Sitharaman there, on her way shortly to present her fourth budget. Let's just go across to Yogendra Yadav is with us. He's of course Swaraj India, but also very closely involved with the farmers' protest. My colleague Alvin Gunasekar is also with us from Parliament. I'll come to him in a second. But Yogendra, just to bring you in first, as we see there, Nirmala Sitharaman, setting into motion the countdown for the budget. Yogendra, it's quite likely that given the elections which are coming up, given also the concerns the government has, particularly over farmers, there is likely to be some addressing of that in the budget. What do you think should happen, ought to happen as far as farmers, agriculture is concerned in the budget, versus what do you think is actually going to happen?
You know what, Vasu, I was watching your coverage earlier, and Dalal, the person who spoke from Dalal Street mentioned agriculture. I said, yeah, this is something. If Dalal Street talks about agriculture, we must be in for good times.
I noticed that as well.
You see, as farmers, I think farmers' expectations are three. I'll put it very simply: Insaf, Inam, or Iman. Insaf, which is to say you're just due, because this is the first budget after an extraordinary historic farmers movement. And the least the farmers can expect is that they would now begin to get their due share. What would that mean? Number one, legal guarantee for MSP. Number two, Manrega should have as much allocation as is its genuine demand, which is elementary. And number three, Prime Minister Samman Nidhi should be given not only to landowners, but also to sharecroppers, to the landless. That's the Insaf part of it. Inam, which is to say reward, because as the economic survey itself acknowledges, agriculture is one sector which has kept this country up for the last 2 years. Despite COVID, despite downturn, everything else, agriculture has been up and up and up. And the farmers deserve at least some reward. What could it mean? Number one, the Kisan Samman Nidhi, which is paltry 500 rupees a month right now, can it be made at least 1,000 rupees a month? And secondly, on MSP, forget the legal guarantee. The reward would mean at least fulfilling the existing commitments of the government. The government of India has a scheme called ASHA, which is to give farmers, actually ensures that farmers do get the MSP which has been declared. And you know what is the current allocation? 500 crore rupees, while it's needed something like 50,000 crore is needed. So reward would mean at least these allocations should go up. Third is Iman, Vasu, minimum basic honesty and transparency. We must remember, and please do remind your viewers through the day, the 6-year period in which farmers' income was to double has come to an end this time. The announcement was made in the budget of 2016, and now this is the budget of 2022. 6 years are over. So the absolute bare minimum that we expect and wish is that the finance minister should come and tell the country, okay, 6 years ago we said we'll double your income. This is where you stand today. If I'm allowed to give you some statistics, Vasu, and I'm drawing it from economic survey from Government of India's own documents. According to Government of India, the farmers' income in year 2015-16, when the whole project began, was 8,058 rupees, about 8,000 rupees. What should it be in 2022? According to Government of India's Doubling of Farmers' Income Committee, it should reach 20,249 according to current prices. So it should be about 20,000. Where do they stand? If you go by the situational assessment that the Economic Survey quotes, and if you take all the projections about agriculture given by the Economic Survey, right now we are at 11,471. So, 6 years of a national mission, farmers' income was supposed to be double. It's actually almost half of what it was claimed. And if you go by farmers' income from cultivation, Vasu, it's actually reduced in the last 6 years. Can you believe it? And this is the period when it was supposed to go up. So honesty would require sharing honest picture with the country. Why is it that this mission failed? Why is it that the government did not even have a sincere tracker to tell us what's happening on this right now? And what is it that the government plans to do? Are they planning to extend it by another 2 years, 3 years? When would the income double and exactly how? So these are my expectations from the farmers' point of view.
Okay. Thanks for that, Yogendra. Don't go away if you're able to stay on. Do stay for a bit because I want to come back to you. Let me just go across now. We have, of course, my colleague Arvind Gunasekar is with us. Supriya Srinath of the Congress is also with us. Let me just go to Arvind first. Arvind, you're in Parliament. Arvind, is there now, because obviously this is going to be a budget presented in a political background. There are other political controversies which are also embroiling Parliament, like the Pegasus scandal and so on. What is the expectation that, is there going to be a sort of a uninterrupted budget speech? Is the opposition planning disruptions? What's the sense you're getting?
Yeah, well, so Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has already reached North Block with the budget, at least not papers anymore, it's a tablet. So she has already reached the North Block, and around 10:15 a.m. the cabinet is scheduled where the budget will be cleared in the Union Cabinet, post which she, along with the Minister of State for Finance and Finance Ministry officials, will be meeting the President, and then she will be briefing the President about the budget, and the budget presentation will start somewhere around 11 a.m. today. So what we are hearing from opposition parties are that today there won't be any disruption, at least from the opposition party side. What they are saying is that they will be cooperating with the smooth functioning of the Parliament, at least today when the budget is presented in the Lok Sabha. But what they are saying is that from Wednesday, that is from tomorrow, the opposition parties will be cornering the government on inflation and also on China intrusion and also very much on Pegasus. So there is a coordination among the opposition parties, and then what they are saying is that usually they have never disrupted with the presentation of budget, and then they will be continuing to do the same. But after the budget is presented, they will be taking to the people how this government has failed on each and every aspect, and then what they are saying is that they will be continuing the fight both inside and also outside the house.
All right, okay, inside and outside the house. Thanks very much indeed, Arvind Gunasekar. Let's just go across now to Supriya Srinath of the Congress is with us. Also, Ranbir Singh Pathania, spokesperson of the BJP, is with us. And also we have with us Jayant Krishna, who's CEO, Advancing Science and Technology Center for Strategic and International Studies. Supriya Srinath, just want to get your quick comments on what you make is of the context in which this budget is being presented, because yesterday the economic survey came out. As you saw, the government claims that growth has crossed pre-pandemic levels. It's now 9.2%. And they are basically making the case that, this is economic revival and everything is hunky-dory.
So there are two things that I would say up first. What should the 4 pillars of this budget be? It has to begin with nothing but employment. It has to touch upon inflation. It has to touch upon the farmers and the rising income inequality. I mean, studies after studies are showing that how 84% of India is earning less than what it was. Wealth is concentrating in the hands of few. And this is consistently going on. And there is no mention whatsoever of that in the economic survey. The economic survey actually, while trying to protect the government, exposes what the government has done. If you actually read what the economic survey says on inflation, it goes on to say that the CPI has been below the WPI because of statistical methodology being changed. So there is an admission
This
that
is
actually
consumer
this
price index and wholesale
Exactly.
price index, just for our viewers.
Just for the viewers, yes.
Yes.
The consumer, the retail inflation, the price at which we buy things, it has actually been below the wholesale price index because the statistical methodology and of external factors. So there is an admission that the government has done precious little, and I think that's exposing the government. I think the other bit that I want to really talk about is unless consumption and unless investment doesn't revive, there will be no economic recovery. And just to point out the figure that you said, Vasu, at 9.2 or 9.5% that the government is claiming, please remember, we shrunk by 7.5% last year. So the real growth is barely 2% there. And this is important to put it in context.
Okay. All right. Let's just get a quick response from Ranbir Singh Pathania, BJP, that Mr. Pathania, what do you make of this, that while the government is going into this budget claiming the fundamentals of the economy are strong, growth has started to be restored to pre-pandemic levels, the fact is that unemployment is a serious problem, inflation is a serious problem, consumer spending is a serious problem. Isn't that something which the government will have to acknowledge in this budget and take steps to fix?
Yes. You are very much right, sir. Not only the Indian economy, but the international global economic order is in a tizzy due to this COVID-1, COVID-2 and COVID-3. But the heartening part remains that the Indian economic growth, by and large, you go and analyze direct and indirect tax collection.
Yes.
We go and see, we could say the crude oil, the Indian performance in crude oils.
Yes.
We go and see the overall, we could say the GST collection, the overall excise duty collection. The economy has almost come to that pre-recession stage. And let me be very clear and
but that is because, as many people have pointed out, that's also because of a statistical anomaly that we crashed in the last quarter down to minus 7, and now we've come back up to 9. So actually our net growth has only been about 1%.
Yes.
So if we had not crashed, we would have been at a much higher growth curve. But I want to ask you very quickly before I move on, what about jobs, sir? What about unemployment? What about inflation?
Atmanirbhar with Atmanirbhar Bharat, with Atmanirbhar Bharat as the creed and the color of the Indian economy policy, and the last man in the last row, which constitutes the bedrock of the Bharatiya Janata Party's core ideology. We are over and over with disinvestment only, we could say, of only the sick PSUs, disinvestments, expanding the agricultural sector, reviving the services sector, and I am hopeful we will be able to generate more jobs, more pushing in, more spending in, and we could say a very vibrant and a very stable economic order which pegs the Indian growth at 9.2%.
Okay.
We be hopeful. The economic survey, a new approach, the agile approach, which has been adopted by the Bharat Sarkar, by the government of India, it will push India onto a new trajectory of growth, employment.
Actually, all right. I'll come back here. Disinvestment numbers we'll put up shortly. The gap between what was projected in the last budget and the reality, by the way, is huge. Come to that in a second. But Jayant Krishna, realistically, everyone keeps talking about employment all the time, even in previous budgets. It's been raised. But realistically, what specifically do you think can be done in this budget or otherwise to try and spur jobs? Because that's one big area of concern. As the BJP's person said, tax collection, yes, has gone up, GST, etc., is looking fairly robust. But jobs, big problem.
Yeah, Vasu, unemployment position is not as good. Everybody knows that. I would feel the way PLI scheme was thought of for technology-led manufacturing sector.
PLI is production-linked incentive scheme, just for our viewers, yes.
That's
where the government gives you some incentive if your production is of a certain level, then the government gives you incentives, yes.
Correct. So that has largely been there for sectors in manufacturing which are technology-led. But, India's core competence has been in labor-intensive industries. I mean, nobody pays attention. For example, apparel, leather, And there's so many other areas where a variant of PLI scheme could perhaps do wonders at a time when the world over, the major economies and companies are looking at relocating part of their supply chain at destinations other than China because of geopolitical reasons.
Right.
So I mean, even smaller countries like Cambodia, like Vietnam, like Indonesia, they even Bangladesh, they seem to have done well. But I think we could travel that extra mile, to attract labor-intensive investments in labor-intensive areas.
Yes, because that's crucial. Otherwise, how do you create jobs? Apurva Javadekar is also with us, Assistant Professor of Finance, Indian School of Business. Apurva Javadekar, how do you account for this? That on one hand, there's this huge gulf. On one hand, you see tax collections going up, you see companies posting robust profits, but on the other hand, you have this widening gap. There is, by all accounts, very worrying unemployment. People's incomes have shrunk. Rural and urban RBI data says that. The government keeps saying we announce packages, but the assessment is these are very, very kind of stingy packages. It's just simply not enough cash out. It's simply not putting enough money into people's hands. Do you think that's a big problem? And is that going to be addressed in this budget?
Thank you it's a great question. So just one statistic to begin with is that the demand for work under the Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme is not much lower than the last year. So people in the rural informal economy are still demanding jobs under the government scheme, suggesting stress in the informal economy. That's the first. So the only way, and I think panelists before me spoke correctly, that the only way the employment prospect will improve is through the capex cycle. And as you see, private companies are not spending on their capital projects to a great extent. And so their government has to take the initiative. It's not that they have not taken. The capital expenditure is up in Q3 in Q2 last quarter, for example. But it needs to pick up even more.
Right.
And that's where the durable employment will start to kick in.
Okay. But why not actually start doing some form of a more robust or generous cash transfers? People have spoken of various models, universal basic income, so on and so forth. While, of course, job creation and all that is important, but that's a mid to long-term challenge. Why not in an immediate sense start doing that?
So let me draw an example from US stimulus package, which was consumption driven, where government put money in people's bank accounts. So that led to a consumption boom to some extent. But after the stimulus was over, the consumption has faded again. Okay, so putting money in people's hand, when they are not sure about the employment prospects, is not going to bump up the consumption to a great extent. So I think the focus has to be on employment generation rather than putting money in people's hand. And government is doing that.
Why not both? Yogendra Yadav, what do you make of that? That is there a case to actually rethink this argument that you need to kind of step up cash transfers, as you said, widen the footprint of PM Kisan, perhaps other ways of doing direct cash support to particularly the poor and the underprivileged, rather than job creation?
As you said, I don't understand the rather than part of it. I think we need both. And the important thing is, I'm sure my economics friend would say, but where is the revenue? Let me mention one simple idea. If you were, and this is economic, business standard of this morning, which says that if you were to tax the wealthy people of this country, those who have own at least more than $1 billion, $1 billion. That's about would be about 8,000 crore rupees or something of that. So if you were to put a wealth tax of 2% on those who have more than $1 billion in India, you know how much money would be generated? That's more than 1 trillion rupee would be generated by that tax. More than 1 lakh crore rupees would be generated. Why are we not doing it? So many capitalist countries in this world do it. And as you would remember, Vasu, some of the top wealth owners of this world had written a letter saying, please tax us. At this time, if we were not to do it, so that's what. And may I just mention one more thing?
Yes.
I've observed it in the case of this finance minister, that unfortunately her speech has nothing to do with the real budget. Every time it's such a tragedy. You listen to her speech and then you get the budget papers and then you try and match the two. And there's absolutely no match. Because the figures tell you a very different story.
Right.
And her speech tells you a different story. So I'm really hoping there would be some match. This is the elementary transparency that we need in budget speeches.
Okay. Fair enough. I think last time when it came to things like food subsidies and so on, it was believed that there was greater transparency. But I just want to get a quick comment from Supriya before going to a break about this idea, Supriya, because this has been a Congress idea as well, this idea of Nyay, again, the idea of doing substantial cash transfers to the poor. But the argument that America did it, yes, consumer spending surged, and then after that, it kind of dipped again.
I just have to say one thing. I don't just speak as a congressperson. I've tracked about 18 budgets, Vasu, and I will say this with all honesty. There is only 101 economics that I understand, and that economics tells me that there is a virtuous cycle of consumption, investment, and job creation that has to be put back into motion. Unless and until consumption doesn't pick up, there will be no investments, and as a result, there will be no jobs. Please understand the capex cycle and everything that everybody is speaking about. The government is a very minor player. The big capex has to come from the private sector. Why will the private sector invest if your private consumption continues to be low? So consumption has to be boosted, and there is no way about it. And for that, you've got to put money in the hands of people. That is 101 economics, which the government seems to be in denial of.
Okay. Take a short break. Come back with much more of this.
NDTV wins the trust vote once again.
This is now the real check. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India.
Still many say independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ। मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकता हाँ। I have not told him in the प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा प्रभू कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda. We separate fact from fiction. We expose falsehoods. We hold power to account. Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, real news by real journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ. मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ. I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not told him in the water. प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवता कपूर कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए. कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे. सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका. खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका. सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं.
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं.
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम. NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया.
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is
really that markets have been volatile for the last 2 weeks. We did see benchmark indices tumble as much as 5% over the last 2 weeks. Remember, there was volatility due to the Fed signals of a rate hike and inflation concerns globally. So we can't really just negate that. Of course, we've seen optimism over the last 2 days. Today also, markets really hopeful of course, all measures coming their way as far as budget 2022 is concerned. Now, what experts really believe, experts feel the sector's worst hit such as aviation, hotels, trade, must get the much needed relief or the booster shot, as it were, this budget. So experts feel the aviation sector is looking for an excise duty cut on fuel. Remember, the hotel industry is looking at a tax break or a tax holiday, if it were, this budget. So experts really looking out for those cues as far as sectors that are worst hit are concerned. We'll only know in time to tell Vasu how markets trade during the day. Experts really feel that only afternoon trades post the announcement is what we should watch out for.
All right, Sakshi, thanks very much indeed for that. We'll come back to you as you keep a close eye on the markets. Let's just go back to panel, and let's also welcome B. Thiagarajan is with us. He's MD of Blue Star Limited, which, as we know, makes air conditioners and other such products. And he is also chairman of CII Western Region. Good morning, Mr. Thiagarajan. Good to have you on. Mr. Thiagarajan, I want to ask you, and this is something we were talking about just before the break, that one of the things we're seeing is that there seems to be a pretty healthy uptick in terms of corporate profits, especially as the economy starts to return to normal. Tax collections have gone up, but companies are not doing enough capital investment. They're not expanding enough. I mean, to put it in simple terms, not opening new factories or expanding existing capacity. What is happening with Blue Star? First, my question is, are you seeing an uptick in sales? Is it going back to pre-pandemic levels? Two, what about expansion? Are you expanding?
Good morning. It's a pleasure to interact with you. I think there is a time lag between the demand and the investments in the capital. As far as the air conditioning industry is concerned, a PLI was announced. It was a well-designed one, and we attempt
Production linked incentive, right?
That is right. And a lot of investments are taking place. After many, many years, a record level of investment. In fact, the capacity will double from next year onwards. As far as the sales are concerned, it is at the pre-pandemic level. So from CII also, this is what we are advocating, that manufacturing competitiveness is an important element if we want to become an alternate manufacturing destination in the global supply chain.
Okay.
And
so in specific terms, if I can just ask you, you're saying overall there's been a surge, but if I can just ask you about Blue Star, have your sales reached pre-pandemic levels, number one? Number two, and have you also expanded?
Yes, it has reached pre-pandemic level, and we are investing in a large plant in Sri City, which will be commissioned by October itself. So are our competitors. And for the first time in India, integrated supply chain infrastructure for air conditioning is being created. It will be truly world class.
I see, excellent. So does that mean an expansion of when you say you're putting up a new plant, so that also means new jobs?
100%. That's what I mentioned. PLI covers every aspect actually. It pushes for infrastructure creation. It provides a lot of employment in the sector as well as the allied sectors. And therefore, money in the hands of the people through employment and consumption. So it is a cycle.
Okay, that's good to know, because that's the point, Jayant Krishna, who's still with us, that what you mentioned earlier, that you need to expand production-linked incentive to wider sectors. But overall, though, I mean, even with the incentives, even with tax breaks, remember corporate tax was cut several budgets ago, brought down to record lows. Why do we still see this hesitation from corporates from investing enough in expanding their capacities and putting more plants and creating more jobs?
So is the question to me, Vasu?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so see, fundamentally, Vasu, if you look at on ease of doing business, our ranking did improve from 100 plus to 63rd, but we have a long way to go. See, wherever we could deploy technology for online and time-bound approval or some process modifications, some improvements did happen. But still, when there is a human-to-human interaction between the government and the business, we have a long way to go. If we are the 6th largest economy in the world by nominal GDP, GDP and third largest by purchasing power parity, why shouldn't we be among the top 10 ease of doing business nations?
Right.
I think we have to look at that. Another thing that investors expect is certain degree of a regulatory certainty in the country. We keep changing our laws every now and then. There are a million mutinies waiting to happen. If you look at Land Acquisition Act, that has made the cost of land acquisition so high in our country,
so
and even the ease of acquiring land is difficult. Right. Labor laws, if you look at the 44 federal laws and the state laws, they need a lot of simplification. Many of them have become outmoded. I think if you look at trade to GDP ratio, we are at a very low level of 37 to 38%, as against 56% used to be the trade to GDP ratio in 2011 to 12. Somehow we have become a nation of non-believers that trade can also create jobs, can spur investments. That's very important. We hike the import duty thinking that we'll protect the domestic industry, but actually what you end up doing is you promote poor quality products at the cost of high quality stuff.
Okay,
and
so
also you're preventing the export of value-added products using the cheaper imports, to reach international markets. Somebody has to look at this very, very holistically and have trade deals with the major economies like the US, EU, UK, and so on and so forth, including some of the FTAs. I think there has to be a reform centricity all across.
Okay, all across before you can expect this kind of expansion of businesses expanding. Investing more. But is that going to be a big challenge, Ranbir Singh Pathania? Because as I said, with the context of the elections in this budget and with the context of a huge pressure in terms of jobs, particularly in states like Uttar Pradesh, what is really the hope or the expectation from the government when it comes to addressing that?
You see, on one side, we are focusing on growth. Elections apart, for us country and nation and the global economy is the biggest bull which we are going to hit. Growth is the basic, employment generation is another part which we are going to focus on. If you have just a cursory look on the economic statement, which delineates on our forex reserves, which is on a very considerable position, we are in a good position. If you look at, we could say the performance of Indian forest area, we are at global number 3. If we look at, we could say on climate change part also, we are in a very comfortable position.
Pathania Saab, the point is that those indices don't necessarily translate into more job creation, which is why when you see even for a lowly government job of a peon or a clerk, you will find lakhs and lakhs of young people who are on the streets.
Sir, with the focus, if we have a cursory look on the economic state, with the focus on pushing the growth in agriculture sector, pushing the growth in services sector and the privatization, giving the stimulus, we are giving stimulus to employment generation, and we are hopeful the government will come out at 11 o'clock. This will be a big push on employment generation and big push on countering business,
all right,
which will push the overall growth of the economies.
Okay, Supriya Srinath wants to come in. Yes, Supriya.
I just want to say one thing. We can keep quoting indices ad nauseum. We can keep quoting whatever statistics that we want to. The reality is that at this moment, economic recovery will happen if we incentivize small, medium enterprises. And without that economic revival, there will be no job creation and there will be no uptick in the Indian economy, because that's where the focus, that's where the job guzzling really happens. We can keep talking about big businesses. Corporate tax was stuck 2 years ago. What happened? Have they created jobs? Have they invested? No, they haven't. Because there is no incentive unless consumption improves. And which is why I think the focus of this budget has to be to incentivize the small, medium enterprises so that they revive and they start creating the jobs, because that is the backbone of the Indian economy. I also want to say one little thing here. We can keep talking about ease of doing business, something that I covered for very long, but let me tell you that's a statistic between two cities, Delhi and Mumbai. It doesn't reflect the reality of the country. And the reality of the country is that there is huge joblessness, and agriculture, where incomes were supposed to be double, average farmer is today earning 27 rupees a day. You really believe you've done great things for agriculture. So let's talk about agriculture, let's talk about unemployment, but without the focus on bottom of the pyramid, you cannot revive this economy.
Okay. What do you make of that, Mr. Tyagarajan, that while certainly it appears that at the higher tiers of the economy, companies, enterprises seem to be doing well, at least if you look at their balance sheets, there has been quite a hard hit by small businesses, and of course informal sector, the damage there, it's not even quantifiable because, you know, the current statistical architecture often leaves those out. Do you think the government has done enough to throw a safety net to these sorts of businesses and enterprises down the line, or is there a problem?
I think the government has done well, but much more to be done. That's where I am. So first I will clarify. The PLI schemes itself covers MSMEs as well. The smaller investment also are incentivized. But from CII point of view, of which the MSMEs are a very large part of our membership. So our demands are as follows: that implement the fund of funds scheme is one of our pre-budget memorandum requirements. And the other is that for the technology adoption for use in Industry 4.0, we are asking for incentive. We are repeatedly asking for credit-linked capital subsidy scheme, or the CLCSS, to be extended for technology upgradation. So the MSMEs are integral part of our growth agenda. Without them, we will not be growing at all, even in manufacturing. Okay. I also agree in agriculture. One of the demands we have is with regard to agri-infrastructure development. I'm not getting into MSP and other stuff that's being adequately addressed in your channel right from the morning. The important thing is agri-infrastructure investments also will benefit the agriculture and food processing sector.
Okay. Okay. But again, all of this needs money, Jayant Krishna, and does the government have money? They say that they do because of the fact that tax revenue, I mean overall revenues, they're saying are actually up almost 67%, almost 70% basically year on year. So there does seem to be some extra cash in the hand. Do you think that is going to be spent generously this time? And if the government needs more, where is that going to come from? Because the disinvestment target, as we've shown, we'll put the numbers up on the screen again, way off mark. I think the target last time was close to over 1 lakh crore, almost 1.7 lakh crore. I think at the moment, they've only managed to post about 12,000 crores. So that's not going to be a big source of revenue. Where do you think that additional money is going to come from? Yogendra Yadav, who was there earlier, mentioned perhaps some kind of a wealth tax.
So yeah, I mean, there is some buoyancy in the tax revenues, which hopefully would give some elbow space to the government to spend. Disinvestment, if you look at Air India's disinvestment, has been a step in the right direction, and we need to bring speed and higher velocity to that process. But fundamentally, if you look at, I'll go back to basics, Vasu. It's time that the finance minister addresses the three basic gaps in the way our economy is managed. I'm talking about allocation to education. I'm talking about allocation to science and technology research. I'm talking about allocations to health. In education, if new education policy has to see the light of the day, we spend barely 3% of our GDP on education. This has to go up to 6%. Healthcare, COVID really exposed countries' healthcare system, badly. And we spend just about 1.4 to 1.5% of our GDP on healthcare. Right. It has to go to 3%. Scientific research, we spend just about 0.7% of our GDP on R&D. Vis-a-vis the developed economy is spending anywhere between 2.5% to 4% of their GDP, and therefore you have very few breakthrough inventions here. At least the vaccine development in the country showed the way. Sure. That, wherever you will take science and technology and research seriously, efforts, outcomes would happen. So I don't expect that on education, science and technology and healthcare, the entire change would happen this year, but at least the budget must signal some change. Otherwise, through a prism of timelessness, we'll keep blaming all the time, our poor ranking by way of per capita income, by way of Human Development Index.
Fair enough. Ranbir Singh Pathania, before we go to a break, you want to quickly respond to that while the government keeps claiming that we are investing more in all these areas, education, health and so on, in real or in absolute terms, it's still not very much. It's quite low.
Sir, you are very much right, as very rightly has been pointed out by Mr. Jain. We need to prop up in the field of education. We need to prop up in the field of health also. And above all, in addition to creating more and more money avenues, we need to strengthen the Aam Aadmi. We need to pull out the people from the below poverty level.
No, so why doesn't the government do that?
In every village, we are focusing on it. I started my address, sir, that last man in the last row. This is the core ideology of Bharatiya Janata Party. We need to strengthen the capital spending. We need to set up the macro industries, but small and middle scale. We go to MSME. These are our main focus. We need to push the man who's working on Manrega part.
It's one thing to say. Okay, sir, it's one thing to say this is your ideology and you want to do it, but the other is to actually...
Sir, we are doing it. Sir,
do it. I need to go. I need to move on. I'll come back to you.
National Rural Livelihood Mission, Manrega, and
I'll come back to you.
Strengthening the Aam Aadmi, strengthening the Zamindar, the agriculture. This is basic push.
Okay. Let me... I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you and Supriya. Give me a second because Sanjeev Bajaj is with us, CMD Bajaj FinServ. Financial Services, also President Designate CII. Good morning, Sanjeev Bajaj. Good to always, as ever, have you on. Now, Sanjeev Bajaj, we're now fairly close, just about, I think, an hour before the budget speech. So just wanted to ask you as well, something we've been asking other panelists, that while we talk about the expectations that the corporate sector and other sectors have from the budget, in terms of the corporate sector itself, this gap between, on one hand, we see tax revenues surging, indicating that corporates are doing fairly well. But on the other hand, there's still not enough capital investment, not enough new projects are coming up, not enough jobs are being created. How do you explain that?
Okay, let me take a stab at that, Vasu. One, capital investment, as you know, we are seeing enough green shoots of those coming from the private sector. We recently did a survey among some members, and over 50% are already engaging in various levels of capital investment. Now, this is going to take a few quarters by the time this actually hits the ground running. A lot depends on demand, and we know demand has been erratic. We have good months between lockdowns where we're seeing fairly strong consumer demand. There could be certain sectors that don't have it, but broadly, if you see it, that's why your indirect tax collections also have been good. So we need to make sure consumer demand stays steady. To do that, we have to make sure the pandemic remains in control. For example, this particular wave has been very well controlled because of all the investments in healthcare. But we have to continue working on that. Use the right scientific advisors, but go ahead with boosters, go ahead with mix and match, get the next set of therapeutics in. Anticipate change. You could get a bad strain coming. So anticipate the change, because only when the common man feels that his life is secure is he going to go and empty his wallet. So that's one. Second is, government has played a significant role in putting liquidity in the hands of the most vulnerable and MSMEs. Continue doing that because we are not out of this pandemic yet. Continue the investment in infrastructure for some time. And as long as we keep things stable, the private sector investments are going to come. And once that comes, that's going to be a force multiplier. So that's how I would answer this question.
So just to ask you, very interesting things you said. I want to take you up on several of those. But just to ask you, Sanjeev Bajaj, on your own area which you work in, Bajaj Financial Services, what are you seeing in terms of the change? Are you seeing an uptick in terms of your own growth? And
so very interestingly, for example, if you see through the second wave, we saw rural India continuing to show very strong growth on consumption. Urban slowed down again through the lockdowns, but because the lockdowns were more micro-contained, it was much better than the first wave. Interestingly, in the last couple of months, rural has started slowing down for multiple reasons, and that's why one of CI's suggestions also is to continue with the Manrega scheme, give it more teeth going ahead because it plays a very significant role. Urban, on the other hand, has come back. And we know that there are some sectors, like the lowest end of the economy buys cheap motorcycles, that is still down. We know that any product which has got chips, computer chips, those are down. But otherwise, we are seeing strong momentum. January is looking good. Even through this wave, we are finding that wherever we can get feet on the ground, we are seeing good demand.
Okay. But I do want to ask you, when you said that the government has done enough to put liquidity in the hands of those, particularly at the lower tiers of the economy, the poor, the disadvantaged, the counter view is that in terms of our own stimulus package, or financial packages, the multiple Atmanirbhar schemes, these were amongst the stingiest in the world. The spending was barely 1% of GDP in terms of actual cash out to the government. Do you think that there's much more that can be done there, particularly, as you say, to stimulate demand, to break this cycle of low demand and therefore, low capital spending?
Yeah, so the challenge that we had as a country is we don't have a strong, large currency like some of the Western countries, or even countries like Japan, where they could spend a lot more than what we could. So we had to do it more thoughtfully. I was actually one of those people a year and a half back pushing the government to spend even more. But I must say that in hindsight, they've balanced this quite well. Now, I do believe something more on the consumption side could have helped, but I'm also encouraged to see that many months in the last 6 months, we are seeing very strong consumption numbers. So I believe that we are in the right balance, but what we have to be careful about is that there could be additional waves in the pandemic. There could be situations where the government needs to spend more. So they need to keep some of their gunpowder dry for some of these emergency situations.
All right, okay, fascinating. Well, we just are already seeing on the screen both the finance minister at Rashtrapati Bhavan, sharing a copy, presenting a copy of the budget to the president, and of course, the traditional sight of the budget papers being unloaded at Parliament House in those large satchels. Supriya, as a reporter, would remember covering those on many occasions. So that countdown has begun. And but we have to take a break, and we'll come back with NDTV's rolling coverage.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not sorry mingle was.
आप प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत सेवात्मक कपूर कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Sonal Kapoor, for some coffee and crypto.
NDTV wins the trust vote once again.
This is now the real thing. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India.
Still many say independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the people, with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ। मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ। I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not sorry minga was.
डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत सेवात्मक सपूत कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda, we separate fact from fiction, we expose falsehoods, we hold power to account. Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं.
Pictures coming in from Parliament with Nirmala Sitharaman holding what appears to be the budget in a tablet form, because as we said, it's most likely, like last time, going to be a paperless budget because of the COVID restrictions. And so she is likely to read out the budget electronically this time, as she did last time. This is, of course, her fourth budget, and as we've been saying, it is a pandemic time budget, it is an election time budget, and there's in all likelihood measures that are likely to address some of those issues and some of those concerns as well. Okay, let's go across as we count down now to the budget speech, which is supposed to start in just about an hour, under an hour's time. Let's go across to my colleague Akshay Dongre, who's at New Delhi railway station. Akshay, what are you hearing from the Aam Aadmi or Aam Aurat of Delhi about their hopes about this budget?
Well, Vasu, we are here at the New Delhi railway station. A lot of people come here, they commute through this railway station, they take trains here. As of now, we don't see a lot of crowds here, but there are people who we have been speaking with as far as their expectations with the budget are concerned. We'll try and speak to these people and try to understand that what exactly are their hopes from today's budget. भैया आज बजट जैसे कि अनाउंस किया जाएगा, वित्त मंत्री आज बजट अनाउंस करेंगे, क्या उम्मीदें हैं आपकी, आम आदमी की क्या उम्मीदें हैं बजट को?
एक तो शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में जो होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जो आज स्कूल के जो हालत है, प्राइवेट स्कूलों में इतनी बड़ी फीस हो गई है कि बच्चे मतलब गरीब वर्ग का बच्चा पढ़ नहीं सकता है वहाँ पे। दूसरी चीज ये कि गवर्नमेंट ने कितना खर्च करी, वहाँ से कुछ निकल के नहीं आ रहा है। वे प्राइवेट सेक्टर में कितना वो कर रहे हैं लोग। तो मेरा मानना है कि शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में उनको ध्यान देने की बहुत ज़्यादा जरूरत है। नए कॉलेज स्कूल,
2 साल से पैंडेमिक चल रहा है, महामारी चल रही है, रोजगार को लेकर एक बड़ा सवाल है, टैक्स की बात की।
Okay, we'll get Akshay back in just a second. But let's just run through now some graphics, some numbers which really look at what has been happening with the economy in terms of how it was presented in the economic survey in terms of the claims versus the reality. And this is analysis that Prannoy Roy had done on his show last night. And let's just start by looking at the overall graphics, which looks at the growth claim by the government, with the government, of course, claiming that growth has crossed pre-pandemic levels. It's now 9.2%, which means it's now managed to reach to where it was before the pandemic. But if you actually see the chart and look at what has actually happened in terms of the numbers, you'll find that it is, of course, recovering, but there's a huge gap that if the crash had not happened in the last financial year of minus 7%, this bump up is actually what is called from a low base effect. And if we continue to grow as we were earlier, then we are actually short by 12% compared to last time. So there's still a long way to go before we can say that we are back on where we were in terms of the pre-pandemic curve. That's as far as GDP is concerned. The other big contention of the government, of course, has been that they are, and this was in the last budget, that they are going to do a big privatization of government assets, disinvestment as it's called, in terms of what is actually promised and in terms of the reality. So the promise, as you saw there, was huge, 1.75 lakh crore. But look at the massive gap there in terms of what was promised and what actually was achieved. So that's going to impact how much money the government has been able to earn and therefore how much it's likely to be able to spend in this budget. Again, look at the economic survey's claims on manufacturing. Again, where there seems to be, and let's go full frame here, it appears to be that there has been an uptick of manufacturing of 12%, but that's also because there was a huge crash of minus 7% last year. So there's actually a 24% gap in terms of manufacturing, which also explains why jobs continue to be a pressure point. Agriculture, though, is one area which has done reasonably well. Right through the pandemic, agriculture has been, in a sense, the safety net for the economy, and there's been no real shortfall. So that's actually been the saving grace for the Indian economy and, of course, also for millions of farmers and all those who depend on agriculture. Let me go across to Avik Saha, who's with us, Jan Kisan Andolan, colleague of Yogendra Yadav, who's been closely involved with the farmers' movement. Avik Saha was asking Yogendra Yadav this earlier as well, that when you look at agriculture, that's one area which seems to have done reasonably well, but how much of that can the government take credit for, and as likely to during the budget, versus what the reality is and what they ought or should be doing?
Well, you see, the figures that are there show you that production has not gone down. But as always, we've seen this for the last 5 years, the producer is always left behind. We are going to track the promise of the Prime Minister of doubling farmers' income made in 2016. And today's budget is the last budget by which the figures should come to us. For the last 5 years, no figures are there. I mean, I was just reading last year's announcement on this, which says our government is committed to the goal of doubling farmers' income by 2022. That's as cryptic as it gets. So, of course, you're committed because you made the announcement. But where are you and where have you reached and what next? So that's a key area. So as a community, the farmers and farm workers are looking at this budget to see, one, where is the promise of doubling? Two, of course, we know it has not been kept and it has not been fulfilled. So what next is an actually important question. You know, when a budget document, this is a debate on vision versus and data, backed by data. So the key question that is being put today is, where exactly do we stand and what do you really want to do after this? Because the bandying figures about agricultural production growth is nice, it's great. As an Indian, I'm proud of it. But those who make that growth happen, where do they stand and what does this government want to do about them?
Right.
And so the farmers' movement has told you.
Yes. In concrete terms, Mr. Saha, what is the one or two things then could the budget reflect that is going to actually spur this or make this idea of doubling farmers' income more realistic? Is it to continue to boost prices at which crops are procured? Is it to, some kind of more like expand the cash transfers to farmers under PM Kisan?
No, cash transfers to farmers is not a solution at all. It's a band-aid for cancer. What needs to happen is there's a very wide gap between the price that the farmer gets and the price that the consumer pays. The government simply has to govern that difference. It's not a money issue for the government. It's a governance issue for the government. When a farmer gets 20 rupees for a kilo of paddy, why do we buy it for 60 rupees? And where is this extra 40 rupees going? If the government focuses on that, it is possible to double the farmer's income without increasing food prices. I think that should be the government's priority.
Okay. All right. Let's just go across now. Shubhrakanta Panda is with us, Senior Vice President of FICCI, Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Managing Director, Indian Metals and Ferroalloys Limited. Good morning to you, Mr. Panda. Thank you for being with us. Mr. Panda, just firstly want to ask you specifically in terms of metals and this area of the economy, which is, under your watch. What are you seeing as we go into this budget? What are you seeing in terms of growth, in terms of trying to come back to pre-pandemic levels? Are you seeing any of that momentum, or is there still a worry? Mr. Panda, sorry, I think you're on mute, so you could just unmute. Yes.
No, I'm not on.
Yes, sir. Now we can hear you now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, clearly, in as much as the metals and commodity sector is concerned, it's, that this is an area where there has been actually quite a bit of momentum right through the pandemic. And, but if I look at the larger, picture in terms of manufacturing, clearly, I think manufacturing in India has got a boost from the PLI schemes which have been announced. And effective implementation of those schemes, which is what we expect, will have a significant impact in the next, several years.
Again,
but
just production-linked incentive schemes, just for our benefit of our viewers who are tuning in, where the government gives incentives to businesses linked to their production. Yes.
That's right. But something I would like to touch upon is actually, several other factors which together can create a more enabling environment for manufacturing industry, manufacturing sector in India. One is, of course, the ease of doing business, which has been a prime focus of the government, and FICCI has certainly engaged at various levels right through the pandemic, and I must say that a lot of progress has been made. Yes. But the other more important aspect is the cost of doing business. And if I touch upon two specific aspects, one, if you look at the logistics sector, clearly, there is a 500 to 600 basis points, difference between what our logistics costs in the country are and what it is in most other competing economies. And investment in this area, which is what we expect to happen, will have both a multiplier effect in terms of job creation, etc. when you focus on creating logistics infrastructure, as well as the end product, which is to bring down the cost of doing business in India.
Okay.
And the other aspect in terms of costs, which will provide a boost to the sector in general, is if you look at areas like power, for example, where power sector reforms, the DISCOM reforms, etc., need to be carried forward more vigorously. And so, like I said, there is the incentive side of things, but there is also the cost of doing business and the ease of doing business, which ought to be big priorities.
Okay, but of course, there's always the expectation of improving ease of doing business. But in terms of businesses themselves, and this chronic problem, this is not new. This predates the pandemic, of just not enough capital investment by businesses, not enough expansion, not enough new greenfield projects, not enough job creation.
You're absolutely right about private sector investment lagging. In fact, the data that I have seen, that the peak which was achieved, let's say in December 2020, if I remember the December 2019 actually, we are 2 years hence, private sector capex is yet to cross 50% of that level. So that is certainly a cause of concern. But this is where government.
But why is that though? Because government will say, look, we've done so much. We've opened up liquidity, we've given tax breaks. Why is the private sector still not investing?
Okay, so clearly two factors, Srinivasan. One is the fact that through the peak period of the pandemic, there is obviously a sense of uncertainty, a sense of not being sure about where things are headed, and that clearly has an impact on investment decisions. Right. And that apart, there has been demand contraction, which is again something that FICCI Ware pointed out. Right. That the priority in this budget has to be to take measures which boost consumption, because that will create demand, and that will then start the virtuous cycle of investments, etc. But to specifically answer your question, undoubtedly, private sector investment is yet to catch up, and that is where government capital expenditure has fortunately maintained momentum and must do so until private sector investment kicks in.
Till it kicks in. Okay, and we're seeing there Nirmala Sitharaman now on the steps of Parliament. Let me just go across. In fact, before I come to our panel, we have PKD Nambiar supports BJP with us. Amitabh Dubey of the Congress is with us. But let me just go across to Arvind Gunasekar at Parliament. Arvind, now we are just about, I would say, 45 minutes from Nirmala Sitharaman's budget speech. Arvind, any indication at all that we're getting in terms of the direction of the speech, particularly given the context of elections and the pandemic?
Yeah, I was after meeting the president, briefing the president about the budget that will be presented later today by the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has reached the Parliament, and even the Prime Minister has reached the Parliament. So a few minutes from now, what we are being told is that somewhere around 10:15 a.m., that is few minutes from now, the Union Cabinet will convene where they will be clearing the budget, after which the budget will be presented somewhere around 11 a.m. So this is a very important budget because the government is projecting that the economy has actually recovered to the pre-pandemic levels, and what the government is saying that this will be a foundation stone for the India to be one of the fastest growing economy. So that's where the government they're saying that this particular budget will project us or will direct us towards the fastest growing economy. And in fact, the economic survey has also projected that the next year the growth will be somewhere around 8 to 8.5%. So this budget will be very much important to project India as the fastest growing economy. And we have to wait for the budget, the contours of the budget. And the opposition parties are saying that what they are saying is that the government is actually bringing down the country and also the growth. And we have to wait for the opposition parties' reaction also after the budget.
Okay, thanks very much indeed, Arvind. Let me just welcome Sumant Sinha is with us, CEO of Renew Power, which is one of the emerging players in the renewable energy space. Sumant Sinha, good to have you on. Let me just ask you, Sumant, where are you standing in terms of how you've seen the renewable energy, your own company, do as we go into this budget? How has it been for you in terms of the pandemic? Is this one area which has continued to grow despite the economy slowing down?
Yeah, look, our sector has been growing quite substantially, as you know. So through the pandemic, of course, there was the initial period of little bit of uncertainty about what was going to happen. But I must say the government came out with 2-3 schemes at that time, injecting liquidity into the distribution utilities and carrying forward with the bidding process. And the good news really has been for our sector that even though the economy shrank last year as a whole by about 6.5%, power demand actually was reasonably flat. And this year, actually, power demand was among the first sectors to pick up, and therefore has grown by about 5 or 6% already this year. So I think it's in line with economic growth. And as a result of that, and as a result now of India's commitments at COP26 at Glasgow, certainly this is a sector that is getting a lot of traction. There was a PLI scheme, as you know, announced for solar manufacturing as well as for batteries. So those will hopefully get allocated very soon. That will result in more manufacturing capacity coming on stream. And as we all know, all future capacity addition in our sector is coming from the renewable energy space. And then electric vehicles is another big area, green hydrogen. So there are multiple levers of growth that are emerging that the government is keen to push forward on. So I think our sector is doing actually quite well, and the government is really being quite supportive. Okay,
that's good to hear. Just in terms of Renew itself, what kind of growth have you seen in the last year?
You know, capacity. We started last year with about 5.6 gigawatts of commissioned capacity. We are now at 7.4 gigawatts, so we've added more than 35% of new capacity over the course of this last year. We've added about 1.5 gigawatts of solar capacity, about 400 megawatts of wind capacity. We've acquired a couple of assets as well. So we've actually made a lot of progress by growing very substantially. And I think if you look at our pipeline, that's also very robust. There have been a lot of announcements of auctions that we've participated in. So the pipeline actually for us, as well as for other people in the sector, looks fairly good at this point in time. So I think you'll see, good capacity addition happening of maybe 15 to 20 gigawatts in renewable energy, both this year as well as next year.
Interesting, Sumant. We just had pictures there of the Prime Minister actually arriving in Parliament with the budget now just a very short while away. Just everybody stay with us. We're going to take a very short break and we'll come back. So stay with us.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever. NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ। मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ। I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not sorry Minga was.
उत्तर प्रमुख पांडुरंग सावंत सेवात्मक कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका, खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audiences. Thank you all so very much.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ। मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ।
हांव डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचो सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Sonal Kapoor, for some coffee and crypto.
NDTV wins the trust war.
Welcome back to Budget 2022, our rolling coverage on NDTV. Let's go straight across to Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry. Good to have you on. Chandrajit Banerjee, CB, is in the house. Chandrajit Banerjee, do you already want to give the budget a rating before we start, or you want to wait? 9 on 10 already, or?
You would know better than me. Yeah, at this
Okay. Chandrajit Banerjee, quick CII wish list from the budget, but equally, Chandrajit Banerjee, as they say, ask not what the government can do, ask what you can do. The point that corporates are not investing enough, not expanding enough, despite tax breaks, despite all kinds of liquidity, government says is pumped into the system.
Yeah, the wish list can go on. One can keep talking about, but it's just a matter of time that we will know whether our wish list is going to be, how much of that will be met. Yes. But there is a lot of expectation. But coming to your question, Vasu, very, on the investment side, you saw the economic survey, which noted that there appears to be fiscal space for the government to raise its capital expenditure. That was clearly there. And it was also mentioned in the economic survey that government has focused on supply side through deregulation and simplification to enable private investment to come forward as well. That's a critical point. And what we have been suggesting, and what I would really like to see, is a move towards more of self-certification, ease, simplification. That's a primary, and a mode of regulatory compliance with checks in the form of
that's
audit.
Not happened enough, because government keeps saying we've done so much for ease of doing business.
No, ease of doing business is, of course, but there are many other things that needs to be done within the ease of doing business. I gave a couple of examples. Make it more self-certification driven. Then also there are issues on, as you know, in terms of litigations and stuff like that. Enforcement, or rather, the contracts. That's a big piece of thing. Which is important to be done in terms of enforcement of contract, in terms of respecting the contract, a directional policy announcement by the government that one would like to see in the budget that will set direction to all ministries, and it would facilitate more business to come.
What is that is the expectation. What is CB? What is your big area? If you say identify one big area of worry for you right now with the economy, what would that be?
See, I would imagine that the government in this budget should really adequately address is the rural economy. I think that's very important, and I would see a lot on the rural economy side in the budget, which is very, very important. And I think a lot can be done in the rural economy as far as the budget is concerned. As you know, we would like to see a higher quality spend on rural economy. We would like to see that it has acted as a shock absorber, as you know, in the initial months of the pandemic, and the government had also stepped up its rural spending in FY21. However, as you see in the recent period, they have been very badly hit. So I would look at rejuvenating rural demand, holistic focus in terms of both encompassing the both the farm as well as the non-farm sectors, both the farm and the non-farm sectors. Boost consumption demand. That will really bring in consumption demand. So I would really look at a strong emphasis in rural technology, agri-technology, irrigation technology, and all of that. That's going to be very, very critical. Even Mission Mode Agricultural Tech Fund, that's something that can come in, So that's what I would look at into the budget. That worries me.
Okay, well, it's good to have CII talking about agriculture and the farmer and the rural economy. But great to have you on. Chandrajit Banerjee, we'll let you go because I believe you have to go to your other commitments. But let me go across to Amitabh Dubey, Congress Party. Amitabh, now, as the government goes into this budget, they claim that they are on a strong footing. In a sense, the lag because of the pandemic has been overtaken. Growth is now at pre-pandemic levels of 9.2%. And so that's the kind of context, so that's the wicket that they claim they'll be batting on as Nirmala Sitharaman rolls out this budget. To that, you would say what?
Vasu, the fact is that during the pandemic, our lockdown was the strongest. So our dip was the strongest and our bounce back is the strongest. You can cherry pick the numbers, but if you look at it over a longer 4-year horizon, we're somewhere in the middle of where countries are doing versus growth. We've recovered quite sharply immediately, but over a longer run, remember our slowdown has been going on for quite a while before the pandemic. We're in the middle somewhere. So I think it's possible to oversell that. I think my concern is, and we have to see what the budget does to address this, is that the government just doesn't get it, doesn't understand the root of the problem. As Mr. Banerjee said, as you were asking Mr. Banerjee, that despite all the supply side measures, huge tax cuts, ease of doing business, investment just isn't happening. And the reason investment isn't happening is that capacity utilization is very low. So why would they invest when there's no demand for their products? To simplify, over the past 5 years, the working age population of this country has gone up about 12%, and the number of jobs has actually gone down by 4 million. Right. So you can see that there is a serious problem. The survey data shows us that the top 20% of the country, that's people like you and me, the world of startups, the world of unicorns, our incomes in the last 5 years have gone up 39%. But the bottom 20%, which is Bharat, if you want to term it that, their incomes have gone down 53%. So this is a very serious crisis. It's a very serious problem. And so far, I don't think the government has done enough to address this. Okay. And let's see what happens in this budget.
Okay. How would you respond to that, PKD? Nambiar, BJP supporter, because on one hand, you can tout the numbers to show that there's been a turnaround. But as Amitabh and others have pointed out, it's only within the top tier of the economy where things are looking quite good. For everyone else, it's quite grim.
That may not be actually true. If you really look at it, almost 3.9%. One of the sector which was not really affected is our agrarian economy. That is one of the sector which gives the maximum amount of employment even today in our country. So that may not be true to that extent. But then there is one thing I can tell you, that there is we just came out of, or we're just still trying to come out of a global challenge rather than it's not just a domestic challenge. Sure. So of course there are challenges as an economy. We all have wish list. We need to understand we are a diversified country. Being a diversified country, we are also a diversified economy. We have a strong service sector. We have a strong manufacturing sector.
One thing though, I just want to jump in to say this idea that keeps coming up that, because of the pandemic, but we have the numbers. We can actually put up that graphic to show you that the economy was falling for multiple quarters even before the pandemic. So hence the argument that there was economic either you call it mismanagement or you just call it whatever term one wants to call it, the growth had started to fall even pre-pandemic, and it just got exacerbated by the pandemic.
Let me just bring this to your notice, because this is something which we have been hearing from the last few days because of the budget, that there was a great slowdown during the pre-pandemic. So the word slowdown is not really correct. The slowdown in the growth is maybe the right word to put it. Because of course, if we are expecting a 7% growth or an 8% growth,
what else?
That has come down a little bit from the point of view. It is also because of a global challenge. It was, if you really look at it, all the emerging economy across the world were having a very, very major slowdown during that particular period. So it is not just affected. So you need to understand, we are living in a global arena. Every economy is interconnected. So it is not like that we are a standalone economy and where it will nothing will be affected to us.
Firstly, okay, those are the numbers up on screen. Firstly, one can't go on blaming global indices for everything that happens in this country. Number two, not every economy in the world was slowing down. Some economies were actually doing quite well. India was, in fact, one of the global laggards even before the pandemic. But leaving that aside, what are we now heading into? Nasser Salim is with us, Flexi Capital. Nasser, good to have you on. What's your...
Can I just...
Yes. Okay. Sorry, Nasser, before I come to you. Yes, PKD, quickly. And then...
No, what we need to do, and see, there is no doubt that there was definitely a growth slowdown. There's all the fact and the data is absolutely up there in front of all of us.
Yes.
But one thing we need to understand, as we talk today, we are today in a better footing as a country.
We're in a better footing.
Almost 75% of the population vaccinated.
Fair enough.
I think what we need to do, we are also an emotional economy, Vasu. So we are in a right footing.
We're on a right footing. Let me come back to you. PKD, I'll come back to you because we have with us Sunil Kant Munjal, Chairman Hero is with us. Great to have you on, Mr. Munjal. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Munjal, first give us your sense of, before we get into the budget and all of that, give us your sense, Mr. Munjal, of where we stand with the economy. What are you seeing which is kind of optimistic for you, and what is worrying you?
So on an average, the economy is looking very good. But as you know, averages hide more than they reveal. Some parts of the economy have moved up very, very smartly, and the recovery has been actually quite amazing. But there are still large parts which are suffering, lagging, and actually hurting right now, especially the high contact areas like theaters, sports, travel, tourism. And these are very large employers. Even in the manufacturing side of the economy, there are sectors still lagging, like textiles, like leather goods, etc. Within the automotive industry itself, which is one of the largest multipliers in any industry, if you see, there are two large multiplier industries. Manufacturing as automotive, and real estate, especially house construction, is the other one. At this moment, both of them are suffering, so they do need some ability to come out of this to overall figure out a way to grow. So I think the ability of the big banks to clean up the balance sheet is essential. Hopefully it will happen now with the bad bank coming into operation. The ability to provide funding to NBFCs to support the small industry and the informal sector is absolutely essential right now, because that's where the job creation will happen. The ability to clean up the entire process and systems for startups is very essential, because I believe that's going to be one of the big engines for growth for the nation going forward. To do this, at this moment, the government will still have to do some of the heavy lifting during this year. One, with the resources available. Two, by additionally creating new resources by more efficient revenue collection, by additional monetization or disinvestments, which does look challenging at this moment because the markets have started to get nervous, both in India and globally.
Right.
Also, to ensure we don't crowd out the borrowing ability of the private sector, the government does need to figure out a way to open borrowing from overseas, especially by making listing Indian bonds globally, etc., and making that easier. Raising funds from overseas to bring into India, I think, is an essential requirement,
right,
while ensuring sufficient additional support to both healthcare and education, and at the same time providing a Narega-like scheme for the urban areas, because there is a large section of the urban population which is still quite poor.
Okay, that's that's quite a wide canvas of points you made, but let me just take you up on some of them, Mr. Munjal. Now, you made an important point that while there are certain areas of the economy which are doing well, there are lots of other areas which are hurting, like you mentioned, hospitality, aviation, and so on. Now, what has been the shortfall, in your view, between what the government claims it has done to provide a kind of overall safety net in terms of, opening up liquidity and so on, versus the kind of actual support that's needed? Because often people have pointed to other countries where the stimulus package is much more direct. There's been actual cash out. Some small businesses have received direct financial lifelines, particularly in hospitality, tourism, restaurants, and so on, which hasn't happened here.
Yeah, that is correct. So, two things. First, full marks to the government for coming in and providing what they did. They started late, though, by the way. If you remember, in the early days, there were repeat requests from industry and from economists and experts that government needs to pump in more liquidity into the system, and especially the direct support where it's required. That, I'm afraid, did not happen in the manner one would have liked to see. But to be fair, the overall system is looking so good that some of it kind of gets clouded over. Specifically, the issue you raised actually is a very critical one, to keep people employed, to support employers to pay the salary bills, even if they are partially somewhat reduced in some industries, so that people just don't get fired, because it's hard to find a new job in an economy which is suffering. Fortunately, as I said, in some of the sectors, we're starting to see a turnaround. So the focus, if it can remain on continuing to spend on infrastructure, would be extremely helpful for the economy right now.
Okay. And just last quick word from you. This is a point that I've been talking to my panelists since this morning about why we are seeing, despite what the government would claim have been incentives to industry in terms of whether it's tax breaks or whether it's terms of, just easing liquidity, that there's not been enough capital investment. This is not something which is specific to the pandemic. This is, as you know, been a chronic problem now for several years. Why is that, and how can that be fixed?
So there are two aspects to it. And you're right, by the way, this is a very critical point you raised. One is gross capital formation has been dropping now for a few years. The pandemic just accelerated it, but it had been falling even before that. So I think that is directly linked to consumption. Because if you have a factory and your capacity utilization is only 50 or 60 or below 70%, you're unlikely to go and write a large check and create additional capacity. And that is what is happening right now. Many businesses and companies are starting to get to 70 or 70+% capacity utilization. In a recent survey that was done in CII, it showed that this is the first time after many, many months or many quarters that companies are now talking of capital expenditure plans, which is encouraging. But we are yet to see this come in large droves. It is some companies who have announced this and some sectors of the economy which have announced this. So I think it is important that we figure out a way maybe to expand the PLI scheme, bring investment allowance back for a period of maybe about 2 to 3 years to encourage people who are sitting on the fence, because there are some sitting on the fence, to start to invest. Because that's a virtuous cycle. Once you start, then you create more capacity, you create more jobs, you create more incomes, you create more consumption. So it is a wonderful virtuous cycle that we need to kickstart, and it is possible because we are at that point right now. We are, in a sense, almost at a tipping point.
Okay, at a tipping point. Okay, great to always hear from you, Mr. Munjal. Thank you so much indeed for joining us, and we'll check in with you after the budget speech. Okay, let's just get Nasir Salim in, Flexi Capital. Nasir, good to have you on as always. Now tell me, Nasir, often what tends to happen is when we look at budgets, we tend to forget the previous budget, and we tend to forget all the promises that were made there, some of which are likely to be repeated again. For example, there will again be, targets for privatization or disinvestment, as it's called, that will be set. Last time there was talk of a national pipeline, monetization of a national asset pipeline, raising money through leasing out government assets. Again, we don't know what's happened with that. Where does the government stand on that? Before it rolls out new promises, is there still a backlog of what was announced last time? What has happened to all that?
Srini, good morning and great to be back on your show. I think that's a very important question, Srini. Time and again, we've been asking and raising questions on disinvestments. Asset monetization is the word that you were referring to. And I think, as far as the government is concerned, the history has not been it's been a little checkered, if I can say so. But that's also because of the fact that, we've been pandemic hit, and especially in the last 24 months. But having said that, I think, Srini, 2 or 3 things, and, I heard some of your panelists and even to your interesting question. I think, number one, clear expectation is today, as we speak, I'm hearing a lot of panelists across the, news channels, because I've been appearing since morning. I'm hearing there's a lot of discussion on how fiscal prudence has been achieved this year. I think that may not be true. I'll tell you why. We've yet to see a lot of asset monetization disinvestments to take place over the next budget year, which is FY 22-23. And therefore, my first expectation is that we should have a clear outline on how certain sectors can be benefited, Srini, from a perspective of employment generation. You see, the biggest challenge today, I think Mr. Munjal just mentioned it in your show, is that there is an employment generation issue and then there is a consumption issue. How do you marry both these aspirations as far as the government is concerned? My first point is, can we get in certain additional PLIs, production-linked incentives for 3-4 key sectors? Number one, can we look at manufacturing, which is the forefront of it, textiles, infrastructure, leather and food processing? These are, need of the hour. I would want to hear the finance minister today give out certain roadmap on how we can incentivize manufacturing in some of these sectors and create employment generation. Number two, I think a very important key aspect today, which has been repeatedly been saying, is, this entire discussion of financialization of savings, Srini, which is basically have simpler KYC, centralized KYC, structures in place. Because a lot of investors today, a lot of people are willing to invest in various asset classes. But the challenge is it available, as a centralized KYC? The third point, one of my friends is just messaging me saying, please mention about real estate. It is coming on my next point. I think the biggest beneficiary today of employment generation is real estate. And, and therefore, I must say that, if we can dole out certain incentives on this entire housing loan for the housing loan buyers and for customers, wherein which the principal and the interest component standard deductions can be increased from 1.5 lakhs to 200,000 is also going to be a welcome step. My last 2 quick points, Srinivasan. Certain incentives for Fintechs. You see, today, the MSME sector is, of course, one issue where we are facing a big challenge. The MSME sector has always had big promises to be made, but never delivered. I must admit to you. The MSME sector is burdened by a huge challenge of compliance. Today, there are enough people. I've been, interacting with a lot of our existing clients, and they've been saying this MSME burden on compliance is a big, big challenge. And I'm hoping that the finance minister will kind of dole out those as well. And fintech startups. Fintech startups is very, very important.
Yes.
They do a lot of pushing today in terms of, microcredit lending for the unbanked population. And therefore, I feel that we should have certain incentives, tax rebates, tax holidays for them as well. Which will kind of address both these issues of consumption and, of course, supporting the entire economy.
I'll come back to you for taxes in just a second. 1 second. I'm coming to you. I'm coming to you, P.K.D. Nambiar. I am coming to you because P.K.D. Nambiar, as much as, of course, the government will be addressing, the corporate side of the economy in terms of the organized sector and so on, there'll obviously also be the political consideration, given the timing of this budget, just as we are in the peak campaign season for Uttar Pradesh and other state elections. How is that going to play out, P.K.D. Nambiar, in your view, on this budget? What kind of announcements are we likely to see that will particularly address states like Uttar Pradesh? Are we likely to see an expansion of welfare schemes targeting farmers and so on and so forth? What's your sense?
I just want a quick second before I answer you this. What Nasir said is very interesting. I want to go a step further. For an example, real estate sector, which he was talking about, we are talking about giving additional benefit to that sector because it's a very big employment. This thing. I would go a further step. I think it's high time for the government to give an industry status to the real estate sector. Unless and until we don't give an industry status to that sector, that sector will always be considered as a second-class citizen, whereas that is providing the large amount of investment also in the employment. Now, coming back to your question.
Yes.
See, you need to understand that our economy is also on a transformation stage, Srinivasan. We are becoming more of it's not anymore that a test cricket match. Our economy is more of like now behaving more of like a T20, that it is speed which is a big matter of concern. The idea of way we have to handle our economy today is not the age-old way wherein we were talking about the waterfall method and the new method which the government is agile economic status and welfare is not going to be. What I wanted to say is that welfareism is not going to be anymore a significant part of any of our economy from now onwards. The reason being that we had it in the past, elections are keep coming and going, but that will not be affecting a budget. Maybe it may have a little bit of tinge somewhere, because at the end of the day, it's politics, it will be there, but then it is not going to be the predominant effect of these elections which
interesting. Once again, Piketty Nambiar, how would you make a statement like that, given the fact that if you look at the numbers when it comes to whether it's food subsidies, fertilizer subsidies, whether it comes to Narega allotments, whether it comes to direct cash transfers through PM Kisan and so on, those numbers have actually been quite large. And in fact, the government keeps talking up how those numbers are constantly increasing. So I'm curious that you say that. But Amitabh Dubey, what do you make of the political dimension of this budget? Because it's interesting. This is not the first time it's happened that you have the timing of the budget such that it's bang in the middle of elections. The model code is technically in place, but obviously the government is going to use it to push through announcements which are likely to be election centric.
Vasu, obviously there's always a political context, and this government is quite expert, as you implied with your earlier question, of making big bang announcements. So they win the headline battle of the day, they win the narrative of the week, and then no one really looks at the execution and the implementation. Last year they were talking all about how they're going big on spending to save the economy. Today they're talking about agile budgeting, which is really another word for we didn't spend as much as we said we would, and therefore the deficit is looking smaller. And if you go back and look at the actual spending numbers, they are way below what was targeted. So the spending has actually been very subdued, even though the composition of spending last year obviously was more in the direction of food subsidies and so on and so forth. Now suddenly they're making a virtue out of it. I think the concern that I have is execution, because a lot of these announcements are not executed properly. If you just look at the disinvestment numbers, to take an example, 5 out of 7 of the last budgets, they've completely missed their disinvestment target. You've had the capacity capex of this government is way less than where it needed to be as a percentage. So my concern is that there's more focus on announcement and on winning narratives, and not so much on execution, which often gets missed by many people.
Okay,
Srini, I want to come in.
Yeah, yes, I'm just give me a second, because we have Mr. TV Narendran with us, CEO and MD Tata Steel is with us. Good to have you, Mr. Narendran. Good morning to you. Just give us a sense, Mr. Narendran, again, before we get into what you would like to see in the budget, in terms of where do you stand yourself in terms of how you've seen Tata Steel do, the steel sector during this time with the pandemic? Are you seeing now business back to pre-pandemic levels, or is there still a worry?
No, I think as far as the metals industry is concerned, steel more specifically, we are certainly back to pre-pandemic levels. We are influenced by geopolitical and global issues. So the fact that China has reduced its exports of steel has certainly pushed up commodity prices. And the steel industry is probably the first ones in the private sector to announce significant investments. So it's not just Tata Steel. I think all the other peers that we have in our industry have all announced investments exceeding 100,000 crores for the next few years, in fact, even more. So I think there's a lot of private sector investment coming on the ground from the steel industry to support the growth in demand for steel. And it's reflecting a better profitability for the steel sector, less threat from China, and better balance sheets.
Okay, no, that's wonderful to hear. So you would say that in terms of during the pandemic period, were there major stress points?
Yes, there was. But what had happened in the first year of the pandemic during wave one, the recovery in China was ahead of the recovery in the rest of the world. So actually, the Indian steel industry grew out of the pandemic by exporting steel to China, which was, unimaginable maybe a few years back.
Right.
And after that, as Indian economy came back on track, the steel consumption in India grew, and that supported the recovery in production and supply for the Indian steel industry.
Right. So, Mr. Narendran, how would you explain this? Because like you mentioned, there are sectors like yours which has done really well and is looking quite robust. And on the other hand, if you look at the numbers when it comes to jobs, when it comes to incomes, when it comes to consumption, those are all still down, in some cases almost worrying. How would you explain this gap?
So there are a few issues. One is if you look at sectors which were struggling because China was exporting a lot, those sectors have started doing well because China is no longer exporting as much as it used to earlier. The second point is if you look at sectors which are dependent on infrastructure, they've started doing better because the government has announced a lot of infrastructure investment. Year on year, the infrastructure investment is growing, so which is positive. Then you have sectors which are high contact sectors, right? Like hospitality, restaurants, travel, tourism. They've been impacted the most by all three waves of the pandemic. They are largely local businesses impacted by local issues and very, very local issues. Oftentimes it's not what happens in India, but what happens in your district, which matters because of the lockdowns and various other things. I think they've suffered. A lot of disruption is taking place in those sectors as well. So that's an area which we need to look at because they employ more than 10 million people. So there are issues, I would say, sectors which are high contact sectors, informal sectors, because there's a formalization of the economy happening and that is impacting the informal sectors and the MSME. Even in MSME, some have done well, but there are some who've certainly struggled. So I think there are pockets in the economy which need support.
Okay, and last question very quickly. You believe that the government has the financial or the fiscal leverage to provide some support?
I think so. I think the fiscal deficit has been as planned. Tax collections are increasing. If you look at GST collections, it's pretty strong still, and we've not yet fully into a recovery. So I think there is room. We just need to decide the glide path. There needs to be a glide path to fiscal deficit levels that we want to chase in the medium to long term. But we should manage the glide path in a manner that we don't derail the recovery.
Okay. All right. Well, great to have you on, Mr. Narendran. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. We'll again connect to you after the budget speech. Let's now go across to my colleague Sam Daniel, who's been waiting patiently, where obviously startups have been a big success story for India during the pandemic. And he's got somebody with him from the world of startups. Over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Vasu. We come to you from MacApp Studio, a 10-year-long startup, which is now $5 million turnover company. Thank you very much, George, the founder and the CTO. Yes. Your expectations?
Three major things, expectations from this budget, Sam. First one is in terms of reduction in tax rates for us as a company. Second one is provision of credit to help us in the cash flow because it has been a tough period for the last 2 to 3 years. Third one is ease of compliance for startups. So from a tax rate perspective, if you see, we have a 30% tax rate for income above, for profits above 50 lakh rupees, which is a bit high for us as corporate. Second one is GST rates for technology services, 18%. We certainly expect a certain amount of reduction in these two. Second aspect is related to the provision of cash flow, by providing some credits for companies who have been regular in terms of GST, tax filing and so. All this data is with the government. So they can provide us with cash credit facility for tiding over this crisis period of this last 2 years. A lot of startups have been affected and this move can help us very much to tide over this crisis. The third one is in terms of compliance, Sam. So government has already announced a lot of relaxation in compliance. Definitely 3-year periods in a startup, if they are allowing exemption in terms of tax filing, provision of flexibilities in PFs, labor and other compliance, startups can focus on their core expertise and build up a strong base, which will help us, India, to achieve the $5 trillion economy as it is envisioned by the government of India.
Thank you so much, George. Chandran will come to you again a little later. So, Vasu, a sample of what the startup community is expecting from Chennai here.
Okay, startup community from Chennai. Thanks very much indeed, Sam Daniel, for that. And we're now just moments away from Nirmala Sitharaman's fourth budget speech. What you're seeing on your screen is the live telecast from Parliament TV, which is giving you a countdown for when the session is expected to begin. Now, let's just get quick comments from everybody before we get into that. But we will, of course, come back to our panel as well. But this is now, as I said, the countdown to Nirmala Sitharaman's fourth budget speech. You have her there now. Earlier, these are pictures from just a short while ago where she was at the steps of Parliament with the e-budget, the paperless budget, which has been the trend now for the past 2 years. And this is a budget which, as we've been saying, is going to have to take into account both the pandemic concerns, the attempts to try to revive the economy from the hit it took during the pandemic, as well as, of course, reflect the political considerations of the crucial assembly elections coming up. So most likely there will be announcements there linked to farmers, linked to welfare schemes, and perhaps also announcements tailored to some of the poll-bound states. All of that is something that we're likely to see. Okay, so live pictures there from Parliament, where we've just seen the Speaker step up into the chair and about to commence the budget speech. Let's just listen in.
प्रस्तुत किए जाने के पश्चात इसकी प्रतियां आपको मेंबर पोर्टल के माध्यम से उपलब्ध करा दी जाएगी। आपको ये भी सूचित किया जाता है कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी के बजट भाषण की प्रतियां हार्ड कॉपी के रूप में उपलब्ध कराई जाएगी। अतः बजट प्रस्तुत हो जाने के पश्चात सदस्य कृपया बजट भाषण की अपनी अपनी प्रति प्रकाशन फलक से ले सकते हैं। आइटम नंबर 1, माननीय मंत्री महोदय श्रीमती निर्मला सीतारमण जी। मंत्री जी आज डिजिटल बजट पढ़ रही हैं।
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, sir, I present the budget for the year 2022-23. At the outset, sir, I want to take a moment to express my empathy for those who had to bear adverse health and economic effects of the pandemic. The overall sharp rebound and recovery of the economy is reflective of our country's strong resilience. India's economic growth in the current year is estimated to be 9.2%, highest among all large economies. I recognize we are in the midst of an Omicron wave with high incidence but milder symptoms. Further, the speed and coverage of our vaccination campaign has helped greatly. With an accelerated improvement of health infrastructure in the past 2 years, we are in a strong position to withstand challenges. I am confident that with Sabka Prayas, we will continue our journey with strong growth. Honorable Speaker, we are marking Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and have entered into Amrit Kal, the 25-year-long lead up to India at 100. Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address had set out the vision for India at 100. By achieving certain goals during Amrit Kal, our government aims to attain this vision. They are complementing the macroeconomic level growth focus with a microeconomic level all-inclusive welfare focus, promoting digital economy and fintech, technology-enabled development, energy transition, and climate action, and relying on virtuous cycles starting from private investment with public capital investment, helping to crowd in private investment. Since 2014, our government's focus has been on empowerment of citizens, especially the poor and the marginalized. Measures have included programs that have provided housing, electricity, cooking gas, and access to water. We also have programs for ensuring financial inclusion and direct benefit transfers. We are committed to strengthening the abilities of the poor to tap all opportunities. Our government constantly strives to provide the necessary ecosystem for the middle classes, a vast and wide section which is populated across various middle income brackets, to make use of the opportunities they so desire. This budget seeks to lay the foundation and give a blueprint to steer the economy over Amritkal of the next 25 years, from India at 75 to India at 100. It continues to build on the vision drawn in the budget of 21-22. Its fundamental tenets, which included transparency of financial statement and fiscal position, reflect the government's intent, strengths, and challenges. This continues to guide us. The initiatives of the last year's budget have seen significant progress and have been provided with adequate allocations in this budget as well. The strengthening of health infrastructure, speedy implementation of the vaccination program, and the nationwide resilient response to the current wave of the pandemic are evident for all. The productivity-linked incentive in 14 sectors for achieving the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat has received excellent response, with potential to create 60 lakh new jobs and an additional production of 30 lakh crores during next 5 years. Towards implementation of the new public sector enterprise policy, the strategic transfer of ownership of Air India has been completed. The strategic partner for Neelachal Ispat Nigam Limited has been selected. The public issue of the LIC is expected shortly. Others too are in the process for 2022-23.
प्लीज नो, आपको पर्याप्त मौका, पर्याप्त अवसर मिलेगा. बेटे बेटे टिप्पणी मत कीजिए.
The National Bank for Infrastructure Development and National Asset Reconstruction Company have commenced their activities. Honorable Speaker, sir, Budget 2021-22 had provided a sharp increase in provision for public investment or capital expenditure. Throughout the year, with the Honorable Prime Minister guiding the implementation, our economic recovery is continuing to benefit from the multiplier effect. This budget continues to provide impetus for growth. It lays a parallel track of 1. A blueprint for the Amritkal, which is futuristic and inclusive. This will directly benefit our youth, women, farmers, the scheduled castes, and the scheduled tribes. And number 2, big public investment. Number 2, big public investment for modern infrastructure, readying for India at 100. This shall be guided by PM Gati Shakti and be benefited by the synergy of multimodal approach. Moving forward on this parallel track, we lay the following 4 priorities: PM Gati Shakti, inclusive development, productivity enhancement and investment, sunrise opportunities, energy transition, and climate action. And 4, financing of investments. PM Gati Shakti. PM Gati Shakti is a transformative approach for economic growth and sustainable development. The approach is driven by 7 engines, namely roads, railways, airports, ports, mass transport, waterways, and logistics infrastructure. All 7 engines will pull forward the economy in unison. These engines are supported by the complementary roles of energy transmission, IT communication, bulk water and sewerage, and social infrastructure. Finally, the approach is powered by clean energy and Sabka Prayas. The efforts of the central government, the state governments, and the private sector together, leading to a huge job and entrepreneurial opportunities for all, especially the youth. PM Gati Shakti Master Plan, National Master Plan. The scope of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan will encompass the 7 engines for economic transformation, seamless multimodal connectivity, and logistics efficiency. It will also include the infrastructure development by the state governments as per Gati Shakti Master Plan. The focus will be on planning, financing, including through innovative ways, use of technology, and speedier implementation. The projects pertaining to these 7 engines in the national infrastructure pipeline will be aligned with PM Gati Shakti framework. The touchstone of the master plan will be world-class modern infrastructure and logistics synergy among different modes of movement, both of people and goods, and location of projects. This will help raise the productivity and accelerate economic growth and development. Road transport. PM Gati Shakti Master Plan for expressways will be formulated in 22-23 to facilitate faster movement of people and goods. The National Highways network will be expanded by 25,000 kilometers in 2022-23. 20,000 crores of rupees will be mobilized through innovative ways of financing to complement the public resources. The data exchange among all mode operators will be brought on unified logistics interface platform, designed for application programming interface. This will provide for efficient movement of goods through different modes, reducing logistics cost and time, assisting just-in-time inventory management, and in eliminating tedious documentation. Most importantly, this will provide real-time information to all stakeholders and improve international competitiveness. Open source mobility stack for organizing seamless travel of passengers will also be facilitated. Contracts for implementation of multimodal logistic parks at 4 locations through PPP mode will be awarded in 22-23. Railways will develop new products and efficient logistics services for small farmers and small and medium enterprises, besides taking the lead in integration of postal and railways network to provide seamless solutions for movement of parcels. One station, one product concept will be popularized to help local businesses and supply chains. As a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat, 2,000 kilometers of network will be brought under Kavach, the indigenous world-class technology for safety and capacity augmentation in 2022-23. 400 new generation Vande Bharat trains will better energy efficiency and passenger riding experience will be developed and manufactured during the next 3 years. 100 PM Gati Shakti cargo terminals for multimodal logistics facilities will be developed during the next 3 years. Innovative ways of financing and faster implementation will be encouraged for building metro systems of appropriate type at scale. Multimodal connectivity between mass urban transport and railway stations will be facilitated on priority. Design of metro systems, including civil structures, will be reoriented and standardized for Indian conditions and needs. Parvatmala. As a preferred ecologically sustainable alternative to conventional roads in difficult hilly areas, National Ropeways Development Program will be taken up on PPP mode. The aim is to improve connectivity and convenience for commuters, besides promoting tourism. This may also cover congested urban areas where conventional mass transit system is not feasible. Contracts for 8 such ropeway projects for a length of 60 kilometers will be awarded in 22-23. With technical support from the Capacity Building Commission, central ministries, state governments, and their infra agencies will have their skills upgraded. This will ramp up capacity in planning, design, financing, including innovative ways, and implementation management of the PM Gati Shakti infrastructure projects. Inclusive development, our second priority. Agriculture. The procurement of wheat in Rabi 21-22 and the estimated procurement of paddy in Kharif 21-22 will cover 1,208 lakh metric tons of wheat and paddy from 163 lakh farmers, and 2.37 lakh crores will be the direct payment of MSP value to their accounts. Chemical-free natural farming will be promoted throughout the country with a focus on farmers' lands in 5-kilometer wide corridors along the river Ganga at the first stage. 2023 has been announced as the International Year of Millets. Support will be provided for post-harvest value addition, enhancing domestic consumption, and for branding millet products nationally and internationally. To reduce our dependence on import of oil seeds, a rationalized and comprehensive scheme to increase domestic production of oil seeds will be implemented. For delivery of digital and high-tech services to farmers with involvement of public sector research and extension institutions, along with private agri-tech players and stakeholders of agri-value chains, a scheme in PPP mode will be launched. Use of Kisan drones will be promoted for crop assessment, digitization of land records, spraying of insecticides and nutrients. States will be encouraged to revise syllabi of agricultural universities to meet the needs of natural, zero budget, and organic farming, modern day agriculture, value addition, and management. A fund with blended capital raised under the co-investment model will be facilitated through the NABARD. This is to finance startups for agriculture and rural enterprise relevant for farm produce value chain. The activities of these startups will include inter alia, support for FPOs, machinery for farmers on rental basis at farm level, and technology including IT-based support. The implementation of the Ken-Betwa link project at an estimated cost of 44,605 crores will be taken up. This is aimed at providing irrigation benefits to 9.0 lakh hectare of farmers' lands, drinking water supply to 62 lakh people, 103 megawatt of hydro, 27 megawatt of solar power, allocations of 4,300 crores of rupees in the RE 21-22 and 1,400 crores of rupees in 22-23 have been made for this project. Honorable Speaker, sir, draft DPRs for 5 river links, namely Daman-Ganga Pinjal, Par-Tapi Narmada, Godavari Krishna, Krishna Pennar, and Pennar Kaveri have been finalized. Once a consensus is reached among the beneficiary states, the Centre will provide support for their implementation. For farmers to adopt suitable varieties of fruits and vegetables and to use appropriate production and harvesting techniques, our government will provide a comprehensive package with participation of state governments. MSMEs, Udyam, eShram, NCS and ASEEM portals will be interlinked. Their scope will be widened. They will now perform as portals with live organic databases, providing G2C, B2C and B2B services. These services will relate to credit facilitation, skilling and recruitment with an aim to further formalize the economy and enhance entrepreneurial opportunities for all. Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme has provided the much needed additional credit to more than 130 lakh MSMEs. This has helped them mitigate the adverse impact of the pandemic. The hospitality and related services, especially those by micro and small enterprises, are yet to regain their pre-pandemic level of business. Considering these aspects, the ECLGS will be extended up to March 2023 and its guarantee cover will be expanded by 50,000 crores of rupees to total cover of 5 lakh crores. With the additional amount being earmarked exclusively for the hospitality and related sectors. Credit Guarantee Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises, CGT-MSE, scheme will be revamped with required infusion of funds. This will facilitate additional credit of 2 lakh crore for micro and small enterprises and expand employment opportunities. Raising and accelerating MSME performance RAMP program will outlay of 6,000 crore over 5 years will be rolled out. This will help MSME sector become more resilient, competitive and efficient. Skilling programs and partnership with the industry will be reoriented to promote continuous skilling avenues, sustainability and employability. The National Skill Qualification Framework will be aligned with dynamic industry needs. Digital ecosystem for skilling and livelihood, the Desh Stack e-portal, will be launched. This aims to empower citizens to skill, reskill or upskill through online training. It will also provide API-based trusted skill credentials, payment and discovery layers to find relevant jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities. Startups will be promoted to facilitate Drone Shakti through varied applications and for drone as a service. In select ITIs in all states, the required courses for skilling will be started. Due to the pandemic-induced closure of schools, our children, particularly in the rural areas and those from scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and other weaker sections, have lost almost 2 years of formal education. Mostly, these are children in government schools. We recognize the need to impart supplementary teaching and to build a resilient mechanism for education delivery. For this purpose, One Class, One TV channel program of PM E-Vidya will be expanded from 12 to 200 TV channels. This will enable all states to provide supplementary education in regional languages for classes 1 to 12. High-quality e-content in all spoken languages will be developed for delivery via internet, mobile phones, TV, and through radio and through digital teachers. A competitive mechanism for development of quality e-content by the teachers will be set up to empower and equip them with digital tools of teaching and facilitate better learning outcomes. A digital university will be established to provide access to students across the country for world-class quality universal education with personalized learning experience at their doorsteps. This will be made available in different Indian languages and ICT formats. The university will be built on a networked hub and spoke model, with the hub building cutting-edge ICT expertise. The best public universities and institutions in the country will collaborate as a network of hub and spoke. An open platform for the national digital health ecosystem will be rolled out. It will consist of digital registries of health providers and health facilities, unique health identity, consent framework, and universal access to health facilities. The pandemic has accentuated mental health problems in people of all ages. To better the access to quality mental health counseling and care services, a national tele-mental health program will be launched. This will include a network of 23 tele-mental health centers of excellence, with NIMHANS being the nodal center, and International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore, IIIT Bangalore, providing technology support. Recognizing the importance of Nari Shakti as a harbinger of our bright future and for women-led development, during the Amrit Kal, our government has comprehensively revamped the schemes of the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Accordingly, 3 schemes, namely Mission Shakti, Mission Vatsalya, Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 were launched recently to provide integrated benefits to women and children. Saksham Anganwadis are a new generation Anganwadis that have better infrastructure and audio-visual aids, powered by clean energy and providing improved environment for early childhood development. 2 lakh Anganwadis will be upgraded under this scheme. Current coverage of Har Ghar Nal Se Jal is 8.7 crores. Of this, 5.5 crore households were provided tap water in last 2 years itself. Allocation of 60,000 crores of rupees has been made with an aim to cover 3.8 crore households in 2022 and 23. In 22-23, 80 lakh houses will be completed for the identified eligible beneficiaries of the PM Awas Yojana, both rural and urban. 48,000 crores is allotted for this purpose. The central government will work with the state governments for reduction of time required for all land and construction related approvals, for promoting affordable housing for middle class and for the economically weaker sections in urban areas. We shall also work with the financial sector, regulators, to expand access to capital along with reduction in cost of intermediaries. A new scheme, Prime Minister's Development Initiative for the Northeast, will be implemented through the Northeastern Council. It will fund infrastructure in the spirit of PM Gati Shakti and social development projects based on felt needs of the Northeast. This will enable livelihood activities for youth and women, filling the gaps in various sectors. It will not be a substitute for existing central or state schemes. While the central ministries may also post their candidate projects, priority will be given to those posted by the states. An initial allocation of 1,500 crores of rupees will be made, and the initial list of projects is given in Annexure 1 of my speech. Our vision to improve the quality of life of citizens in the most backward districts of the country through Aspirational Districts program has been translated into reality in a very short span of time. 95% of those 112 districts have made significant progress in key sectors such as health, nutrition, financial inclusion, and basic infrastructure. They have surpassed even some of the state average values. However, in those districts, some blocks continue to lag. In 22-23, the program will focus on such blocks in those districts. Border villages with sparse population, limited connectivity, and infrastructure often get left out from the development gains. Such villages on the northern border will be covered under a new Vibrant Villages program. The activities will include construction of village infrastructure, housing, tourist centers, road connectivity, provisioning of decentralized renewable energy, direct-to-home access for Doordarshan and educational channels, and support for their livelihood generation. Additional funding for these activities will be provided. Existing schemes will be converged. We will define their outcomes and monitor them on a constant basis. In 2022, 100% of 1.5 lakh post offices will come on the core banking system, enabling financial inclusion and access to accounts through net banking, mobile banking, ATMs, and also provide online transfer of funds between post office accounts and bank accounts. This will be helpful especially for farmers and senior citizens in rural areas, enabling interoperability and financial inclusion. Honorable Speaker, sir, in recent years, digital banking, digital payments, and fintech innovations have grown at a rapid pace in the country. Government is continuously encouraging these sectors to ensure that the benefits of digital banking reach every nook and corner of the country in a consumer-friendly manner. Taking forward this agenda and to mark 75 years of our independence, it is proposed to set up 75 digital banking units in 75 districts of the country by scheduled commercial banks. The financial support for digital payment ecosystem announced in the previous budget will continue in 22-23 as well. This will encourage further adoption of digital payments. There will also be a focus to promote use of payment platforms that are economical and user-friendly. So I move to the next priority. In recent years, over 25,000 compliances were reduced and nearly 1,500 union laws were repealed. This is the result of our government's strong commitment for minimum government and maximum governance. 1,486 union laws were repealed. Our trust in the public and ease of doing business is what is highlighted here, sir. For the Amrit Kal, the next phase of ease of doing business 2.0 and ease of living will be launched. In our endeavor to improve productive efficiency of capital and human resources, we will follow the idea of trust-based governance. The new phase will be guided by an active involvement of the states, digitization of manual processes and interventions, integration of the central and state level systems through IT bridges, a single point access for all citizen-centric services, and standardization and removal of overlapping compliances. Crowdsourcing of suggestions and ground-level assessment of the impact with active involvement of citizens and businesses will be encouraged. A single window portal, Parivesh, for all green clearances was launched in 2018. It has been instrumental in reducing the time required for approvals significantly. The scope of this portal will be expanded to provide information to the applicants based on location of units. Information about specific approvals will be provided. It will enable application for all 4 approvals through a single form and tracking of the process through Centralized Processing Center Green, CPC Green. E-passports. The issuance of e-passports using embedded chip and futuristic technology will be rolled out in 22-23 to enhance the convenience for the citizens in their overseas travel. By the time of India at 100, nearly half our population is likely to be living in urban areas. To prepare for this, orderly urban development is of critical importance. This will help realize the country's economic potential, including livelihood opportunities for the demographic dividend. For this, on the one hand, we need to nurture the megacities and their hinterlands to become current centers of economic growth. On the other, we need to facilitate Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities to take on the mantle in the future. This would require us to reimagine our cities into centers of sustainable living with opportunities for all, including women and our youth. For this to happen, urban planning cannot continue with a business as usual approach. We plan to steer a paradigm change. A high-level committee of reputed urban planners, urban economists, and institutions will be formed to make recommendations on urban sector policies, capacity building, planning, implementation, and governance. For urban capacity building, support will be provided to the states. Modernization of building bylaws, town planning schemes, transit-oriented development will be implemented. This will facilitate reforms for people to live and work closer to the mass transit systems. The central government's financial support for mass transit projects and Amrit scheme will be leveraged for formulation of action plans and their implementation for facilitating the TOD and TPS by the states. For developing India-specific knowledge in urban planning and design, and to deliver certified training in these areas, up to 5 existing academic institutions in different regions will be designated as centers of excellence. These centers will be provided endowment fund of 250 crore each. In addition, the AICTE will take the lead to improve syllabi, quality and access of urban planning courses in other institutions. We will promote a shift to use of public transport in urban areas. This will be complemented by clean tech and governance solutions, special mobility zones with zero fossil fuel policy and EV vehicles. Battery swapping policy. Considering the constraint of space in urban areas, for setting up charging stations at scale, a battery swapping policy will be brought out and interoperability standards will be formulated. The private sector will be encouraged to develop sustainable and innovative business models for battery or energy as a service. This will improve efficiency in the EV ecosystem. Efficient use of land resources is a strong imperative. States will be encouraged to adopt unique land parcel identification number to facilitate IT-based management of records. The facility for transliteration of land records across any of the Schedule 8 languages will also be rolled out. The adoption of linkage with National Generic Document Registration System (NGDRS) with the One Nation, One Registration software will be promoted as an option for uniform process of registration and anywhere registration of deeds and documents. Necessary amendments in the code IBC will be carried out to enhance the efficiency of the resolution process and facilitate cross-border insolvency resolution. Accelerated corporate exit. Several IT-based systems have been established for accelerated registration of new companies. Now the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will process re-engineering, will be established to facilitate and speed up the voluntary winding up of these companies from the currently required 2 years to less than 6 months. Government procurement. Government rules have recently been modernized for the needs of Amritkal. The new rules have benefited from the inputs from various stakeholders. The modernized rules allow use of transparent quality criteria besides cost and evaluation of complex tenders. Provisions have been made for payment of 75% of running bills mandatorily within 10 days and for encouraging settlements of disputes through conciliation. As a further step to enhance transparency and to reduce delays in payments, a completely paperless, end-to-end online e-bill system will be launched for use by all central ministries for their procurements. The system will enable the suppliers and contractors to submit online their digitally signed bills and claims and track their status from anywhere. To reduce indirect cost for suppliers and work contractors, the use of surety bonds as a substitute for bank guarantee will be made acceptable in government procurements. Business such as gold imports may also find this useful. IRDAI, insurance regulator, has given the framework for issue of surety bonds by insurance companies. AVGC Promotion Task Force. The animation, visual effects, gaming and comic, the AVGC sector, offers immense potential to employ youth. An AVGC Promotion Task Force with all stakeholders will be set up to recommend ways to realize this and build domestic capacity for serving our markets and the global demand. Telecom sector. Telecommunications in general and 5G technology in particular can enable growth and offer job opportunities. Required spectrum auctions will be conducted in 2022 to facilitate rollout of 5G mobile services within 2022-23 by private telecom providers. A scheme for design-led manufacturing will be launched to build a strong ecosystem for 5G as part of the production-linked incentive scheme. To enable affordable broadband and mobile service proliferation in rural and remote areas, 5% of annual collections under the Universal Service Obligation Fund will be allocated. This will promote R&D and commercialization of technologies and solutions. Our vision is that all villages and their residents should have the same access to e-services, communication facilities, and digital resources as urban areas and their residents. The contracts for laying optical fiber in all villages, including remote areas, will be awarded under the BharatNet project through PPP in 22 and 23. Completion is expected in 2025. Measures will be taken to enable better and more efficient use of the optical fiber. Export promotion. The Special Economic Zones Act will be replaced with a new legislation that will enable the states to become partners in development of enterprise and service hubs. This will cover all large existing and new industrial enclaves to optimally utilize available infrastructure and enhance competitiveness of exports. Atmanirbharta in defense. Our government is committed to reducing imports and promoting Atmanirbharta in equipment for the armed forces. 68% of the capital procurement budget will be earmarked for domestic industry in 22-23, up from 58% in 21-22. Defense R&D will be opened up for industry, startups and academia, with 25% of defense R&D budget earmarked. Private industry will be encouraged to take up design and development of military platforms and equipment in collaboration with DRDO and other organizations through SPV model. An independent nodal umbrella body will be set up for meeting wide-ranging testing and certification requirements. Artificial intelligence, geospatial systems, and drones, semiconductor and its ecosystem, space economy, genomics, and pharmaceuticals. Green energy and clean mobility systems have immense potential to assist sustainable development at scale and modernize the country. They provide employment opportunities for our youth and make Indian industry more efficient and competitive. Supportive policies, light touch regulations, facilitative actions to build domestic capacities and promotion of research and development will guide the government's approach. For R&D in the sunrise opportunities, in addition to efforts of collaboration among academia, industry, and public institutions, government contribution will be provided. Energy transition and climate change. The risks of climate change are the strongest negative externalities that affect India and other countries. As Honorable Prime Minister said at the COP26 summit in Glasgow last November, and I quote, "What is needed today is mindful and deliberate utilization instead of mindless, destructive consumption," unquote. The low carbon development strategy, as enunciated in the Panchamrit that he announced is an important reflection of our government's strong commitment towards sustainable development. The strategy opens up huge employment opportunities and will take the country on a sustainable development path. This budget proposes several near-term and long-term actions accordingly. Solar power. To facilitate domestic manufacturing for the ambitious goal of 280 gigawatts of installed solar capacity by 2030, an additional allocation of 19,500 crores for PLI, production-linked incentives, for manufacturing of high-efficiency modules with priority to fully integrate manufacturing units from polysilicon to solar PV modules will be made. Honorable Speaker, sir, the circular economy transition is expected to help in productivity enhancement as well as creating large opportunities for new businesses and jobs. The action plans for 10 sectors such as electronic waste, end-of-life vehicles, used oil waste, toxic and hazardous industrial waste are already ready. The focus will now be on addressing important cross-cutting issues of infrastructure, reverse logistics, technology upgradation, and integration with informal sector. This will be supported by active public policies covering regulations, extended producers' responsibilities, framework, and innovation facilities. 5 to 7% biomass pellets will be co-fired in thermal power plants, resulting in carbon dioxide savings of 38 MMT annually. This will also provide extra income to farmers and job opportunities to locals and help avoid stubble burning in agricultural fields. Saving energy is an important aspect of the energy management. Hence, energy efficiency and savings measures will be promoted. This will be done in large commercial buildings through the energy service company business model. It will facilitate capacity building and awareness for energy audits, performance contracts, and common measurement of and verification protocol. 4 pilot projects for coal gasification and conversion of coal into chemicals required for the industry will be set up to evolve technical and financial viability. The policies and required legislative changes to promote agroforestry and private forestry will be brought in. In addition, financial support will be provided to farmers belonging to scheduled castes and scheduled tribes who want to take up agroforestry. Honorable Speaker, I now move to the fourth priority, financing of investments. Capital investment holds the key to speedy and sustainable economic revival and consolidation through its multiplier effect. Capital investment also helps in creating employment opportunities, induced enhanced demand for manufactured input from large industries and MSMEs, services from professionals, and help farmers through better agri-infrastructure. The economy has shown strong resilience to come out of the effects of the pandemic with high growth. However, we need to sustain that level to make up for the setback of 2020-2021. As outlined in para 5 earlier, the virtuous cycle of investment requires public investment to crowd in private investment. At this stage, private investments seem to require that support to rise to their potential and to the needs of the economy. Public investment must continue to take the lead and prime the private investment and demand in 2022-23. Considering the above imperative, the outlay for capital expenditure in the union budget is once again being stepped up sharply by 35.4% from 5.54 lakh crore in the current year to 7.50 lakh crores in 22-23. This has increased to more than 2.2 times the expenditure of 2019-20. This outlay in 22-23 will be 2.9% of the GDP. Effective capital expenditure. With this investment taken together with the provision made for creation of capital assets through grants and aid to states, the effective capital expenditure of the central government is estimated at 10.68 lakh crores in 22-23, which will be about 4.1% of the GDP. Green bonds. As a part of the government's overall market borrowings in 22-23, sovereign green bonds will be issued for mobilizing resources for green infrastructure. The proceeds will be deployed in public sector projects which help in reducing the carbon intensity of the economy. GIFT IFSC. World-class foreign universities and institutions will be allowed in the GIFT city to offer courses in the financial management, fintech, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, free from domestic regulations, except those by the IFSCA, to facilitate availability of high-end human resources for financial services and technology. An international arbitration center will be set up in the GIFT city for timely settlement of disputes under international jurisprudence. Services for global capital for sustainable and climate finance in the country will be facilitated in the GIFT city. Infrastructure status. Data centers and energy storage systems, including dense charging infrastructure and grid-scale battery systems, will be included in the harmonized list of infrastructure. This will facilitate credit availability for digital infrastructure and clean energy storage. Venture capital and private equity invested more than 5.5 lakh crores last year, facilitating one of the largest startup growth system. Scaling up this investment requires a holistic examination of regulatory and other frictions. An expert committee will be set up to examine and suggest appropriate measures. Government-backed funds, NIIF and SIDBI, Fund of Funds, have provided scale capital, creating a multiplier effect. For encouraging important sunrise sectors such as climate action, deep tech, digital economy, pharma, and agri-tech, the government will promote these thematic funds for blended finance, with the government share being limited to 20% and the funds being managed by private fund managers. For financing the infrastructure needs, the stepping up of public investment will need to be complemented by private capital at a significant scale. Measures will be taken to enhance financial viability of projects, including PPP, with technical and knowledge assistance from multilateral agencies. Enhancing financial viability shall also be obtained by adopting global best practices, innovative ways of financing, and balanced risk allocation. Digital rupee. Introduction of a central bank digital currency will give a big boost to digital economy. Digital currency will also lead to a more efficient and cheaper currency management system. It is therefore proposed to introduce digital rupee using blockchain and other technologies to be issued by the Reserve Bank of India starting 2022 and 23. Financial assistance to states for capital investment. Reflecting the true spirit of cooperative federalism, the central government is committed to bolstering the hands of the states in enhancing their capital investment towards creating productive assets and generating remunerative employment. The scheme for financial assistance to states for capital investment has been extremely well received by the states. In deference to the requests received during my meeting with the chief ministers and state finance ministers, the outlay for this scheme is being enhanced from 10,000 crores in the budget estimates to 15,000 crores in the revised estimates for the current year. For 22-23, I'll repeat that sentence for the benefit of many of our honorable members. In deference to the requests received during my meeting with chief ministers and state finance ministers, the outlay for this scheme is being enhanced from 10,000 crores in the BE to 15,000 crores, 15,000 crores in the RE of the current year. For 22-23, the allocation is 1 lakh crores to assist the states in catalyzing the overall investments in the economy. These 50-year interest-free loans are over and above the normal borrowings allowed to the states, This allocation will be used for PM Gati Shakti related and other productive capital investments of the states. It will also include components for supplemental funding for priority segments of PM Gram Sadak Yojana, including support for the state's share, digitization of the economy, including digital payments and completion of OFC network, and reforms related to building bylaws, town planning schemes, transit-oriented development, and transferable development rights. In 22-23, in accordance with the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission, the states will be allowed a fiscal deficit of 4% of the GSDP, of which 0.5% will be tied to power sector reforms, for which the conditions have already been communicated in 21-22. Fiscal management. As against a total expenditure of 34.83 lakh crores of rupees projected in the BE 21-22, the revised estimate is 37.70 lakh crores. The revised estimate of capital expenditure is 6.3 lakh crores of rupees. This includes an amount of 51,971 crores towards settlement of outstanding guaranteed liabilities of Air India and its other sundry commitments. Coming to the budget estimates, Honorable Speaker, sir, the total expenditure in 22-23 is estimated at 39.45 lakh crores, while the total receipts other than borrowings are estimated at 22.84 lakh crores of rupees. The revised fiscal deficit, Honorable Speaker, in the current year is estimated at 6.9% of the GDP, as against 6.8% projected in the budget estimates. The fiscal deficit is in 22-23 is estimated at 6.4% of the GDP, which is consistent with the broad path of the fiscal consolidation announced by me last year to reach a fiscal deficit level below 4.5% by 25-26. While setting the fiscal deficit level in 22-23, I am conscious of the need to nurture growth through public investment to become stronger and sustainable. I will now move to part B of my speech. Direct tax. Honorable Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to thank all the taxpayers of our country who have contributed immensely and strengthened the hands of the government in helping their fellow citizens in this hour of need. So I have brought in a little verse from the Mahabharata. I won't spend more time reading because I would like the speech to get enough time. However, the substance of it is the king must make arrangements for yoga kshema, which is the welfare of the populace, by way of abandoning any laxity and by governing the state in line with dharma, along with collecting taxes which are in consonance with dharma. This is Mahabharata Shanti Parva Adhyaya, Shloka 11 from 72. Drawing wisdom from our ancient texts, we continue on the path to progress. The proposals in this budget, while continuing with our declared policy of stable and predictable tax regime, intend to bring more reforms that will take ahead our vision to establish a trustworthy tax regime. This will further simplify the tax system, promote voluntary compliance by taxpayers, and reduce litigation. Introducing new updated return. India is growing at an accelerated pace and people are undertaking multiple financial transactions. The Income Tax Department has established a robust framework of reporting of taxpayers' transactions. In this context, some taxpayers may realize that they have committed omissions or mistakes in correctly estimating their income for tax payment. To provide an opportunity to correct such errors, I am proposing a new provision permitting taxpayers to file an updated return on payment of additional tax this updated return can be filed within 2 years from the end of the relevant assessment year. Honorable Speaker, sir, presently, if the department finds out that some income has been missed out by an assessee, it goes through a lengthy process of adjudication. Instead, with this proposal now, there will be a trust repost in the taxpayers that will enable the assessee herself to declare the income that she may have missed out earlier while filing her return. Full details of the proposal are given in the finance bill. It is an affirmative step in the direction of voluntary compliance. Reduced alternative minimum tax rate and surcharge for cooperatives. Currently, cooperative societies are required to pay alternate minimum tax at the rate of 18 and 1.5%. However, companies pay the same rate, the same, which is the alternate minimum tax, at the rate of 15%. To provide a level playing field between cooperative societies and companies, I propose to reduce this rate for the cooperative societies also to 15%. Honorable Speaker, sir, I also propose to reduce the surcharge on cooperative societies from the present 12% to 7% for those having total income of more than 1 crore and up to 10 crores. This would help in enhancing income of cooperative societies and its members who are mostly from the rural and from farming communities. Tax relief to persons with disability. The parent or guardian of a differently abled person can take an insurance scheme for such person. The present law provides for deduction to the parent or guardian only if the lump sum payment or annuity is available to the differently abled person on the death of the subscriber, that is the parent or the guardian. There could be situations where the differently abled dependent may need payment of annuity or lump sum amount even during the lifetime of their parent or guardian. I propose thus to allow the payment of annuity and lump sum amount to the differently abled dependent during the lifetime of the parent and guardians, that is parent or guardians, attaining the age of 60 years. Parity between employees of the state and central governments. At present, the central government contributes 14% of the salary of its employee to the National Pension System, NPS, Tier 1. This is allowed as a deduction in computing the income of the employee. However, such deduction is allowed only to the extent of 10% of the salary in case of employees of the state governments. To provide equal treatment to both central and state government employees, I propose to increase the tax deduction limit from 10% to 14% on employers' contribution to the MPS account of state government employees as well. This would help in enhancing the social security benefits of the state government employees and bring them at par with central government employees. Incentives for startups. Startups have emerged as drivers of growth for our economy. Over the past few years, the country has seen a manifold increase in successful startups. Eligible startups established before 31/3/2022 had been provided a tax incentive for 3 consecutive years out of the 10 years from incorporation. In view of the COVID pandemic, I propose to extend the period of incorporation of the eligible startup by 1 more year, that is up to 31/3/2023 for providing such tax incentives. Incentives for newly incorporated manufacturing entities under concessional tax regime. In an effort to establish a global competitive business environment for certain domestic companies, a concessional tax regime of 15% was introduced by our government for newly incorporated domestic manufacturing companies. I propose to extend the last date for commencement of manufacturing or production under Section 115BAB by one more year, that is from 31st March 2023 to 31st March 2024. Scheme for taxation of virtual digital assets. There has been a phenomenal increase in transaction in virtual digital assets. The magnitude and frequency of these transactions have made it imperative to provide for a specific tax regime. Accordingly, for the taxation of virtual digital assets, I propose to provide that any income from transfer of any virtual digital asset shall be taxed at the rate of 30%. No deduction in respect of any expenditure or allowance shall be allowed while computing such income except cost of acquisition. Further, loss from transfer of virtual digital asset cannot be set off against any other income. Further, in order to capture the transaction details, I also propose to provide for TDS on payment made in relation to transfer of virtual digital asset at the rate of 1% of such consideration above a monetary threshold. Gift of virtual digital asset is also proposed to be taxed in the hands of the recipient. Litigation management to avoid repetitive appeals by the department. It has been observed that a lot of time and resources are consumed in filing of appeals which involve identical issues. Taking forward our policy of sound litigation management, I propose to provide that if a question of law in the case of an assessee is identical to a question of law which is pending in the appeal before a jurisdictional high court or Supreme Court, in any case, the filing of further appeal in the case of this assessee by the department shall be deferred till such a question of law is decided by the jurisdictional high court or the Supreme Court. This will greatly help in reducing the repeated litigation between taxpayer and the department. Taking forward our efforts to further promote the IFSC, I hereby propose to provide that income of a non-resident from offshore derivative instruments or over-the-counter derivatives issued by an offshore banking unit, income from royalty and interest on account of lease of ship, and income received from portfolio management services in IFSC shall be exempt from tax subject to specified conditions. Rationalization of surcharge. In the globalized business world, there are several work contracts whose terms and conditions mandatorily require formation of a consortium. The members in the consortium are generally companies. In such cases, the income of these AOPs has to suffer a graded surcharge up to 37%, which is a lot more than surcharge on the individual companies. Accordingly, I propose to cap the surcharge of these AOPs at 15%. Further, the long-term capital gains on listed equity shares, units, etc., are liable to maximum surcharge of 15%, while other long-term capital gains are subjected to a graded surcharge which goes up to 37%. I propose to cap the surcharge on long-term capital gains arising on transfer of any type of assets at 15%. This step will give a boost to startup community, and along with my proposal on the extended tax benefits to manufacturing companies and startups, reaffirms our commitment to Atmanirbhar Bharat. Clarification in relation to health and education cess as business expenditure. The income tax is not an allowable expenditure for computation of business income. This includes tax as well as surcharges. The health and education cess is imposed as an additional surcharge on the taxpayer for funding specific government welfare programs. However, some courts have allowed health and education cess as business expenditure, which is against the legislative intent. To reiterate the legislative intent, I propose to clarify that any surcharge or cess on income and profits is not allowable as business expenditure. Deterrence against tax evasion. Honorable Speaker, sir, presently there is ambiguity regarding set-off of brought forward loss against undisclosed income detected in search operations. It has been observed that in many cases where undisclosed income or suppression of sales, etc., is detected, payment of tax is avoided by setting off of losses. In order to bring certainty and to increase deterrence among tax evaders, I propose to provide that no set-off of any loss shall be allowed against undisclosed income detected during search and survey operations. It has been noticed that as a business promotion strategy, there is a tendency on businesses to pass on benefits to their agents. Such benefits are taxable in the hands of the agents. In order to track such transactions, I propose to provide for tax deduction by the person giving benefits if the aggregate value of such benefits exceeds 20,000 rupees during the financial year. A few other changes are being made, the details of which are there in the finance bill. Indirect taxes. So remarkable progress in GST. GST has been a landmark reform of independent India, showcasing the spirit of cooperative federalism. While aspirations were high, there were huge challenges too. These challenges were overcome deftly and painstakingly under the guidance and the oversight of the GST Council. We can now take pride in a fully IT-driven and progressive GST regime that has fulfilled the cherished dream of India as one market, one tax. There are still some challenges remaining, and we aspire to meet them in the coming year. The right balance between facilitation and enforcement has engendered significantly better compliance, and enforcement has engendered better compliance. GST revenues are buoyant despite the pandemic. I would bring in something which I've got to know this morning, not part of my speech, but worth putting in here for the knowledge of the Honorable House. I would like to bring to the notice of this House. I would like to bring to the notice of this House that the gross GST collections for the month of January 22 are rupees 1,40,986 crores, which is the highest since the inception of GST. This has been possible due to rapid economic growth, recovery, post-COVID, this This has been possible due to the rapid economic recovery post-COVID, as well as various policy and administration undertaken by central and state tax administrations. Taxpayers deserve applause for this growth. Not only did they adapt to the changes, but enthusiastically contributed to the cost of paying taxes. Special economic zones. In part A of my speech, I have referred to the proposed reforms in SEZs. Alongside, we will also undertake reforms in customs administration of SEZs, and it shall henceforth be fully IT-driven and function on the customs national portal with a focus on higher facilitation and with only risk-based checks. This will ease doing business by SEZ units considerably. This reform shall be implemented by 30th September 2022. Customs reforms and duty rate changes. Customs administration has reinvented itself over the years through liberalized procedures and infusion of technology. Faceless customs has been fully established. During COVID-19 pandemic, customs formation have done exceptional frontline work against all odds, displaying agility and purpose. Customs reforms have played a very vital role in domestic capacity creation, providing level playing field to our MSMEs, easing the raw material supply side constraints, enhancing ease of doing business, and being an enabler to other policy initiatives such as PLI and phased manufacturing plans. My proposal on customs side are aligned to these objectives. Project imports and capital goods. National Capital Goods Policy 2016 aims at doubling the production of capital goods by 2025. This would create an employment opportunities and result in increased economic activity. However, several duty exemptions, even extending to over 3 decades, in some cases have been granted to capital goods for various sectors like power, fertilizer, textiles, leather footwear, food processing, and fertilizers. These exemptions have hindered the growth of the domestic capital goods sector. Similarly, project import duty concessions have also deprived the local producers of a level playing field in areas like coal mining projects, power generation, transmission or distribution projects, railway and metro projects. Our experience suggests that reasonable tariffs are conducive to the growth of domestic industry and make in India without significantly impacting the cost of essential imports. Accordingly, Honourable Speaker, Sir, it is proposed to phase out the concessional rates in capital goods and project imports gradually and apply a moderate tariff of 7.5%. Certain exemptions for advanced machineries that are not manufactured within the country shall continue. A few exemptions are being introduced on inputs like specialized castings, ball screw, and linear motion guide to encourage domestic manufacturing of capital goods. In the last 2 budgets, we have rationalized several customs exemptions. We have once again carried out an extensive consultation, including by crowdsourcing. As a result of these consultations, more than 350 exemption entries are proposed to be gradually phased out. These include exemptions on certain agricultural produce, chemicals, fabrics, medical devices and drugs, and medicines for which sufficient domestic capacity exists. Further, as a simplification measure, several concessional rates are being incorporated in the customs tariff schedule itself instead of prescribing them through various notifications. This comprehensive review will simplify the customs rate and tariff structure, particularly for sectors like chemicals, textiles, and metals, and minimize disputes. Removal of exemption on items which are or can be manufactured in India, and providing concessional duties on raw material that go into manufacturing of intermediate products will go many a step forward in achieving our objective of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. I shall now take up specific sector-specific proposals. Electronics. Electronic manufacturing has been growing rapidly. Customs duty rates are being calibrated to provide a graded rate structure to facilitate domestic manufacturing of wearable devices, hearable devices, and electronic smart meters. Duty concessions are being given to parts of transformer of mobile phone chargers and camera lens of mobile camera module and certain other such items. This will enable domestic manufacturing of high-growth electronic items. Gems and jewelry. To give a boost to the gems and jewelry sector, customs duty on cut and polished diamonds and gemstones is being reduced to 5%. Simply sawn diamond would attract nil customs duty. To facilitate export of jewelry through e-commerce, a simplified regulatory framework shall be implemented by June this year. To disincentivize import of undervalued imitation jewelry, the customs duty on imitation jewelry is being prescribed in a manner that a duty of at least 400 rupees per kg is paid on its import. Chemicals. Customs duty on certain critical chemicals, namely methanol, acetic acid, and heavy feedstocks for petroleum refining are being reduced, while duty is being raised on sodium cyanide, for which adequate capacity in the domestic arena exists. These changes will help in enhancing domestic value addition. MSMEs. Duty on umbrellas is being raised to 20%. Exemption to parts of umbrellas is being withdrawn. Exemption is also being rationalized on implements and tools for agricultural sector which are manufactured in India. Customs duty exemption given to steel scrap last year is being extended for another year to provide relief to MSME secondary steel producers. Certain anti-dumping and CVD on stainless steel and coated steel flat products, bars of alloy steel and high-speed steel are being revoked in larger public interest considering prevailing high prices of metals. To incentivize exports, exemptions are being provided on items such as embellishment, trimmings, fasteners, buttons, zipper, lining material, specified leather, furniture fittings, and packaging boxes that may be needed by bona fide exporters of handicrafts, textiles, leather garments, leather footwear, and other goods. Honorable Speaker, sir, duty is being reduced on certain inputs required for shrimp aquaculture so as to promote its exports. Tariff measure to encourage blending of fuel. Blending of fuel is a priority for this government. To encourage the efforts for blending of fuel, unblended fuel shall attract an additional differential excise duty of Rs 2 per litre from first day of October 22. A few other changes are being made in duty rates, customs, tariff and customs law, the details of which are there in the finance bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, with these words, I commend the budget to this august House. Thank you.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management FRBM Act 2003, Medium-Term Fiscal Policy cum Fiscal Policy Strategy Statement and Macroeconomic Framework Statement.
Item number 3, वित्त विधेयक 2020 निर्मला सीतारमण जी।
Sir, item number 3, Finance Bill. Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2022.
प्रश्न ये कि वित्त विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ कहें, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना कहें। मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में। माननीय मंत्री जी, वित्त विधेयक को पुनर्स्थापित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2022 को 4:30 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Co-powered. The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the people, with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ। मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकता हाँ। I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not sorry Mingawas.
हाँ, डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत सेवात्मक प्रस्तुत कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
Welcome back to NDTV's big coverage of Union Budget 2022, which just wrapped up a short while ago, just a few moments ago. Nirmala Sitharaman completing her fourth budget speech. This was a speech which was actually shorter than the previous durations of her speeches, where she's often even crossed 90 minutes, 2 hours. This time it was just about, she started at 11 in the morning, dot on time, and finished just about at 12:30. So it was a brief speech compared to some of her earlier speeches, and given the context of the pandemic, given the context of the elections, there was quite a lot to unpack here. Let's look at the main takeaways from the speech so far, and of course we're going to now analyze it over the next several hours, but the big takeaways from the speech, one of them is of course the fact that there has been a national Gati Shakti, the PM Gati Shakti. She said that is the 7 engines on which this budget is based, which includes roads, railways, IT, water, social infrastructure, and so on. And that, she says, is going to create 60 lakhs jobs over the next 25 years. That's 2.4 lakh jobs a year. Didn't specify whether these are government jobs or private sector jobs. Also 400 Vande Bharat trains and 100 cargo new terminals in the next 3 years as well, including increased outlays for water in every particular household. Now, the big announcements in this budget. One is that the government has boosted its total expenditure, what is called capital expenditure by the government has been boosted. That has now gone up to almost 39 lakh crores is the boost in the amount that the government is going to be spending. And also the revenue the government is going to be earning projected is almost 24 lakh crores. So that's one of the big headlines about the enhanced government spending that is going to happen in this budget. Also the fiscal deficit she has announced in the budget. She says the fiscal deficit for the previous year has been revised from 6.8% to 6.9%. So she's acknowledged that we have breached last year's cap, which is perhaps understandable given the fact that there was extra expenses during the pandemic year. And for the coming financial year, she says it is at 6.4%. So it's coming down from 6.9 to 6.4%. The other big announcement, or the lack of the announcement, is of course on taxes, with the government or the finance minister not at all announcing anything to do with income tax. So it appears for the moment that the tax slabs remain unchanged, though of course once the budget documents are published there will be more clarity on that. The other big headline though as far as taxes is concerned is that the government has put a 30% tax on digital assets. So number one, the government says that they will come up with their own digital currency. On the other hand, a 30% tax on digital assets, virtual digital assets. Any transfer of such assets will be taxed at 30%. Big question, of course, everyone is asking is, does this include or does this mean cryptocurrency as well? So these are all the big announcements coming from the budget 2022, and of course we'll keep bringing you more details as and when we continue to dive into our programming. Let's just start getting you first reactions on the speech. Let's go straight across to Sachit Jolly. He's a corporate lawyer, he's a tax expert. Thanks very much indeed, Sachit. Good to have you on moments after the speech. Sachit, first comments from you. Number one, no reference to taxation. Does that mean that tax slabs have not been changed just like last year? And number two, this big 30% tax on digital assets, what does it mean?
Vasu, to your first point, when the finance minister doesn't speak anything on taxes, that means there is a devil in the detail. If you remember when the Vodafone retrospective amendment came, the finance minister never said anything in the budget speech. So I think that really doesn't matter. We'll have to look at the details and see what happens. But on the crypto tax, it appears that the legislature and the government has brought in a special classification called virtual or digital assets, and that will cover cryptocurrencies, which have been taxed at 30%, no set-off for losses, no expenditure deduction against it. That means you have a 30% flat tax. There's a TDS at 1%. I don't know how that will work out in terms of whether you'll get credit or not. All this will have to be seen. But you rightly pointed out there seems to be a dichotomy in the budget, that on one hand you want to introduce your own currency, but then create a separate class of currency and call them crypto assets. I mean, it's difficult to fathom what is the direction of the budget on that in this regard then.
Okay. But is it safe to say, because a lot of our viewers would be tuning in just now, Sachit, so just two important things you said. One is you said that as far as taxation goes, particularly income tax, personal taxation, don't draw any assumptions yet, because there could be, as you said, the detail in the budget papers, that there actually may be some changes to the tax slabs which we don't know about. But the other is on this taxing of digital assets, you're saying that it could mean cryptocurrency. It's not just things like NFTs and so on.
Well, I think the word used by the finance minister was blockchain at some point of time. And I would believe that when they say crypto assets, they said virtual/digital assets, they would, in my view, include crypto assets as well. So it appears that they want to tax it at a flat 30% to discourage non-government rupee, which they are going to introduce through RBI, while the digital rupee will be treated as currency and can never be treated as an asset. So I think they'll create two distinct classes in the budget now, as it appears.
Okay, and very quickly, this is what do you make of it, though, as a move? Because there was a speculation that there could even be a ban on cryptocurrencies if indeed digital assets includes cryptocurrencies. The fact that instead of banning them, they've decided to allow them, but with quite a hefty tax. Good thing, bad thing?
Well, this is one way of discouraging it. They tried to ban it. The Supreme Court quashed the ban by the RBI. So I don't know how the budget would have brought in an amendment. Maybe they could have. But I think they've tried to discourage it by imposing a 30% flat rate without any allowance for expenditure and set off for loss, while they'll incentivize the use of the digital rupee, which will be issued by RBI. So I think instead of showing a license Raj or a banning technique, I think it's the government has shown that you can discourage the use of crypto by putting such a heavy tax. And I don't know what has happened on the GST front, whether there was some debate on whether the crypto exchanges will have to suffer a 18% GST on the gross value of transaction.
Right.
Now, if that works in tandem with a 30% tax, anyways, these guys they won't survive.
Okay, they won't survive. Sachit, stay with us. We will come back to you in a second. Let me just also go across to my colleague Sanket Upadhyay, who's also been tracking this budget. Sanket, good to have you on. Now, let's just talk big picture first, Sanket, because we've been kind of positioning this as has been, all the other channels in media, that this is a kind of election time budget. This is going to keep an eye on the fact that we are in, election season. But if you really look at it, what do you think would be the big political takeaways from this? Because if one really drills down, it doesn't seem to offer that kind of big bang political dhamaka announcements, whether it has to do with welfare schemes or otherwise, or even packages designed for some of the poll-bound states. Seems to be a whole lot of other measures on infrastructure, tinkering here, there, some more allotment to government schemes. But the political or the election factor, you think, missing?
Well, Vasu, it's very difficult to call this while one did assume that there will be something related to the elections and there'll be a political controversy, and then Vasu and Sanket will have a field day discussing it. But the point is that usually it is in the railway budget that one sees that there are special trains in poll-bound states. That is an announcement that did not happen, or schemes specifically for election-bound states like Uttar Pradesh. That also one cannot see as a key highlight over here. So linking this directly to the elections may not be prudent, but there will be some key markers which will be discussed politically. Number one, as you've been discussing also with our experts, is a clear division between a currency, a digital currency, and a digital asset. I think there was this huge confusion for more than a year in our understanding of what is a digital currency and what is a digital asset. And I think that demarcation has been made while we are getting in a cryptocurrency in the form of a digital rupee, which has been announced. We are also taxing digital assets. Now, any form of cryptocurrency which is in exchange in various digital exchanges the transfer of it will be taxed. Possessing it will not be taxed, but if you transfer it and make a profit out of it, 30% is the taxation. So to bring it under the tax regime, I think will have an immediate and instant impact on millennials and many people dealing with this new monster which the government was trying to figure out, initially banning it and also calling it a sort of a Ponzi scheme. But the government has realized that if this is a necessity, then we might as well tax it. So it'll be interesting to see how the industry is going to look at it over the next few hours. We'll have a lot of industry experts affiliated to the CII where we'll discuss this aspect and also the massive increase and the humongous increase in the capital expenditure. I feel this also needs to be decoded politically also.
Yes, I'll just come to the capex in a second, Sanket, but also Sanket, interesting silence on taxation as such. Last budget also, there was no change in the tax slabs. The finance minister simply didn't refer to it. And so it was assumed there was no change and subsequently it turned out there was no change. This time again, complete silence on taxation, income tax, personal tax. We'll have to wait, as Sachit Jolly said, for the devil in the detail. But as of now, is it safe to assume that once again, taxation has not been touched?
Yes, at least if you look at this budget, we heard the budget, we consulted people also because, you know, budget is usually very technical stuff. Some of the things also fly above your head. But as far as taxation is concerned, direct taxes are concerned, as of this moment in this speech, one cannot make out whether there has been any increase. Now, to this extent, maybe, Vasu, you can call this, you know, a sort of a pre-election move, because any increase in direct taxation would have meant, you know, some amount of irritation ahead of the budget. So that has not happened. But again, as you very rightly said, we'll have to wait for the details of this budget to be able to figure out what has actually happened.
Interesting. So a kind of conservative approach didn't increase taxes because, as you said, that would be politically problematic, but didn't also give relief, which could have given political gain, but then obviously that hits your revenues. So a decision to just maintain status quo, it appears, again, lots of caveats because we still have to wait for the detail. Sanket, Nikhil Dey is with us, of course, MKSS. He's someone who's been working in the grassroots, is joining us. Thanks very much indeed, Nikhil, for being on. Just your first reaction to the budget, particularly in terms of what you're seeing in terms of money that has been allotted or not allotted to social schemes, to welfare schemes, farmers and so on. Yes, Nikhil, go ahead. Nikhil, can you hear us?
So sorry. So actually the details, even for all of us, need a little bit of time to unravel and look at. Some of the things that we were hoping for, clearly in terms of primarily an urban employment guarantee scheme, there's been no such announcement, which we were hoping would be something that would be very important. We had very clear figures that of what we need in terms of Narega, because last year there was about a 30% cut in the budget from the previous year, from 2021, and that's resulted in a lot of pain through this year for Narega workers. And therefore, we have very clear figures of what is needed, but actually we have to wait for part of this to be uploaded. Pensions, for instance, social security pensions, welfare scheme, that's very important. 15 years, there's been no increase at all. And we have to look at those figures. So I am also trying to look through to see, because apart from the larger, what the government considers big picture announcements, the others are still to be figured out. If you get them, I can immediately, of course, also make it clear to you what we see vis-a-vis what our expectations were, because our expectations are clear. But there are 3 or 4 things. I think the sectors that we are looking at is obviously agriculture, and agriculture has a lot to do with food security, Vasu, because it's those 90 million tons of food grain that come through procurement that actually enables people to get rations, and the Pradhan Mantri Gram Kalyan Yojana is done through the fact that there's so much food grain available. We are looking very hard at Narega and foreign urban employment guarantee, whether it's there. We are looking at education, which took a 10% cut last year in the education budget, and we know that there's a whole generation that's being lost because everyone is relying just on online education, and the rural poor can't do any online education and they need resources for that. We are looking at social security schemes in the sense of the social security budget was also cut as a percentage of GDP almost by half. And social security pensions have not been even indexed to inflation. They are 200 and 300 rupees per month for the elderly and for disabled and for widows from the central government, and it's a centrally sponsored scheme. So every year for the last 10 years, we've been looking at that, and that has not increased. We don't know exactly where it lies. So these are the 6 or 7 very important areas which we are looking at. And I will also, as soon as I get the figures, or either you or Sanket, if you can give us an idea, because these have not been the big announcements.
Still in the process, Mr. Day, still in the process of getting more of this information on the budget. We have started getting some key highlights and also what we heard from the speech. But as you're rightly mentioning, and many people are rightly mentioning, it's the detail that we are awaiting. But political opinion has started coming in.
So one thing that's been considered very controversial vis-a-vis all of us and our demands, we've been saying there needs to be a wealth tax, and we've been saying where will resources come for all these social security programs. We've been saying there needs to be a wealth tax, and there needs to be an estate duty, an inheritance tax. And a group of 30 organizations called Jan Sarokar of all the major social movements have suggested that there be a 1%, 2% wealth tax.
Do you know, Mr. Day, it's also important, while you focus on how these welfare schemes are going to be funded and what is the plan that the government has in this budget, one is really interested on how much is the outlay for health and education. Of course, there was stress that one saw in the speech, but in terms of allocation in the budget, in terms of percentage, that has been a sore point and a pain point in this country. So one will really have to look at the details as to what percentage share of the GDP has gone to health as well as education. But you know, Mr. Jolly, one political comment that has come in, and maybe you can build on that and may give us a sort of a economic argument, is Mr. Shashi Tharoor saying that this is a disappointing budget. Achhe Din pushed even further away, no relief to the middle class. According to you, what is there for the middle class in this budget, from what you could understand?
If to people who have children with disability, nothing more that I could hear for the middle class. We were hearing some murmurs that there may be an increase on the standard deduction by about 30%. We also heard some relief on the home loan front, but nothing of that we've heard in the speech. If it comes in the finance bill, well, happy days are here, but nothing as of now that we've heard which will give any joy to the middle class. On a lighter note, my wife was overjoyed that she heard some rebate on the customs duty on diamonds. Apart from that, I really don't think anything. I heard anything on that.
Okay. Well, Sachit, you know where you will have to go after you finish this live with us. You have to straight away go to the nearest Titan store. But Sunil Prabhu is with us. Sunil Prabhu, what are the first reactions that you're hearing and seeing from Parliament? Because as we were just talking with Sanket earlier, many believe this was going to be an election time budget, with some schemes or announcements designed at the elections, but that doesn't seem to have happened. It very much seems to be a status quo kind of speech.
That's right. I mean, of course, the most important point came from the Congress, which is Mr. Randeep Surjewala, who is the official spokesperson for the Congress party, saying it's disappointing for the middle class. If you note, the finance minister has kept it completely not touched the direct budget taxation levels, kept it at the same limit. So for those who were expecting some kind of relief, especially when the fact that many people have suffered during the pandemic, there has been really no response. So that's been the first political comment. If you remember, Srinivasan, I've been reflecting about digital currency for a few days when the cryptocurrency bill was coming about. Now that RBI Act, even yesterday, I reflected on air that I'll be very, very surprised if that digital currency does not get reflected in the budget speech. That has now finally been unveiled. The RBI Act will be amended along with the budget, and that is how that whole process will be set off to be starting from April next year. I mean this year, I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you very much, Sunil Prabhu, for joining us. And just building on from where you left, digital currency, Dr. Aruna Sharma, former member of the RBI Digitization Committee, can't think of anyone better than Dr. Aruna Sharma to be able to answer this question. Do you think, Dr. Sharma, that this is, before getting a bill on crypto assets and cryptocurrency, a clarity of thought in the government's mind on what it expects? We have seen a digi-currency or a e-rupee being spoken about for a very long time. Finally, a budget announcement of a digital rupee. I want to ask you, Dr. Sharma, how is a digital rupee going to be different from a normal rupee? And how do you see its utility in India using blockchain technology?
Because, today what has been announced is an amendment in the RBI Act, which enables them to go for the digital currency, which is going to be completely different from the Crypto Asset Act, which will be coming in due course. So when you are talking of digital currency of RBI, it will take a year or so, because India is way ahead on the digital payment. And the printing of currency has anyway considerably will come down, more and more digital payments come, but then it will be a massive reduction, and maybe we will reduce ourselves to only smaller denomination notes, which will be available in the market. Because today RBI is battling with 26 to 29 lakh crores of cash currency, that is the print currency floating in the market. So this will be curtailing. Second, the international trade the exchanges will become much more easy the moment you go for this digital currency. And third, most important is that there will be a digital footprint of every transaction that will happen. So these are the major gains, but it is an evolving process. So by the time it gets floated in the market, it is going to take a year or so.
But just a quick question, Srinivasan here, Ms. Sharma, just a direct question, this 30% tax on digital assets, does that cover cryptocurrencies as well?
See, the crypto has not yet been defined whether it is going to be a crypto asset. And this 30% tax, what you are talking about, is something, the moment you define what you mean by the gain, what you mean by asset, because as you do in the securities, it's only when you sell the security, and if there is a gain, it is taxable. So something like that will have to happen. The transaction is not taxed, but the moment you encash it, it should get taxed, ideally. Similarly, when you work upon the exchange, tax on the exchanges, still it requires a lot of clarity, as their income is to be taxed, not the transaction. So, and the indirect tax GST also needs a lot of clarification as you move ahead. But having said that, when you are talking about the digital payment, I'm very upset with the SBI announcing that there will be a taxation onto your IMPS transaction. See, the whole efforts were to incentivize the digital payments. This will again disincentivize it if we start taxing at every stage of the transaction. And if it falls on the customers, then it is going to be a real problem as you move ahead on that issue. So that is something which is worrisome, that if on one breath, if we are thinking to go for a digital payment ecosystem, then on other hand, there should be not a small step which is going to disincentivize it.
Dr. Sharma, if I may, just quickly circling back to the question on our digital rupee or digital currency. You are mentioning that this remarkable shift, in payment with the advent of UPI and many of these apps. I mean, it's remarkable the penetration, how it has been in this country. You can go without your wallet out to the market and still carry out with payments. How can a transfer to a digital rupee be any different or advantageous than the present system which is in place?
Well, it is not going to affect the way you transact, but it is going to affect the way the banks function, right? So the impact is going to be more and more on the bank because your payment mode is going to be the digital payment, which all of you have adapted across and penetrated quite well. And it is going in geometrical proportions. But the moment you come to a digital rupee, the banking system is going to change. The physical bank presences are going to change. The way the bank maintain their accounts and everything is going to change. So there is going to be a major change because China, which was the first one to go for a digital currency, is still struggling into for putting it completely into a system. So it is going to be a time consuming because many of these things will have to be ironed out.
Okay. We also have, Sanket, with us Ranbir Singh Pathania. He's with the BJP, and also Sumant Sinha, Chairman and CEO Renew Power, who's in the renewable energy space. Let me just come across to you first, Mr. Pathania. Mr. Pathania, already we are starting to see the reactions from the Congress saying this is a disappointing budget. There is nothing for the middle class. In fact, it's hard to gauge for which section there is any kind of announcement. Would you agree that the finance minister seems to have taken a very status quoist, don't tamper or tinker with anything approach in the budget?
Sir, let me respond to your first leg of your query. What the Congress has said, this budget addresses the needs and the aspirations of women, the aspirations of children, the aspirations of startups. And because it personally pivots around the agriculture-related demands, the middle-class-related demands, that's why it is disappointing for the Congress. This budget is disappointing for the Congress, but this budget is a welcome step for the people of India. This is a budget which is innovative, which is the first digital budget, which is oriented at the growth, which is fintech enabled, which is climate enabled, which is technology enabled, and on cryptocurrencies also, because there was no consensus on it in the parliament. What is the
Pathania sir, one second. We don't want jargon specifically.
Please.
No, I'm saying forget the technical terms. It's this enabled. In concrete terms, sir, what is the big benefit from this budget for either women or farmers or the middle class?
Yes, sir. What they have announced, we could say Operation Shakti, the Operation Vatsalya, the operation we could say Saksham. This focuses on women and children. For startups, the initial for angel investors, the tax has been reduced from 28% to 25%. That's why it encourages startups also. For agriculture also, it focuses on setting IPOs also. So my point is that it focuses on agriculture, it focuses on growth, it focuses on women, it focuses on children. And the new innovative step that we can now file updated income tax returns for a period of, the period has been reduced to 2 years also, sir. So this welcomes the middle class also. Let us go into all the facts and figures. She has just concluded her speech. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has just concluded her speech. This is a budget which focuses on a new growth trajectory, which India seeks to undertake upon under the dynamic leadership of Pradhan Mantri Narendra Modi ji.
Mr. Pathania, what are those 4 or 5 things that you feel are going to propel India to growth, or it is going to, capitalize on the fact that now this is a post-vaccination budget? You see, it's very important to lay stress on this fact. What are those 4 or 5 things in this budget that you see which can really help capitalize from here on?
Sir, just proceeding to the budget, we could say the aggressive vaccination which India has carried on, and which this budget focuses on propping up the health infrastructures also. It will facilitate in creating a sentiment. It will facilitate in creating a demand. Once the pandemic is over, the demand will exceed. We could say the supply chains, the blocked supply chains will also get lubricated, and this will ultimately give a push for putting more money.
Patania ji, if I may,
people will spend more.
Can you tell us what is the percentage spend with respect to our GDP on health? Because, there has been a demand that it should be around 3%, at least 3% in a country like India, if we want to achieve anything. I mean, ideally 6, but 3% at least. We are nowhere close to that figure.
This is what I am submitting, sir. Free vaccination to all, increased health infrastructure once safety is there. Once COVID pandemic is under the, we could say, carpet, and it will increase the sentiment, it will increase the consumption, it will lubricate the supply chains, and ultimately demand will increase. And once demand increases, supply chains will also increase, and it will lead to a push. It will end the liquidity, it will end uncertainty, and ultimately the economy will grow.
The fact, Sanket, is the dilemma here for Patania Saab and likely for the other panelists as well, is that a lot of these numbers have not been actually read out or mentioned in the speech.
That's the biggest thing. We should
hold on, Mr. Patania, one second. Normally, one second, Mr. Patania. Normally, you're supposed to cite numbers, but there has been no numbers cited for education, for health, for Narega, for a lot of crucial heads. We'll have to actually go into the budget papers. But let's just bring in Sumant Sinha with us, and also Amitabh Dubey of the Congress is joining us. Sumant Sinha, your big picture takeaway from this budget, we're just talking in the run-up to it. We are still trying to see what is a big headline or what's a big ticket announcement from this budget. Do you see that, or do you see this as a kind of status quo, a little bit tinkering here and there, but largely no big changes in taxes, no big ticket, big bang announcement?
Was that the FM does not actually tinker around too much, because things are by and large heading in the right direction at this point in time. Demand is growing, the economy is picking up. We're on a good wicket right now, 9% last year, hopefully 8% in the year to come. Things are going reasonably well. We didn't really require anything very fundamental. Now, having said that, what the FM has announced is a fairly significant increase in capex expenditure, which I think is something that we are discounting. It actually increases the productive capacity of the economy and the productivity itself. So I think that is a very big thing. 35% increase in capex for infrastructure development, I think, is a huge increase. That is one. The second thing is she's also talked about giving a massive increase of credit to the states by almost 1 lakh crores, which was only 10 to 15,000 crores in the year prior. And we know that a lot of the spending needs to happen at the state level. So I think that hopefully also puts more ability of the states to do things. Then I think 2 other areas that she's focused on is, number one is digital. There are lots of announcements for digital, although I'm not that familiar with the whole digital space, so I can't comment too deeply. But certainly on the climate front, there has been a lot of statements that have been made. First of all, of course, the solar PLI has been increased. Batteries have been made part of the infrastructure sector. There's battery swapping. There's a lot of things around that. Energy efficiency. Discom reforms were given a bit of a leg up as far as states' ability to deal with that. So I think quite a lot of things in that area. And then on defense, I think as well, there's a fairly significant push for Atmanirbharta in the defense side as well. And I think on tax, by and large, she's maintained consistency, which, as we all know, is critical. We can't keep tinkering and changing with tax issues all the time. Keep in mind also that GST is going up dramatically. She talked about the fact that January was 1,40,000 crores. So I think on the tax side, there's a lot of buoyancy, which gives her actually a lot of flexibility to also therefore bring down the fiscal deficit from 6.9 to 6.4, which I think is very practical and pragmatic. It's not shooting for too deep a reduction, and at the same time giving enough room in the hands of the government to keep spending and that there is that stimulation.
Okay.
Yes, Vasu, there is a document which has been shared by our colleague Himanshu Shekhar Mishra, which gives you the budget estimates for 2022-23.
Yes.
And this is very, very interesting. While the pension has gone up in crore rupees to 2,07,132, defense budget, as was mentioned by Mr. Sinha, has gone up to 3,85,370 crores.
But we have to see gone up from where?
Subsidies which seem to have gone up when you compare it to the revised estimates of 21-22.
Right.
So in terms of percentage, there is a marginal increase. But you know, the subsidy on fertilizer has actually gone down from 1,40,000 to 1,05,000. That on food has gone down from 2,86,000 to 2,06,000. So, and also on petroleum from 6,517 crores to 5,813. This is just a very preliminary study of the budgetary estimates that have come in as of this moment. So subsidies have gone down. I don't know how this is going to be taken politically, because a very sharp political commentary has already come from the Congress party. It has come from the Trinamool Congress, which feels that the government is only interested in diamonds and does not care for the rest. I think some political battling will have to be done, apart from a micro-analysis of where the spend has gone.
Right.
A decline in subsidies is definitely going to, I see this in an election season, going to become very, very politically potent.
Interesting. We'll have to have a look at those subsidy numbers particularly closely. But let's also just go across now to Sangeeta Reddy is joining us, Joint Managing Director, Apollo Hospitals. Sangeeta Reddy, thank you for being on. Let's just again first get your big picture comments on this budget, which, as I said, because there's so much of a silence around a lot of the numbers in terms of allotments, like with healthcare, we don't even know what the figure is. We're still going through the papers. What would you make of this? This is again a kind of status quo, is don't change too much sort of budget, or is there anything in it that sprang out at you?
So clearly, I think I won't call it status quo so much as policy stability and consistency of tax regime, extension of benefits. And this is something that everybody's been asking for, saying enable us to see a consistency and policy stability. I was particularly, positively struck by the enhanced capital expenditure. And that outlays, was a clear recognition of the fact that, corporate consumer demand has to come up. Current manufacturing utilization is still at 60-65%. So only enhanced government spend can enhance consumption. With consumption will then come in production, and from production will come expenditure from the capital sector. So I think the FM very rightly said we have to pump prime the private investment by continuing to put capital investment from the government. I thought that was a very good move, and 35% enhancement in infrastructure spend was a good one. The focus on environment and digital, on jobs and ensuring that employment is an area and a thing. The other one I really liked was the call out on trust. There's an underlying kind of a theme of trust, which I thought was very good. So overall, a progressive budget. Like you rightly said, we're waiting to see the number on the healthcare. My hope is that the allocation which was made last year was a fairly significant jump in the health budget, taking it to about 2.1% of GDP, if you include the vaccine outlay and the COVID expenditure. My hope is that now gets baked into the normal budget for health.
Dr. Reddy, so I have the numbers. I can share them with you. The numbers are here.
Yes, Sanket, please
the budget
tell me.
estimates for 21-22 for health, that is last year, was 74,602 crores, and then in the revised estimates it became 85,915. This time around, it has actually increased, but marginally, to 86,606. Now, obviously, these are budget estimates. As we go along, we could have a revised estimate also. And Vasu, very interestingly, even in education, and this should be very interesting, the education budget estimate this time around is 1,04,278. Up from 88,002 crores. Last year, which was the revised. The revised estimate for education had actually gone down. This is very interesting data.
Right. Sanket, I think just it'll be good if you just read out the health numbers again, because because of the focus of the pandemic, because the increase seems very, very marginal. So, yeah, you were saying it's
very marginal. So the budget estimates for the actual spend, I'll read it out. It's all right here in this document. The actual spend in 2020-2021 on health was 80,026 crores. Then the budget estimates for 21-22 in the budget was 74,602. which was then increased and revised to 85,915, and now the budget estimate is 86,606 crores. That's the budget estimate.
Okay, so just to understand that's a very...
So there is an increase, and that's why I said it wasn't called out, but we're waiting to see the fine print. And if you look at the enhancement over the earlier year, I think we have some room to work with. And then in addition to that, I think the digital has really been one of the large themes which was called out, which will be good. An acknowledgement of a much neglected area of mental health was also called out. So let's wait to see and focus on implementation of all the good things which are there.
But Dr. Reddy, are you happy with this allocation? Because this does not seem to be a significant jump.
There's so much to be done in healthcare, so we would always look for more. But I think that seeing that last year we got a significant uptick, if it goes up even slightly on that, we're still in a positive. And I think the overall target of being 2.5% of GDP can be reached over the next 2 years. That was the target, to get there by 2025. So I think that's good. The one thing which I would have liked to have seen is an enhanced personal tax reduction towards insurance spending. That was one thing that we asked for, and I think we will continue to look for that even if it's not in the budget. But besides that, I think overall a good budget which has stayed consistent.
Okay, consistent budget. If you can stay with us, Sangeeta Reddy, unless you need to go, but because we want to come back to you. But we just want to go across to Amitabh Dubey. Congress party is with us. Amitabh Dubey, what do you make of these initial reactions? I know the Congress initial reactions seem a bit critical, but we've had corporate voices saying the economy is doing fine. It doesn't require too much tinkering. The government has stepped up what is called capital expenditure, which is the amount the government spends on new projects and so on. So overall, it's a good budget.
So Vasu, in the pre-budget discussion we had with you, I had mentioned that we are facing a critical employment crisis, and we are facing serious constraints on the demand side. Now, if you look at the budget, as with previous budgets, this is a very supply-side focused budget. So you've had tax cuts, you've had ease of doing business, you've had all the measures that we see in the budget today, and it really hasn't translated into investment because corporates are not investing despite all the things that have been shouted at them, because there's no demand. So why would they invest? We were discussing health just now. I looked at the budget, and if you look at the Department of Health and Family Welfare, the revised budget for the previous year and the projections for coming year, it's actually flat at 83,000 crores. Now, health, obviously we've had a health crisis. Health is one area where you can do a lot of employment generation. There's a lot of doctors, there's a lot of nursing staff, there's a lot of PHCs, CHCs, there's a whole infrastructure. And last year, the government had announced the Atmanirbhar Swasthya Bharat Yojana, or some very ambitious scheme with huge outlays. But if you look at the actual spending, it really isn't all that much. So once again, I feel that while the government is going for broke on the capex front, we have to see how much of it actually gets implemented. On the demand side, on the issues that are confronting the poor, the vulnerable, unfortunately, there really isn't that much effort.
Okay. Sanket, you wanted to come in? Yes.
Yeah, Amitabh Dubey, so we've heard, we've seen these budgetary allocation numbers also, which have now started coming out. I wanted to ask you what exactly, according to you, should have been the ideal spend on these two critical sectors, health as well as education. You look at the education budget and perhaps there could be something to cheer, because there is a significant jump from 88,000 to 1,04,278. This, given how it has been in the past, seems to be a significant jump.
Yeah, so again we have to look at the breakup. The thing to look out for is how much is going into primary education and middle education, because that's really where the system is weakest. Now, there are, of course, states are responsible, the center is responsible, it's a shared responsibility. So again, it's very hard to say, but sure, I would welcome an increased allocation, absolutely. In health, unfortunately, things are going the other way. The allocation and, inflation is rising. So the real allocation is probably going to be negative in the coming year. And that's really quite surprising given all the issues we've faced and the clear realization and the rhetoric from the government that health is somewhere where you can have a lot of positive externalities. And leaving aside the fact that the health outcomes in our country are obviously not very good. In fact, health spending, out-of-pocket health spending, is one of the leading indicators of people falling below the poverty line.
Okay.
So I would say that it's good that the education allocation seems to be rising, but I think the health allocation is really quite worrisome.
Oh, okay. All right. Let's just, Sanket, go across now to panel. Pawan Munjal is with us. We've got Pirush Khambata of Rasna is with us. Mukesh Bhatani, BMR legal tech expert, is with us. Great to have all of you on board. If I could just go across to Pawan Munjal, if we have a line to Pawan Munjal. Let's go across to Pawan Munjal. Thank you, Mr. Munjal, indeed, for joining us. What are your first comments? What's your view of this budget?
Thank you for having me, Vasu. Good growth budget. Substantial spending on infrastructure. Also around Gati Shakti. There's been a lot of emphasis on Gati Shakti. I do believe all of this should also bring in employment. I'm hoping that most of it the infra would get spent in the rural areas, in the smaller towns, which would definitely bring in employment. I also see the reforms continuing. That too in the states. Clearly, there was a focus on the power sector reforms in the states. I really love the overall focus on sustainability in various different areas. There was talk about the agri sector, there was talked about battery swapping, etc. And most important for me, there was no flip-flop from the previous budgets. We are seeing continuity and consistency.
Okay.
So overall, I'm happy with the budget.
But, I just want to ask you, Mr. Munjal, because while several of you, even in the previous few guests, have come on and said that they're happy with this idea of continuity, but the fact is that we are in the middle of a fairly acute problem of joblessness. Consumption is down. Incomes, particularly of those who are poor and vulnerable, are deeply depressed. And therefore, one needed to hear some big ticket announcements and spending in that direction. Maybe those numbers are there in the budget papers, but they've not been announced yet. So aren't those areas of concern, like even Gati Shakti that you mentioned, this was something announced last year during the Prime Minister's Independence Day speech. It's been re-announced this time, but it's not clear how much is actually being allotted for it.
Right, you're right. We don't know the numbers yet. But the clear fact that there's a huge jump in the infrastructure spend and the refocus on Gati Shakti, I'm sure they will come out with numbers. And as I said, all of this will definitely bring in employment.
Okay, so you're saying that the idea is to bring in the employment. We're still waiting on the numbers, because at the end of the day, as you know, sir, it's not about intentions. You have to actually back it up with solid outlay. So that, of course, is something which has to be looked at as well. Sanket, we have Pirush Khambata as well of Rasna with us.
Yes.
Mr. Khambata, again.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Before we go to Mr.
Yes, go ahead, Sanket.
Mr. Khambata, I just wanted another question of Mr. Munjal.
Yes.
Mr. Munjal, this infrastructure spend has been the key highlight last year also when it was mentioned in the speech. One question that I wanted to ask you is how do we carry out this spend on infrastructure? It's nice as an idea that so many X lakh crore rupees are going to be spent on infrastructure and a PPP model will be explored. What really do you think needs to be the vision to put this in actuality and not just pen and paper?
Well, I'm sure when the finance minister put all this together, when she made this announcement, it is all being backed up by substance, a vision and a method to this whole situation, how to go about spending all this money that we are talking about, frankly, we are looking forward to all this spend and all this spend coming in this coming fiscal only, which is why I'm really banking on this spend, and which is why I'm going on repeating that this will bring in employment.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that, Mr. Munjal. Let's just go across to Piyush Khambhata. Piyush Khambhata, again, it's always great to have intentions, but we're still missing the numbers to actually derive conclusions that this government is seriously committed to ensure that this is a growth-focused or a job-focused budget. Doesn't seem to be too much concrete evidence of that at the moment.
See, I think you are too much getting into numbers at this stage. Numbers obviously will come, numbers will be crunched, but to say that this government doesn't follow action with their words is also not true. And there are a lot of examples we can see actually on the ground. Now, let me take two examples just for it.
No, I'm not saying the government doesn't follow. I'm saying in this budget, I haven't seen, or we haven't yet come across yet the solid numbers to suggest how much is actually being invested in all these areas.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm sure we will see the numbers, but to say that they are not following up with action on what they say may not be completely true. And I was just giving two examples. For example, the Atmanirbhar Bharat package, which was talked about when the COVID pandemic was at its peak. And today you can see that to support Atmanirbhar Bharat, they have announced PLI schemes, they have announced packages in various sectors. Most important, they also seen that there were a lot of heritage exemptions in custom duties, which was actually helping the foreign people dump their goods in India, and the Indian manufacturing companies had closed down. So the truth is that I always believe that we should support Indian manufacturing for Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. So they have phased out most of the duties and are going to phase out. Even the things which were not touched earlier, capital goods have been touched, and they are saying, okay, we'll phase out duties there. And I think that is a good news for Indian companies who can manufacture those products, but there was no level playing field. Now there will be level playing field. So that is good news. Number two, I always believe that SEZ was one of the best policies in the earlier ages for export growth. And now the fact that SEZs are going to be revived along with the state governments is a very positive news. The fact that now GIFT City is going to be the fulcrum for the financial sector services exports in a major way, and the fact that education also is allowed there, I think that is also walking the talk. Now let us look at the commitments in Copenhagen in terms of sustainability that are being followed up with actions on the ground. Now they are talking of green bonds to fund infrastructure in this sector. They are also talking of ensuring a policy on ensuring that the petroleum products, there is a mixture of what they call ethanol. So various things are happening in organic use, less chemical use in agriculture, which also in my mind is very good for the environment. So all these are positive steps which I am seeing. I think what somehow or the other, what probably is being missing out is actually how much this will lead to employment generation, how much this will lead to private sector investing. I think this is something we have to wait and see what happens on this.
Right. Okay, Piyush Khambhata, let's just go across. Sanket, we have Mukesh Bhutani with us, BMR Legal, and also Vishesh Chandyok, who's Grant Thornton Bharat. Mukesh, just good to have you on. So just on taxation, what are we seeing? Because again, we're still waiting on the details from the papers, but as of now, it appears there's been no change in any of the tax slabs. Do you see that as a good or a bad thing? And secondly, the question we're asking all our tax experts on this 30% tax on digital assets, does that mean it's crypto as well, or it's not? What do you make of it?
Hi, Vasu. I think if your reference is to change in tax slabs to give benefit to the common man, yes, there is no change. The underlying philosophy is clear. New taxpayers that have got added in the last few years, the government clearly doesn't want them to leave the tax net, because if you change the slab rates at the lower level, many taxpayers leave an experience of the past. On crypto, I think there's a positive and a negative change. The positive is at least crypto is not considered as a taboo any longer. The government seems to have given a close look at the RBI report.
Very important.
Crypto is not illegal, but it is coming with penal consequences, with a high rate of 30% being considered on par with speculative income, as well as... Sorry,
Mukesh, just to understand from what you're saying, so are you saying that this digital assets does include crypto? Because there's been some doubt about that since they've not defined it yet. But from your understanding, you think it is crypto?
We will need to look at the digital currency bill, but I think the finance minister, wanted to use a more politically acceptable term for crypto. But I think digital currency would include crypto in my view. We need to see the high rate of 30% and disincentive for taxing it as a gift is clearly evident in terms of government walking a cautious path, because still there is a perception that crypto can be an avenue for money laundering, so on and so forth. I also see the rationalization of capital gains for unlisted securities as a welcome change, because this is going to give thrust to the ecosystem of the startups. And finally, the 2-year window for filing revised return, which also includes declaring income, higher declaring income, is a positive step, because under the current regime, not just the period is less by 1 year, but also you can invite penal consequences as well. So that's a very positive change. There aren't very many.
One question that I wanted to ask you, Mr. Bhutani, before we go to Mr. Chandiok. One question is, do you think that this will end the confusion, at least in the crypto world, that it'll stay or not stay? What will it be called? Do you think this ambiguity is somewhat over, that crypto assets are here to stay? The fact that they are being taxed means that the government has a plan.
Well, I mean, there are two aspects to crypto. One is the digital currency bill, which is a regulatory framework, because until and unless that bill is passed in Parliament, the government will still consider crypto as illegal. Second is the tax proposal. Now, if the tax proposals are going as an integral part of the finance bill, clearly the government seems to have given thought to ensure the passage of the cryptocurrency bill as well, which also has to go as a non-money bill through the Parliament. So I think you will need to read both these together. It seems that the characterization of crypto as an asset is clear from the bill, and the tax position also seems to be very clear.
Okay, we'll need to just look a little closer at the papers. But let's also go across to Kiran Shaw, is joining us from Biocon. Great to have you with us, ma'am. Kiran Shaw, first, let's just get your big picture take on this budget, which we're still, as we said, trying to pour through and see what are the big signals or messages from it, because a lot of numbers haven't been announced. Does this appear like a kind of status quoist budget to you, or do you see anything, any big ticket message or announcement jumping out at you?
Well, the way I look at it, Vasu, is that, we are still not out of the woods. We are just about back to 2019 levels. And I guess it's too premature to announce big ticket, kind of budgetary kind of, fiscal incentives. So I guess we were expecting, announcements which may not be very realistic. What I would like to basically call out are a few things. One is, I think the one section that must be very disappointed are the MSMEs and the service sector. Because I think they do need help. I think they do need fiscal stimulus because they've been impacted very badly. We are seeing, a decline in rural consumption. We are seeing a decline in middle class consumption. And obviously they were hoping that they'd get some fiscal incentives, some allowances, some kind of deductions, which they haven't got. As far as the formal sector is concerned, as we discussed yesterday on Pranay's show, I think they are the ones who are driving this economic revival in a very strong way. But obviously, you cannot expect anything more for the formal sector as such. The only disappointment I have is that, I was expecting some incentives for R&D in pharma. And what I find is, although the finance minister called out the need for investing in R&D and blended financing, to my surprise, I find that pharma R&D doesn't even get a mention on the R&D outlay in the budget. So that is a bit disappointing. But I would say by and large, this is a pretty balanced budget because, trying to contain the fiscal deficit at 6.9%, making sure that there are no negative surprises. I think she's managed that pretty well. And I think what I also like about the budget is this whole approach to ease of doing business, through digital trust and digital compliance. I think the government is investing in the digital economy and in the digital architecture of where it wants to go. That's the way I see it. And of course, the investment of, of an increase of capital expenditure by 35% obviously is a big ticket announcement, which hopefully will, spur economic growth and job creation for the lower classes.
Ms. Shaw, one question I wanted to ask you, what would you say about the health allocation in the budget?
I'm actually happy that they've talked about, it's not a huge allocation, but I still think it's important to call out healthcare. I think the whole digital healthcare is important. I'm glad they called out mental health, because that also is another very important initiative which they've announced as a sort of a new initiative anchored by NIMHANS and IIITB in Bangalore, because I think that is going to be important. Again, it's all about digital health, creating the digital infrastructure for healthcare, because I can tell you that without a digital platform for healthcare, nothing is going to move. And so from that point of view, we have a roadmap ahead of us. So the foundation is being created right now. We aren't seeing great announcements in terms of, insurance, although, certain announcements have been made in healthcare. But I think this is an evolving space. So I don't think you can expect big announcement at this point in time.
So you would still maintain that what we hope to achieve can be achieved with this sort of budgetary allocation, or at least it's a good start that we have now started gradually increasing the health spend.
Yeah. So I would say, right now is a time when we are beginning to see some green shoots. We've seen the highest GST collections in January. We are beginning to see the sort of the receding pandemic right now. Let's hope we are not struck by another wave. But having said that, we've also vaccinated a large part of our population. So I, for one, believe that even if you haven't given any respite to the MSMEs, at least open up the economy. I think the economy needs to open up. Otherwise, the service sector and the MSMEs are going to be further hit. So I really worry about this particular sector.
Also, I wanted to ask you, Kiran Shaw, on jobs, because, while, of course, tax collections, etc., have been robust, unemployment is a huge problem.
Yes.
I don't know if we heard enough in the budget about that.
No, you're absolutely right, Vasu. I really worry about these huge job losses that have taken place in the sectors that I talked about. Whether it's the service sector, which is really the travel, tourism and hospitality sectors, whether it is simple service sectors like, the beauty parlors and what have you, or whether it is the MSME sector in general. I think huge job losses, because, these lockdowns have impacted them at a much higher scale than what it has affected the formal sector. So there's no doubt about it. There is a huge disparity between the formal and informal sector when it comes to pandemic impact. And I think that's where the unemployment has been seen. 4.5 million people have been moved further into poverty because of the pandemic. These are not good signs. And therefore, I think, we hope that this capital expenditure that is going to be deployed towards infrastructure will be done fast, so that you can at least create some jobs for, the people who have been thrown out of employment at least the very lower levels.
Kiran Mazumdar Shah, is it possible for you to elaborate on why you feel that the MSME sector has found itself in a tricky situation post this budget? Because, last year we've seen that apart from the budget also, in that stimulus package that was announced, there was a very strong focus by the government on this very sector, the MSME sector.
Yeah. So let's put it this way. If you look at, say, just the auto industry, I think if you look at the auto industry, the demand for, two-wheelers and small vehicles is declining. The demand there is really for the larger vehicles because of, as I said, the formal sector has done well, and therefore the demand for the higher grade vehicles is much higher. So I think most of the MSMEs are catering as ancillaries to the category of vehicles that are at the lower end of the scale. That's where I think they are being hit very badly. And I also think that a number of the other engineering MSMEs have also been hit. A lot of the MSMEs that are functioning in many of the other ancillary industries that have been hit are also suffering. So I think it's something that you have to look at in terms of what do we need to do to make sure that the ancillary industry that supports the larger industry is revived. I think that's what you need to do.
Okay. All right. Kiran Shaw, thanks very much indeed for being with us. Let's go across now. Sunil Mathur is with us, Managing Director and CEO of Siemens Limited. Mr. Mathur, can I just get your first comments on this budget? Again, we're still trying to figure out in concrete terms, apart from a broader vision and a broader kind of idea of where they want to go with the economy, in concrete terms, what do you see which is significant in terms of government investment, spending, all of that?
Thank you very much for having me. I think the direction for the government was set in the last budget in terms of where they want to go for capital expenditure and so on. What I find really heartening in this budget is the fact that there is directionally consistency. And that they have not changed the direction. There continues to be a focus. There is a continuity of the growth story that was laid out last year. More importantly, there is a clear understanding that the only way to nurture growth in the economy will be through public investment. And I think this is where I'd really like to concentrate on, as you say, very specifically. Very clearly, private sector has not been spending too much in capital expenditure in the last couple of months. There has been a slight uptick in demand, and there has been a growth in utilization, but we are nowhere near the levels where we can be and should be. The only way, therefore, to kickstart that investment is to have public sector expenditure going up, in particular in infrastructure and capital expenditure. So I think that has been the central part of this budget, with the 35% increase in public spending on capital expenditure. And I think that is very critical. The fact that they are opening up defense, opening up the railways to much more capital expenditure very consequently, the fact that they are talking about opening up R&D and technology, the fact that they have focused right through the budget discussions on technology, drones, 5G, e-vehicles, batteries, etc. These are critical parts that will talk about growing the economy there. More importantly, public expenditure, linking it to the Gati Shakti program, this will generate jobs. Now, most of the jobs are out there in the remote parts of the country. This is where most of the projects are actually happening. And every such large metro project, every such large transmission project, every such large railway project, rolling stock project, brings in a huge amount of employment right down the food chain, and will also start feeding the micro, medium, and small enterprises as well. So I think the focus is very clear on growth through public expenditure, and that has really been the central part of what they're focusing on.
Sure. Okay. Vishesh Chandiok, CEO of Grant Thornton Bharat, is also with us. Mr. Mathur, please do stay on, because there is a question I want to ask you specifically about 5G. But first, let's get in a comment from Mr. Chandiok. Vishesh, those 2, 3 or 4 key things which you feel really stand out, or what are those areas where this was a bit of an opportunity missed, according to you?
Yeah, I think I entirely agree with Mr. Mathur, what he said. The framework was set last year. And you can't say that this budget wasn't 100% consistent with that trust focus. I think your channel also uses that word, trust. That was the overall focus on keeping it consistent and aligned to the themes from last year. So enhancing predictability in schemes, things like, the FY23-24 push towards the new manufacturing units as well as startups. For example, enhances that predictability so investments can happen. Right? At the same time, people will say, why can't you announce that into the long term? Because you want investments to come in. That's why you don't want to announce it into the long term. I think the clear push also for digital and new age industry support. If you look at, of course, RBI has had that central bank digital currency pilot going on, but giving confirmation that there will be a central bank digital currency that will be launched within the next fiscal in India. The fine print somewhere there was post offices to be converted, into banks, and these digital banking units to be set up in 75 remote rural districts. That again was very interesting. Of course, data centers getting the infrastructure status, and overall that push for infra. Of course, through those 7 engines of Gati Shakti, but also the 1 lakh crore, which I think is a 10x increase in towards enhancing states' capital expenditure towards largely urban infra is pretty significant. I think the crypto tax itself again reinforces that predictability focus, whatever it may be. Yes, by hard to track. How will you track transfers? We'll have to read the fine print, and some of this will evolve over time. But I think again, now what are some of the misses? Of course, people will say, those at the bottom of the pyramid. Some change to basic exemption limits. Some change to the 10 lakh rupee threshold at which 30% tax starts could have been achieved. But I think overall, if we look at continuing the slow move towards the glide path of 4.5% by 25-26 fiscal deficit, and still committing to, I think she said 6.4% next year fiscal deficit, should give us the confidence of the government's confidence on both its collections as well as the spend.
Okay. Mr. Mathur, before I come to you, also welcoming Mr. Sandeep Somani, past president of FICCI and vice chairman and managing director of Somani Impresa Group. Thank you very much, Mr. Somani, for joining us. Mr. Mathur, before I ask you my question on 5G, there's a response from Rahul Gandhi, who has tweeted the first big response from the Congress party, which says, Modi government's zero-sum budget, nothing for salaried class, middle class, the poor and deprived, youth, farmers as well. Is also mentioned by Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. But Mr. Mathur, that point that you were making about 5G, apart from the announcement, in terms of infrastructure, what do you think is required from here on for the smooth transition from 4G to 5G? Do you think we have this in place?
I think the telecom companies have been working on this for quite some time. And I do believe that this is not something that is just the announcement that's happening. It's actually a culmination of a lot of work that has been done over a period of time. Optic fiber cables have been laid through most of the country. I think we shouldn't underestimate the fact that we will probably be one of the few countries in the world that will be into the 5G technologies ahead of most developed countries already. Now, what does this really mean on a real basis? This is not about mobile phones and that sort of thing. This is about really revamping the infrastructure of the country and the way revamping Industry 4.0, the way we manufacture. We want to be the manufacturing center of the world. This can only come if we adopt Industry 4.0. 5G will be absolutely critical to that, to the infrastructure in transportation. 5G will be critical for metros, for railways, for signaling, for transportation, for power. So this is really going to be the core and will give us really a leapfrog effect there. I do believe, yes, we may have a couple of teething problems initially, but who doesn't? But I think 5G is something that we can really be proud of when it is rolled out over here as being one of the front runners in the world introducing this technology.
Okay. Mr. Somani, hits and misses, according to you, of this budget.
So good afternoon. I think for business, the most important thing is policy stability and continuity. And I think the Honorable Finance Minister has promised us that last time. And I'm very happy that she is adhering to her promise. I think it's, from a directionality point of view, it's a very good budget. It continues the government's thrust on infrastructure, particularly on significant road development, as well as the additional 3.8 crore households to be covered for water. There is no tinkering that the government has done, which sometimes it gets tempted to do, and that is a positive. I think the focus on Atmanirbhar Bharat continues in terms of the further enhancements of the PLI-linked schemes, which will not only generate additional revenue for the government in the longer term, but also create significant employment as these industries start coming in.
Yeah. Now,
there's also focus on new technology on the agri side in terms of green pesticides, etc., and use of drones for scanning and giving inputs to the farmers. And I think that's a positive thing to use technology.
So, Mr. Somani, if I can just jump in for a second, Srinivasan here, that this idea that maintaining status quo is good, policy continuity and all of that, and there's no doubt that that is good. But when you have fairly acute economic distress, particularly at the lower levels, when you have joblessness, when you have a consumer dip in consumer spending, incomes are suppressed, rural and urban, then status quo doesn't help. What is needed are dramatic gestures, spending, putting cash in people's hands, ways of spurring demand, etc., etc. And where is that in this budget?
So you'll see, Srinivasan, they've not really been aggressive on cutting down the fiscal deficit. The government continues to spend. There's a 10 lakh crore plus capex. So the government is doing heavy lifting in terms of capex expenditure, at least till the time the private capex cycle doesn't kick in, which shows now signs of improving. So I think the government is taking a bet that they will do some heavy lifting, and in the meanwhile, the private sector will follow. Everything the government can't do. They've tried to, in the last 2 years of the pandemic, tried to insulate the lowest and the most poor people by giving free food, which was quite ample, and it has stopped a lot of issues in the rural sector. They've been giving things of that kind for subsistence. But I think the clear thrust in this budget is to continue to encourage industry to expand, and certain initiatives, although I'll have to look at the fine prints, but the EODB initiatives on the ease of doing business, if they continue to work on that, then I think the process of putting up and running an industry will improve further. These were suggestions from FICCI. We were the first to start this study.
Let me just on this capex, because everyone has talked about the big jump in capital expenditure, which for our viewers is basically the amount that the government spends on new projects. It's actually a jump from 5.5 lakh crores to 7.7 lakh crores. It's a jump from the budget estimates of the last budget is 5.5 lakh crores. It was revised to 6.3 lakh crores. So it's really a jump from about 6 lakh crores to 7.7 or 8 lakh crores, which is still a significant jump. But there are 2 points to that, which I wanted to get your view. One is the overall expenditure of the government is 39 lakh crores, of which only about 7.7 lakh crores is being spent on capex, which is on new projects and so on. That means about 30 plus lakh crores is still being spent on salaries and servicing interest and all of that. So is that ratio still a problem? Secondly, even with the 7.7 lakh crore figure, we've got a tweet from SC Garg. He's the, as we know, the former finance secretary, who's saying the increase seems only on two accounts, 1 lakh crore of loans to states and green bonds borrowing for public sector. No real increase in the government's own capex? Question mark.
So, that these details are currently not available. I mean, I have not gone through them personally, but I'm sure once we read the fine print, we'll know exactly where the government is spending.
Yeah.
It shows intent to, increase capex, and I think that's a good thing.
Okay.
I can't cross all the T's and dot all the I's today.
No, fair enough, of course. But Mr. Mathur, the same question, not getting into the nitty-gritties, but overall, if the government is saying that we're going to spend about 40 lakh crores in a year, but more than 30 lakh crores, close to almost 32 lakh crores, is not going into capital expenditure. It's going to be, salaries and all that, which every government keeps saying they're going to cut down on. Is that ratio a problem?
I think the ratio of capex is not wrong. It's gone up over a period of time. I think we are around 5.5% right now of GDP capex, which is not too low, but it's not too high either. There is definitely scope to increase the capex, and the government is actually doing that. Now, whether the rest of the expenditure that they have earmarked in terms of consumption, whether that is realistic, I'm sure there are inefficiencies in the system that can be taken out, but there are also OPEX expenses that the government is spending in terms of growing the economy. And there we talk about, in particular, there are areas like when you get into technology areas, it's not all capex. There are expenditures on R&D, there are expenditures on growing a whole lot of other parts of the economy as well. Now, answering the question in terms of whether 30 lakhs is huge or not, I don't think I'm really qualified to put a specific number on what would be the right amount. As with most corporates, there are always inefficiencies in the system and they need to be taken out. But again, I'd just like to focus on what the government has really centered this budget on, and that is growth. And the growth that they are talking about is growth through capital expenditure and through large projects. Now, let's not underestimate also the knock-on effect that the 7.5 lakh crores outlay that the government wants to do in capex will have through to the rest of the economy.
Okay.
You are talking about additional jobs. You are talking about small and medium enterprises. This is not only about providing monetary benefits to small and medium enterprises. Most small and medium enterprises are working on working capital cycles of 30 days. So you can keep on pumping them with credit. At some point in time, they need a pipeline of demand coming into the system in order to keep their head above water. So really, the only way to fire the economy is for the government's expenditure to actually increase. And I think that is what they have done or focused on last year, outlined last year, and are continuing with. For most corporates, particularly in infrastructure and long technology areas, consistency is the most important. Consistency of policy, ease of doing business, and a storyline that is long-term, defined, and a clear roadmap of what is to get there. And I think that is what has come out very clearly in the budget on railways, on defense, and so on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Dr. Naresh Trehan is also with us. Of course, Medanta, thank you for joining us, Dr. Trehan. Just your first comments on this budget, because we are still trying to see, specifically when it comes to health, what the numbers are. I think Sanket had found some numbers which seem to suggest that there's not been a very significant jump from last year.
Yeah, I just found out myself because the finance minister did not mention it. But in the budget document, there is a 16% increase from 64,000 crores to 88 or something like that. So it's not a significant amount because, we are so underfunded for healthcare because we are talking about 1.2% and then it needs to go to 2.5% ASAP. So from that point of view, not a significant thing has been done. And overall, there was very little to talk about except those three things, which is one, that skilling will help. The skilling movement of increasing the outlay and the fact that it can all be digital is also going to help the healthcare sector, because we are very intense employers for that segment of skills. The second thing is that we have the National Health Registry will definitely help, because that by itself will let us know where the whole healthcare delivery system, the support system is adequate and where it's not, so that it will help hugely in the planning and also integrate the whole system. The third thing was that the mental health portal, which was an important step in the sense that many people have suffered during this long 2 years of pandemic. And these pandemics are not going to stop. These are just rollover effects. We'll see some coming down the pike soon. So on one hand, we believe that the healthcare structure, although we fought the 2 years of COVID waves quite well, we still need to enhance it and actually strengthen it. So there are 2-3 things that we had requested the finance ministry for, which have not been addressed yet, at least. And one of them was the fact that health sector should be put into the national priority segment, where we can access funding for establishing the rest of or extra. All of us have that ability to go to tier 2, tier 3 cities, that we could get access funds at a reasonable rate. The other thing was that there is a gap funding request also in areas where there is low income levels, where it will be difficult for healthcare facilities to survive. And the third thing that we were asking for is, which is even the most important of the lot, and it would be revenue neutral to the government, is the readjustment of GST. We as healthcare providers had requested the government a few years ago that the patient should be exempt from GST so that the burden on him does not increase. But what has happened is that we have to, as providers, we have to pay 18% on all the inputs that we get. So that it means that there is a mismatch there. Although the patient doesn't pay, but the cost of delivery becomes higher. And then they have to pay for their insurance premium, they have to pay 18% GST. So what we had proposed was either make healthcare a zero GST so that even the inputs we don't have to pay GST on, or put a small charge on the patient, 3 to 5%, which will enable us to do a set-off. And the second thing would be, you can deduct that from the insurance premium so that it becomes neutral to the government. So it's not been addressed. I know it's a complex subject. Hopefully, we'll continue with our inputs on that and the government will respond. But besides that, there is no major big bang change in the healthcare segment of this budget.
Right. And that is a significant point, and we'll discuss this in greater detail. Dr. Triyandu, stay on with us. Ajit Gulabchand, Chairman and Managing Director of Hindustan Construction Company Limited, is also with us. Mr. Gulabchand, your views on this budget?
Well, it doesn't have. My comments are based on the speech that the finance minister gave in the House today, because we haven't gone into the details of the budget document in order to know if there are other surprises, both in fine print or any other things that have been missed out while speaking in Parliament. Having said that, from overall, they've decided that despite some of the restrictions, that fiscal deficit, as well as the fear of inflation that comes, that they have decided to go ahead with a large spend on capital expenditure. Almost 9 to 10% of the total receipts is being spent on infrastructure, which is roads and railways. There are some other hidden infrastructure in agricultural development, another 2%, so making it about 11%. This is approximately 9% or 7% of GDP. So I think this is a very healthy investment being made in capital expenditure for India to lay the foundation for continued growth to reach its $5 trillion economy target. One. Second is, at a time when unemployment has been a curse at this stage, as well as having infrastructure being constructed during this period creates employment, immediate employment. It's a multiplier for other employment that comes as a result of the infrastructure coming into being. And to that extent, I think this budget has done well, given the constraints, because there is always the fear that while you go ahead and spend so much money, you might be tempting inflation to come on. And if it comes on in a big way, it once again stymies the growth of infrastructure and the growth rate gets discounted. So to that extent, I think they've done a very, very tight job of spending this money on infrastructure. It is just 9% of the receipts. It is also about 7-8% of GDP, which I think is a very, very good sign. The dangers apart. The dangers are known. It is either inflation on one side, not generating enough employment to beat the trend is the other. And I think they've done well.
Mr. Gulabchan, if I may ask you, what are the areas where we could have actually made a difference as far as this budget is concerned? I'm not going to ask you to comment on the politicians, but some of the points that are being raised is that there's nothing in here for the middle class, nothing in here for the farmers, nothing in here for MSMEs. I want to know from you, what's your opinion on what could have been done differently?
I think increasingly the budget, while it is meant as a kind of a budget for the year, it has become a statement of an economic policy and economic thinking that they're up to. So what they are trying to do is stimulate the economy enough to get a good growth rate. And this has to be done despite the problems of fiscal deficit created by the pandemic and our earlier slowdown before the pandemic. So when this is the situation, as far as we are concerned, doing something for a class, they have not doled out subsidies by class or by order of people. They have tried to create a situation for the economy to grow. And for that, they have, despite these limitations, talked of a very large amount of infrastructure spend, which is what we call the capex spend. And that, I think, is what's going to help. And they have to also tightly manage, on the other side, the fear that inflation will go out of hand, as well as that the infrastructure they're going to build may not happen fast enough because of inflation and other situations, the disease rearing its head again in some other form, etc. These fears continue. So I think that doing for the overall economy does for everybody.
Mr. Gulabchan, my final question, do you feel that this extra stress on capital expenditure as outlaid by the finance minister, which you also mentioned in the opening comment, could actually start a cycle of growth? More capital expenditure, more employment opportunities, core sectors improving. Do you feel that this is the key, the mantra to reviving the economy? Or so is the vision of the government?
I think what they've understood is the economy must grow is the answer. While you have to do, and out of the 37 lakh total receipts, only 9% is being spent on infrastructure. The rest is going towards welfare and several issues. So putting a little balm on the pain has also been done. But when it comes to growth, to create that growth, it has decided that infrastructure spend is the best. Not only it creates employment during the period of infrastructure construction, but the multiplier that the constructed facilities create also create employment and growth. So I think they've done very well here. What we need to worry about is that another disease does not again come up and hit us again. Second is inflation doesn't really go out of hand to kill it. And for that period, they have shown a lot more fiscal responsibility in what they're doing. And I think, therefore, it's a conservative budget with the right welfare measures and, given the constraints, the right amount of expenditure on infrastructure with a $5 trillion economy in mind at a later date.
All right, Mr. Gulabchand, thank you very much for joining us. Siddharth Nigam, National Managing Partner of Advisory Services, Grant Thornton Bharat, is also with us. Mr. Nigam, what according to you are the hits and misses of this budget?
Thank you. Pleasure being here. It's a very well-balanced, future-oriented budget. I think, we always have expectations that the budget should cover every little bit. But I think if I was to look at this holistically, they addressed build-out of infrastructure, MSME sector was covered, agri was covered. The themes of self-reliance, self-sufficiency, sustainability were adequately there. I think.
Would you like to elaborate on how the MSME sector was covered, Mr. Nigam? Because many experts who have come on our show, even the opposition leaders, seem to suggest that this is one area that has been left high and dry.
I think there are indirect benefits through investment, the capex that is going to happen. I think if you look at the build out of infrastructure, there is a role that MSME sector plays in that at a much smaller subcontractor level. I think it's gearing up. Being an optimist, looking at the positives of employment generation, involvement of smaller businesses into the capex. I think one of the key areas to me was the provision of potable water in several crore households. I think again it is bringing the nation or pushing the nation forward on the development agenda. I think there was also coverage of renewable energy and sustainability as a theme. And again, it's good to see the commitment of the government on enhancing our renewable energy platform. I also believe that there is an indirect spurring of consumer demand that will happen when highways and roads will get developed. Our supply chains will become more efficient. We can take advantage of the length and breadth of the country, and that in turn will, spur the consumer demand. I think the other, big highlight for me was inclusion of the Department of Post, so the post office network into the banking, network. I think it almost trebles the points of banking available to the citizens in this country, and I think that is also going to push our agenda on financial inclusion forward. I think the commitment to reform, the commitment to ease of doing business, whether it's about making winding up of companies more efficient, it is an area where I think we expected a little bit more about was around cross-border, insolvencies. Maybe that's an area that still needs to be looked at as part of the IBC. I think one of the other things that I was listening to Dr. Trehan, we were expecting a little more on the healthcare sector, given what we have faced in the last 2 years. So that's certainly, I think there was an expectation on a little bit more for. But I think the positive around the allied healthcare professionals bill will address some of the capacity building for the sector, maybe not through the budget, but the government's commitment to the sector. I think all in all, the inflow of global capital is robust. It continues. I think year on year, we are seeing India as a country where global capital seems to find its
So let's see. So yes, there's quite a bit there which, as you said, needs to be unpacked. We have Chandrajit Banerjee of CII with us, but first let me go across to Ajay Singh, Chairman and Managing Director, SpiceJet. Good to have you on, Ajay Singh. Ajay Singh, your first, we'll get specific in a second, but your first comments on this budget, do you think it has done enough, or has the Finance Minister played a little too safe?
Well, I think she had plenty of money. GST collections are really robust. And I must say that she spent it well. I never expected that capex will be hiked by 35%, really from this 5.5 lakh crores to 7.5. And if you look at it from the perspective of what they're giving to the states as well, this capex spending is close to 10 lakh crores, which is absolutely incredible. Never expected it, and this should create growth and employment. But I think interestingly also the fact that she's spoken so much about these sunrise sectors. It really is a sunrise budget in terms of the amount she's spoken about green and digital and so on. In pretty much in every space she's spoken on the digital, impact of things.
Okay.
Where, you look at the education, you look at health, you look at skilling. In every space, they've spoken of digital.
Okay,
And so I think overall, pretty interesting, pretty good budget.
Okay, so sunrise sector is of course important, but let's look at some of the old sort of pillars of the economy, which includes, by the way, airlines like yours, and you've been running into some turbulent weather as well with SpiceJet. Is that one area where you felt that the government, I mean, this is not just this budget, but even in previous budget, that these areas of the economy which have been hit hard by the pandemic, tourism, airlines, all of that there's not been enough of a financial safety net?
Definitely. I think as far as aviation is concerned, countries around the world have supported the sector to stay alive. This includes even support to airlines like British Airways and Emirates and Cathay and Singapore Airlines and so on. That clearly has not happened in India. The fact that oil is at $90 globally, and that is the largest input cost in aviation. And the fact that there is little relief is, of course, a matter of great concern. But of course, overall growth in the economy always contributes to greater traffic on airlines, occupancy in hotel rooms, etc., etc. So hopefully, with the amount of money that they are putting into the economy by way of public expenditure, that should assist the economy as a whole. But of course, aviation per se has not really been looked at seriously, and I think the states have some of the states. With the constant advocacy of the Ministry of Civil Aviation, have reduced VAT on ATF. About 16 or 17 states have done that recently. That's a great positive, but much more needs to be done. Certainly.
Okay, I have more questions for you, but I'm sure Sanket also wants to get in here. So, Sanket, go for it.
Yes, one question I want to ask. Yes, Mr. Ajay Singh, one question I want to ask. Do you think that this capital expenditure and the infra spend and the stress on infrastructure that the government has been putting again and again and again is indirectly, Mr. Singh, going to help, airlines, other different associated and affiliated sectors?
Certainly. No question about it, because, whenever government spends more money, creates more infrastructure, more jobs get created, more incomes get generated, people travel more. There's no question about it. This does definitely, and more than indirectly, helps sectors like airline and travel and tourism. These, of course, are the most affected sectors during the pandemic. And while the government has extended, another 50,000 crore rupees by way of an enhanced ECLGS scheme, and that's a positive. Perhaps sectors like aviation really need to be looked upon as strategic sectors where we can create huge amounts of employment by building hubs in our country. Why should our hub really be in Dubai and Abu Dhabi and Doha? It needs to be in India. And to do that, of course, a comprehensive policy is really needed.
Last question to you, Ajay Singh, before we let you go, that because as you were saying that you were hoping for a little more support from the government when it comes to aviation, how much of the troubles that you yourself, SpiceJet, are going through are because of some of these pandemic stresses, and how, without this kind of support, how serious is the problem for you right now?
Well, of course, airlines have to be innovative, and airlines like SpiceJet have actually started a large logistics business called Spice Express, which is helping SpiceJet in a big way. We are working on certain other projects as well. But as a whole, I think taxation on aviation remains incredibly high. I mean, if firstly, oil itself is at $90. On top of that is excise duty. On top of that is the VAT, which in places like Delhi and Mumbai is about 25%. So of every 100 rupees that airlines make, about 25 rupees goes towards government as taxes of the top line. And that's an incredibly high number, unsustainable. And, clearly, if you need much more connectivity, if you need much more air cargo, if you need India to be a global hub, not only for MRO activities, but a passenger hub of the sort that Dubai and Abu Dhabi, you need to make the taxes be lower.
Okay. Well, good luck with your new plans, and let's hope you hang in there. We will go across now to Chandrajit Banerjee of CII, but also just welcoming Sanjeev Mehta, President FICCI, also CMD of Hindustan Unilever Limited, one of our big giants, consumer giants. But Chandrajit Banerjee, are you now ready with the rating for the budget? Because I asked you for one before the budget. Now, are we ready with a scale of 1 to 10? Is it 11 or 12?
No, I'll avoid that because I don't really think that we can rate the budget, but definitely say that most of what we had been asking for and looking for, we see place of that in the budget. And in your show just about a few days back, I was speaking about a budget which needs to be future oriented. Look at India a few years hence, and then create a roadmap. I see that. We talked about a $9 trillion economy over a period of time. I see those roadmaps pretty set. A futuristic budget through finance minister referred to as Amrut Kal. So a lot of digital there, a lot of tech there, circular economy, green economy. So all of that I give a lot of see that to be big important future focused budget. Second, I see this budget to be also an infrastructure budget. Last year was an infrastructure budget. This is a super infrastructure budget with the phenomenal focus on Gati Shakti. But while we had the launch of the Gati Shakti just a few months back, but what's more important in that Gati Shakti, if you really see the 7 engines, but it's a connecting through infrastructure and through Gati Shakti, connecting rural India, connecting the coastal India, connecting different people of India. So those type of synergies is something which I really like in the budget. The other important point which I see, which is for which I would rate the budget very high, is of course the public investment in capital expenditure. Everyone is talking about that 7.5 lakh crore, and I think this was a very, very smart move which will crowd in private investment and bring in private investment strongly. We were talking about what is it that which was holding back private sector to come in to expand capacity. And as you see, most of the private sector, we are talking about capacity enhancement, so stay about 70% or so. This will definitely help.
This will definitely help. All right. Okay. So let's see how it all plays out. Thanks very much indeed, Chandrajit Banerjee, for being with us. And we will, of course, keep coming back to you for more. Let's just go across now to Sanjeev Mehta of HUL. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mehta, for joining us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Srinivasan.
Good afternoon.
Delighted to be here.
Yeah, great to have you. Mr. Mehta, before we get into the budget, I just want to ask you that overall, because the economic survey already pointed to the fact that the economy has started to kind of pull back, in your own experience with HUL, firstly, did you at all face any stress during the pandemic, or were the numbers anyway looking good? And if not, are they now back to pre-pandemic?
Thank you for that question, Srinivasan. If we look at in the last accounting year or the fiscal year, we had a 6% top line growth, and which is understandable because it was very severe in the first wave where a lot of severe lockdowns happened. And if we look at now for the first 3 quarters, we are running at double-digit growth. So if you look at the numbers for the largest consumer goods company in the country, it may look very all right. But we are very clearly seeing, while the headline numbers are good, there is a stress on volumes, especially in rural areas.
I see.
And volumes is contributed by several factors. Amongst them is the unprecedented inflation as well.
That's very interesting. Yes. That's very interesting. You're saying that, sir, because on one hand, you're saying that the top line numbers may look robust, but inflation, which is kind of hitting people's pockets, particularly in rural areas, that has led to some dip in spending. Is that correct?
That's right, especially in volumes, not in the headline spending. And because what happens is when the prices go up, then the consumers do titrate the volumes. They have a finite sum of money to spend. So they would still spend, say, on the essentials, but because the prices have gone up, they will be buying lesser volumes.
Okay, understood. So where you may buy 2 soaps or 3, I mean, you cut down whatever the goods are.
That's right. That's right.
You will be constantly checking. But tell me, Mr. Mehta, because now with this budget, and everyone has been talking about this, that there has to be a way found to spur demand, to get consumer spending back on track. Where is the evidence that this budget has managed to achieve that in concrete terms?
Yeah, you know, there is a philosophical aspect behind the budget. You know, one thing we could have asked for is, could you have more direct transfer of money to the consumers? And that could be done by increasing the outlay on Manrega, or by bringing in a urban equivalent of Manrega, or reducing the taxes on the middle class. That would have directly put in more money in the hands of consumers. But the government has opted for, rather than giving out doles, they said, okay, let us spend more money on infrastructure. And what infrastructure does, if spent rightly, and I hope they front load it, because this will bring in the multiplier effect that all of us crave for. This will indirectly bring in more money into the hands of consumers, because it will create more jobs. And 2 things which have been a bit of sore point for the economy, Srinivasan. One is that the private consumption has been still below the pre-COVID levels.
Right.
And linked to this is the private capex.
Yes.
Now, what this 7.5 lakh crore, and if you look at what the government, central government would be helping the states, you're talking about 10 lakh crore or 4% of GDP. This is a massive outlay. And if spent prudently, if spent front end, this would bring in the multiplier effect and would have a long-term impact on getting sustainable growth.
So let me ask you on this, because you know this has been a talking point the whole afternoon about the big jump in capital expenditure. Now the thing is that even last time the capex amount was not small; it was 5.5 lakh crores. That was the budgetary estimate. The actual spend, according to the government, was actually 6.3 lakh crores. So they actually ended up spending 6.3 lakh crores last financial year, which has now gone up to almost 7.7 lakh crores. But even with that fairly sizable 6 lakh odd crore spend, Mr. Mehta, why did we not see that, if that was meant to translate into more jobs, if that was also meant to spur private sector, capital investment? Why do you think that did not happen to scale?
That's right. You know, let me give you my perspective on that, Srinivasan. If you look at it, we had an acute second wave, which did impact massively the contact, the sectors, travel, tourism. And if you were to look at it from the different sectors of GDP, this contact sector is still below the pre-COVID level, because this has been impacted massively. And one must also appreciate, we say that this has not had an impact. We lost about 7% of the GDP in the first year of the pandemic. And in the second year of pandemic, we recovered that and maybe a percent point more, which is a good bit, something which we as Indians ought to be proud of. And I think the challenge now is, having got that kind of growth rate, how do you sustain the growth going forward? You know, the government, to balance the books, Mr. Srinivasan, they could have done that. Instead of 7.5 lakh crore or 10 lakh crore, they could have pulled back by 1 lakh crore and given in direct transfer of money. Optically, it may have felt good, and it could have resulted in an immediate transfer of money. But I think philosophically, government has said, let us look at what will help us sustain the growth rate getting into the future. Now, let me also tell you the benefits of what the government is planning to do. If we were to invest it prudently, like it is envisaged, multimodal roads of 25,000 kilometers, linking of rivers, this will bring down our logistics cost significantly. Our logistics cost in the country today is about 400 to 500 bips higher than a peer group.
Right.
So this would have another impact on the industry. And I believe that's the reason I'm so delighted. And the other bit, if I may just add, is the neoclassical would have said, bring down the fiscal deficit. that would have meant either raise the taxes, and there was a lot of clamor, bring in wealth tax, etc. I'm so happy the government has not fallen prey to it.
Okay.
And the second could have been reduce expense.
Right.
I'm delighted that the government has been courageous to say, we will keep the fiscal deficit at about 6% till the economy is firmly on its stand, because the recovery is still underway. It hasn't fully happened yet.
Okay. So you're saying those are positives. Very interesting points. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Mehta, for joining us. Let's go across now to Harsh Neotia, past President FICCI, Chairman Ambuja Neotia Holdings Limited, joining us, I believe, from Kolkata, if I'm not wrong. But anyway, good to have you on, Harsh Neotia. Let me just first start by asking you the same question which I asked Mr. Mehta of HUL. Harsh, that as far as your own area is concerned, real estate and all of that, have you seen any shift in terms of between the past couple of quarters? Have things started to pick up, or is there still stress?
So if you take real estate, I think there has been a significant pickup, particularly in the last 6-8 months. Of course, there has been the buyers have been very conscious to not pre-book apartments with builders where they are not comfortable about delivery, etc. So there has been a bunching of demand towards more credible developers.
Right.
But having said that, there is definitely a significant pickup, and I see that sustaining, at least in the housing space. In the commercial space, it's been a mixed bag. Some cities have done very well, particularly Bangalore, Hyderabad, etc. And some cities like Calcutta are yet to pick up on the commercial side.
How are you finding it for yourself, for Ambuja Neotia? Are you seeing, are things looking good, or are you still under pressure?
No. On real estate, we are looking good. I think we are comfortable. On hospitality, there has been a very clear divergence. Resorts have done extremely well, better than pre-pandemic. But the city hotels are still hurting, partly because international traffic is not here, and even big weddings and MICE.
And you keep locking down, opening up.
So, So that is hurting. So I think probably now, if we don't get another wave, we should be back on track.
Okay, fingers crossed. Now let's come to the budget, and let's talk about infrastructure, because that's become a big talking point for this budget, and it kind of broadly links to the area where you're in, where many have said that they are happy with the government's continued sort of commitment to building infrastructure as a way of spurring growth, creating jobs, etc. But again, not to be a skeptic, Harsh Neotia, but these are announcements that were made in previous budgets as well. Even in the last budget, there was talk of an infrastructure pipeline and all of that. Do we actually see that big shift on the ground? Have those promises translated into reality so we can take the current set of promises more credibly, or is there a gap between what is often promised, during the course of the budget speech and the actual action?
Frankly, on the infrastructure front, I think this government's performance has been pretty decent. Not that everything happens, because we know that there are sometimes litigations, land acquisition issues, and other issues that come in. But having said that, I think there has been a considerable, push on infrastructure. It has accelerated in its implementation. And then during the pandemic, we saw relentless activity in many cities on infrastructure. So I would feel encouraged by that. And therefore, I feel that this continuous push on it is very essential. We all know that India's infrastructure needs a lot more to be done to reduce the cost of doing business and generally for the convenience of its people. So I think that focus is well-founded.
Okay. But if there was, so before we let you go, if there was one good thing or the biggest positive in this budget that you saw, and the biggest negative or absence or area of worry that you felt wasn't addressed, what would that be?
Well, one of the big positives I saw is that there's continuity. They've not tinkered around with tax rates. They've not done any surprises. I mean, there was a feeling that they might bring in some further taxation to increase the tax collection because of the deficit, but that hasn't happened. So there's been, I think, an attempt to create a more trusting environment. I think there's also a reference to in the finance minister's speech about the need for dispute resolution in a faster manner. So those are some of the things which I feel are very positive, besides, of course, all the investment. And the negative, I feel, is that there was no specific address to the urban poor or the urban, unorganized sector people, or particularly self-employed people. While there is a Manrega for the rural, probably there was a need for some opportunity for the urban poor. So that I found missing.
Before you go, would you like to attempt a rating? Rate the budget 1 to 10?
Well, that's a difficult one, so I'll give it a pass.
You'll pass. Okay. All right, Anshuman Magazine is with us. Thanks very much indeed, Harsh Neotia. Anshuman Magazine with us, Deputy Chairman CII Northern Region, and also Chairman and CEO of CBRE, which is, of course, the real estate realty firm. Anshuman Magazine, do you want to begin with a rating, or are you also going to play it safe?
Every year I do the rating. This time I'd like to pass, because the problem is it's too early. I just realize every year that when you read the fine print, your rating may change. But you
can always revise your rating if you want. So it's like revised, like with the budget, you have revised estimates and then you have the budget estimates.
I would give
but I'm just joking. Sorry. Yes.
If you really insist, I would give it a 7 rating, which with the caveat that it may go down or maybe after I read the fine print.
Oh, okay, fine. That's your BE, or budget estimate. You can have your revised estimate after you go through the fine print, which we also, by the way, I'm stuck in studio, so I also want to go through the fine print. But okay, so Anshuman Magazine, broadly the same question as I asked Harsh Neotia. What would you say is one big positive for you in this budget, and what would be one negative or area of worry?
I think actually giving one positive, I would say one big positive is some of the indications. For example, talking about digitization of land records, registration. Now, this seems like a very small thing, but can you imagine if you look at today's litigation, what is happening in the country across India, and we talk about thousands of court cases that start in the whole system. The maximum number of cases are on land litigation.
So. Right? But just a quick question. Of course, that's a great thing, digitization of land records, but isn't that been an ongoing thing? I mean, it's not a new thing.
I'm just going to let me finish on that. It's just that that also on registration of land records across India anyway. Now, this sounds great. The problem challenge is it's a state subject and it needs to be implemented. So my point was, if they at least talked about it, if this is implemented, it will have a massive, bigger impact than people can imagine. One is, of course, ease of doing business, etc. The bigger thing is investment coming in. I think this is one of the biggest deterrents for investment to real estate and in parts of infrastructure, both domestic capital and international capital. It will make such a big difference that if this is really implemented, and huge money will come in. So if it is implemented, again, it's just an announcement right now. So I'm pleased that at least it's been highlighted. Now, if it gets implemented, it'll have a major impact. And the other one, there's a long list, but very quickly on data centers. Now, this is again a huge opportunity for our country. It's been given infrastructure status. It's a good start that should encourage, easier funding there. And one other area, of course, I would talk about is that urbanization and focus on tier 2, tier 3 cities, and talking about modernization of routes there. But more importantly, one thing which again has not been highlighted earlier is that capacity building at the government. So a lot of the big schemes which are announced by the government, one of the reasons, there are many others, where they're not implemented is because the government doesn't have capacity to implement. So that capacity building and 5 center of excellence they talked about. So these are 2-3 things which are different from the previous budgets, which I have not seen looking at budgets from many years.
And an area of worry or where you felt that the budget didn't do enough?
More than worry, I would say disappointment that there could be more incentives given for people to invest in housing. As you know, on construction is after agriculture, the largest employer. Employment is a huge topic. I think more could have been done to give incentives to home buyers. which would have had its own multiplier impact on the economy. One of the things. I mean, there are others, but this is the major one. Tax incentives.
Okay, that's something which you felt was missing, and also just in terms of Anshuman, because one of the things which people have pointed out is that while again consistency is good and all of that, but what's the new or the big announcement that's different from the past? Of course, there's now a tax on cryptocurrency. I don't know if that's necessarily considered like a new initiative, but is there anything that jumped out at you as a kind of a big new announcement or shift or direction?
Again, few things like, which seem small, but they're not. For example, the construction industry, which is again a major employer, like I mentioned. One of the asks they had was that when they're bidding for construction contracts with the government, which is the biggest, where the investment comes into construction, they have to give these bank guarantees. So the budget has announced that now they can give security. Now you have to instead of giving bank guarantees. So the cost for the construction companies would come down, but then again you have to read the fine print. There was a talk about special economic zones. There will be a policy. Now, special economic zone, if you look at the total exports out of them, had marginally declined last year. So September, the budget is announced that they will come with the special economic zone policy. I think that should be very interesting. If they come up, this could make a big difference to our country. And no doubt, I would say, again, on the infrastructure side, there's continuity. But at the same time, talking about multimodal logistics, I think logistics was a major part, which I would say that it's been talked about before, but there's more emphasis in the budget right now. Logistics industry, again, has gone through, I would use the word boom, in this case, since last 2 years. And we continue to see that happening for next 1 or 2 years. So the budget mentioning about logistics, I think will make a big difference to the economy.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see. As I said, it's still a kind of work in progress. We're all still reading and assessing and reviewing our own assessment of it. But thanks very much indeed, Anshuman Magazine, for joining us. Let's take a break, and we'll also be looking at some of the key highlights from Nirmala Sitharaman's budget speech.
Employees of the state and central governments. At present, the central government contributes 14% of the salary of its employee to the National Pension System, NPS, Tier 1. This is allowed as a deduction in computing the income of the employee. However, such deduction is allowed only to the extent of 10% of the salary in case of employees of the state governments. To provide equal treatment to both central and state government employees, I propose to increase the tax deduction limit from 10% to 14% on employers' contribution to the MPS account of state government employees as well. For the taxation of virtual digital assets, I propose to provide that any income from transfer of any virtual digital asset shall be taxed at the rate of 30%. No deduction in respect of any expenditure or allowance shall be allowed while computing such income except cost of acquisition. To provide an opportunity to correct such errors, I am proposing a new provision permitting taxpayers to file an updated return on payment of additional tax. This updated return can be filed within 2 years from the end of the relevant assessment year.
I'm a singer, and having performed globally, my dream has always been to enter Bollywood. But as a transgender person, I'm judged on my gender rather than my talent. One day I walked into the studio and the music producer asked me, "Who will you sing for? The man or the woman?" How does it matter? I can sing for both of them. Just me, just transgender, just successful.
Actually, the need from us was there before also for pollution, but not as much. And then when this COVID came, we gave them certain designs for masks, government designs, and gave them some know-how how to make it. And then they made masks, and I think two things. One, the income for the ladies, but then more people wore masks in these small towns, you know. So it worked out quite well, and I think it'll carry on, not just because of COVID, but because of pollution. People have got used to it now. I mean, we sent them designs. The government also had designs on their website. And I think at least 1 million we should have through us at high school ladies. Not that we did it. They self-organized to do it.
Chicken! Chicken, chicken!
Coming! Chicken, chicken, chicken!
Chicken?
हर बात में है चिकन क्योंकि हर बाइट में है चिकन. Introducing the all-new Domino's Chicken Lovers range of 4 overloaded chicken pizzas.
Chicken.
Domino's.
Child sexual abuse is a national crisis. Children have to wait for years to get justice. Join the Kailash Satyarthi Children's Foundation and NDTV in our fight for justice for every child. For details on how to contribute to the campaign, log on to ndtv.com/justice-for-every-child. With your help, we can strengthen system.
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda. We separate fact from fiction. We expose falsehoods. We hold power to account. Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, real news by real journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ.
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ. I have not told you in the water.
प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा शपथ घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए. कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे. सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका. खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका. सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं.
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं.
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम. NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया.
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audiences. Thank you all so very much.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word, trust.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ।
I have not told him in the water.
आप प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Soumya Kapoor, for some.
The farmers' protest has been a huge issue over the last 2 years, and a lot of farmers across the country had their eyes on the budget announcement today, hoping for greater policies for them. And to speak on this issue, I have with me Mr. Yudhvir Singh. He is the General Secretary of the Bharatiya Kisan Union. He was a key part of the negotiation rounds that had taken place between the government as well as the farmers. Also led many of the unions throughout the farmers' protest. We will speak to him for more. सर, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, आज जो बजट अनाउंसमेंट हुआ है उससे क्या आप किसान लोग जो अपने हकों के लिए इतने लंबे समय तक आप लोगों ने लड़ाई लड़ी, आप लोग संतुष्ट हैं आज के अनाउंसमेंट से?
देखिए, आज बजट आपने शायद देखा हो, देश में कृषि क्षेत्र में सीधे सीधे जो है वो 62% लोगों को कृषि क्षेत्र के माध्यम से रोजगार मिलता। इतना बड़ा रोजगार परख कोई भी दूसरा क्षेत्र नहीं है। और बजट में, पूरे बजट में 2 से 2.5 मिनट में हमारी वित्त मंत्री ने उस बात को समाप्त कर दिया। ये 2022 इस पे नज़रें थी पूरे देश के किसान की, क्योंकि वायदा किया था 2015-16 में सरकार ने डबलिंग ऑफ इनकम का। मेरे ख्याल से ये पहला बजट जिसको 2.5 मिनट में एग्रीकल्चर
को सम अप करके वो वित्त मंत्री आगे बढ़ गई। तो बहुत ही निराशाजनक है और पूरे देश में आज किसान में मायूसी देने वाला बजट है ये।
कितना फर्क पड़ेगा जब चुनाव होंगे उत्तर प्रदेश में, तो कितना जो है किसान या पंजाब का किसान जो है वो किस तरह से सोचेगा? अब
देखिए 5 साल में 25 रुपये गन्ने पे बढ़े हैं। इस मतलब प्रति वर्ष जो है 5 रुपये की दर से वृद्धि मानी जाए इस सरकार के कार्यकाल में। ये बार बार क्लेम करते हैं, जैसे आज भी कहा कि गेहूं और चावल की खरीद सरकार ने पूर्ववर्ती सरकारों से ज़्यादा की है। वो कोई एहसान नहीं है, उसको कोई ज़्यादा पैसा तो दिया नहीं, जितना उसका ड्यू था और जो साल भर पहले उसको मिल जाना चाहिए था आपने 1 साल डिले करके दिया। उसको भी ये बड़ा चढ़ा के उत्तर प्रदेश के चुनाव में बता रहे हैं। वही आज पार्लियामेंट में कहा गया। हमारा सवाल ये है कि उसका प्रॉफिटेबल प्राइसेस और जो इनका प्रॉमिस था 2014 का C2+50 पे कीमतें तय करें और जो किसान की मांग थी कि जो कीमतें तय हों उस पे 100% खरीद हो, वो गारंटी दे सरकार, सुनिश्चित करे। उसको सरकार खरीदे या बाजार खरीदे, बाजार को बाध्य करें कि जो सरकार कीमतें तय कर देती है उससे नीचे किसान का जिंदा रहना मुश्किल है और किसान को जिंदा रहने के लिए उतनी कीमत उसको मिलनी चाहिए। जब तक ये गारंटी नहीं मिलती है तब तक इस देश का किसान सरवाइव कर ही नहीं सकता है और उस पे इस बजट में सरकार पूरी तरह से चुप रही है। तो बहुत ही निराशाजनक बजट है ये खेती को।
धन्यवाद सर हमसे बातचीत करने के लिए। सो दैट इज व्हाट फार्मर्स हियर हैव टू से हु वर अ की पार्ट ऑफ द फार्मर्स प्रोटेस्ट दैट वर carried out for a very long period across the borders of Delhi. Farmers today saying that they are very disappointed with the budget, the kind of policies that they were looking ahead for. Those policies were not announced. Their key issues like MSP remain unsolved. The numbers that the government has announced does not do enough for these farmers. In New Delhi with camera person Pujara, this is Sukirti Dwivedi for NDTV.
Okay, so reactions there coming in from the farmers, from the protesting farmers movement to the budget. And let's just quickly summarize for you now, because as the budget has been presented, a lot of the numbers were not there in the part of the speech, but of course they're there as part of the budget papers. And let's really look at where it is that the government has actually spent money, what is that percentage of money, including areas where there has actually been a dip in the spending. And this is again just in terms of percentages, and we'll also get you the actual numbers or the absolute numbers in just a second. Now, these are all comparisons between the revised estimates of the last financial year versus the budget estimates of this particular budget or the coming financial year. So what was actually in a sense spent by the government last year as opposed to what they promised versus what they are now projected to spend. And this analysis done by my colleague Mariam Alavi, this is what it's telling us. Health is up, very important sector, health is up by less than 1%. So very, very small increase in health expenditure. Agriculture is up only 2.5%. What we just heard there, the farmer leader talking about, not very much there for agriculture, 2.5%. Defense up by 5%. Education is up by 18%, 18%. So there's been a significant outlay or a significant increase in the outlay on education. Rural development though is down by 0.3%. So a slight drop in the percentage of rural development. And Narega, this is a big one. The jobs guarantee scheme, very important during the pandemic, is down 25%, 25%. So there's quite a big drop in terms of the expenditure on Narega, even though that is something which has become a lifeline, which has become a mainstay for the budget and especially for farmers and those who are looking for work during this time, has actually dropped. So we will get you the absolute numbers for that. So that's quite a big drop, and that could also be one of the reasons why we've not actually seen the finance minister try and name or cite numbers during the course of her budget speech. So let us now start going back and start getting you some reactions. Let's go across to Preetha Reddy is with us, Executive Vice Chairperson, Apollo Hospitals Limited. Great to have you on, Preeta Reddy. Welcome to the show. Preeta, now we've started to get some numbers in because there were no numbers or not many numbers announced in the budget. And health, such an important area during the pandemic, up just by less than 1%. Are you somewhat disappointed with that?
So let me put it this way that, with health, especially post-pandemic, there's so much which needs to be done. We've realized it, we've worked hand in hand, no questions of whether it was public or private sector, largest vaccination program in the world. Everything has happened in India. We also, on the other side, we have this huge onset of the NCDs, non-communicable diseases are going to hit us at some point or the other. So it could be a double whammy. And then there's the aging population. So I feel that a lot has to be done in the health sector. If it's not announced in the budget, it doesn't really mean that it's not going to happen at all. So probably government has a plan to do more in the future, to focus more, because they did announce the National Health Digital Mission.
Yes.
They've strengthened the digital backbone, which means you have access to data. More people will have proper health records. It will cut the wastage in the system. So a lot of good will happen from the digital space. They have, in a way, focused on mental health, which is probably the tip of the iceberg. So, you will see more happening.
No, so just to say, just to clarify, it's it is there, like the expenditure is there in the budget papers. It's sometimes, it's not read out in the speech, so we can go and look at it in the budget papers. But the net increase in health expenditure, as I said, is less than 1%. And there has been so much talk about the fact that we need to now start spending at least 2, 3, 4% of GDP on health, but it doesn't look like that's happened.
So 3% on, expenditure on health is almost a necessity. Whether it's, being announced in the budget or it will happen as we go along, we have to wait and see. But I would think that with everyone knows about the magnitude of the problem, everyone knows that it needs to be done. It probably will just start happening as we go along. Ideally speaking, for a country like ours, we should be anywhere in the range of 8 to 9%, or we have to start working towards that. And I'm sure that, governments, because it is a large responsibility, that it will happen. And maybe it's not, specifically taken up in this budget, but I don't see it not being taken up just because it wasn't announced.
Okay, so yes, so as you said, at least in principle, they've made announcements which reflect some of these concerns that have to do with healthcare. Preeta Reddy, thank you very much indeed for joining us. Ajay Sriram is also here with us, Chairman and Managing Director of DCM. Is good to have you as always, sir.
Thank you for inviting me.
Great to have you. Do you want to attempt one of those budget rating exercise? Do you want to do from 1 to 10 or hard pass?
I think it's not fair to give a rating because you don't know the details.
Yes.
And unless one gets to know the details, as they say, the devil is in the details.
Yes.
So I think it's better to be a little wary before knowing the facts.
Okay. So let's talk. Let's not get into ratings yet. Let's just talk in terms of. Let me go first general and then specific with you. In a general sense, what has really jumped out for you in this budget, which some are saying is, it's good that the government has boosted its capital expenditure, how much it's spending on new projects. That's a big jump. But outside of that, there is some questioning over whether this is really a big ideas budget. There doesn't seem to be too much that's changed.
I think the way the FM started a speech and talked about the 4 focus areas.
Yes.
I think the details she got into in the Gati Shakti area of it, the infrastructure development about the inclusive growth part of it, I think that was very comprehensive. To cover in detail many areas which will be the focus of the government going forward. One factor which stood out to me in this budget was her repeated use of the word digital. I think this has been possibly used the maximum time in any budget at all. And I think the government's approach and focus towards using digital more effectively, including having a digital rupee now, or trying to make digital payments much more effective. Moving across the board on digital, whether it's approval of company registration or all over, I think that approach on digital is a very, very good, positive area. I think the government is also moving on. And I think this will catch on because this is something which has to be absorbed and accepted by everyone across the board. So I think that's a good direction which is moved on, which is very effective. I think that's a great thing. Second, I would say is this investment on capital expenditure, investment on infrastructure and growth. That's actually the crux and the heart of economic activity, I feel. Good roads, good railways, good water system, electricity system, pipeline system. And for a country like India with 7 lakh villages, reaching them is not easy. So I think focus on this is also a very positive sign.
And if there's one area of concern or one absence or what was missing in the budget for you, what would that be?
I'll put it this way, that what didn't come out very clearly in the budget, what the government is thinking of, is in terms of one, disinvestment. I think that is a big challenge which has been there for some years now. And I think the sort of liquidity government can get out of the disinvestment avenue can be a real add-on to investment by the government for increasing the consumption side. The second is the consumption side. It does move with economic activity, but how does one give that a focus? Because it's a chain reaction. The consumption goes up, consequently economic activity goes up, consequently demand goes up, and that whole cycle starts moving more effectively.
Right.
So I think that is another area which is not very clear, but economic activity growth is there, which is a positive side anyway.
Okay. Just the Prime Minister speaking, let's just listen in and we'll come back to this.
अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती देने के साथ ही सामान्य मानवी के लिए अनेक नए अवसर बनाएगा। ये बजट मोर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मोर इन्वेस्टमेंट, मोर ग्रोथ और मोर जॉब्स की नई संभावनाओं से भरा हुआ है। और एक नया क्षेत्र और खुला है और वो है ग्रीन जॉब्स का। ये बजट तत्कालीन आवश्यकताओं का भी समाधान करता है और देश के युवाओं के उज्जवल भविष्य को भी सुनिश्चित करता है। ये पिछले कुछ घंटों से देख रहा हूं जिस प्रकार से इस बजट का हर क्षेत्र में स्वागत हुआ है, सामान्य मानवी की जो सकारात्मक प्रतिक्रिया आई है, उसने जनता जनार्दन की सेवा का हमारा उत्साह अनेक गुना बढ़ा दिया है। जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में आधुनिकता आए, टेक्नोलॉजी आए, जैसे किसान ड्रोन हो, वंदे भारत ट्रेन हो, डिजिटल करेंसी हो, बैंकिंग के क्षेत्र में डिजिटल यूनिट्स हो, 5G सर्विसेज का रोल आउट हो, नेशनल हेल्थ के लिए डिजिटल इकोसिस्टम हो। इनका लाभ हमारे युवा, हमारे मध्यम वर्ग, गरीब, दलित, पिछड़े, ये सभी वर्गों को मिलेगा। इस बजट का एक महत्वपूर्ण पहलू है गरीब का कल्याण। हर गरीब के पास पक्का घर हो, नल से जल आता हो, उसके पास शौचालय हो, गैस की सुविधा हो, इन सभी पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है। इसके साथ ही आधुनिक इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी पर भी उतना ही जोर है। जो भारत के पहाड़ी क्षेत्र हैं, हिमालय का पूरा पट्टा, जहां जीवन आसान बने, वहां से पलायन ना हो, इसे ध्यान में रखते हुए भी नई घोषणा की गई है। हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड, जम्मू कश्मीर, नॉर्थ ईस्ट ऐसे क्षेत्रों के लिए पहली बार देश में पर्वतमाला योजना शुरू की जा रही है। ये योजना पहाड़ों पर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन और कनेक्टिविटी की आधुनिक व्यवस्था का निर्माण करेगी और इससे हमारे देश के जो सीमावर्ती गांव है, बॉर्डर के गांव है, जिसका वाइब्रेंट होना जरूरी है, जो देश की सिक्योरिटी के लिए भी आवश्यकता है, उसको भी बहुत बड़ी ताकत मिलेगी। भारत के कोटि कोटि जनों की आस्था मां गंगा की सफाई के साथ साथ किसानों के कल्याण के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाया गया है। उत्तराखंड, उत्तर प्रदेश, झारखंड, बिहार, पश्चिम बंगाल, इन राज्यों में गंगा किनारे नेचुरल फार्मिंग को प्रोत्साहन दिया जाएगा। इससे मां गंगा की सफाई का जो अभियान है, उसमें मां गंगा को केमिकल मुक्त करने में भी बहुत बड़ी मदद मिलेगी। बजट के प्रावधान यह सुनिश्चित करने वाले हैं कि कृषि लाभप्रद हो, इसमें नए अवसर हो, नए एग्रीकल्चर स्टार्टअप्स को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए विशेष फंड हो या फिर फूड प्रोसेसिंग उद्योग के लिए नया पैकेज। इससे किसानों की आय बढ़ाने में बहुत मदद मिलेगी। एमएसपी खरीद के माध्यम से किसानों के खाते में 2.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा सीधे ट्रांसफर किए जा रहे हैं। कोरोना काल में एमएसएमई यानी हमारे छोटे उद्योगों की मदद और उनकी सुरक्षा के लिए देश ने लगातार अनेक निर्णय लिए थे, अनेक प्रकार की मदद पहुंचाई थी। इस बजट में क्रेडिट गारंटी में रिकॉर्ड वृद्धि के साथ ही कई नई योजनाओं का ऐलान किया गया है। डिफेंस के कैपिटल बजट का 68% डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री को रिजर्व करने का भी बड़ा लाभ भारत के एमएसएमई सेक्टर को मिलेगा। ये आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ बहुत बड़ा मजबूत कदम है। 7.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए के पब्लिक इन्वेस्टमेंट से अर्थव्यवस्था को नई गति के साथ ही छोटे और अन्य उद्योगों के लिए नए अवसर भी बनेंगे। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस पीपल फ्रेंडली और प्रोग्रेसिव बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मुझे सुबह 11 बजे बजट और आत्मनिर्भर भारत विषय पर बात करने के लिए निमंत्रित किया है। कल 11 बजे मैं बजट के इस विषय पर विस्तार से बात करूंगा। आज इतना काफी है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। डिफेंस के कैपिटल बजट का
Okay, so that was the Prime Minister there just taking us through what he believed were the main highlights of the budget, the new areas which were addressed by the budget and how they address the concerns of various sectors. And Nirmala Sitharaman is with us, past President FICCI, Chairman Advent Private Equity. Always great to have you, Nirmala Sitharaman. Nirmala Sitharaman, let me just start first the same question to you as I've been asking the others. Just a kind of big picture take on this budget. Did you see anything that jumped out at you which you thought was new or interesting or exciting, or did you feel that this was very much a kind of status quo, play it safe budget?
Two in particular. One, of course, is just the scale of infrastructure spend and the journey on the capital funding that government itself is providing in infrastructure. And the second was the green agenda. if you think of some of the conversations we've had before the budget, it was all around putting consumption and demand up and jobs. And if we look at the numbers as they come through, and I think you had said NREGA has actually seen a decline, and we were all hoping for increased spending in NREGA and maybe even an urban NREGA plan. It was on the face of it disappointing. However, if we really cut through it and we don't have all the detail, the ability to spend on infrastructure spend can in turn provide much needed jobs, rural, urban because of the housing and affordable housing plans that the government has, rural in the case of building of infrastructure at the rural level. And here I would just say that, roads can be very mechanized in the way they are built, particularly highways. But if infrastructure were to include sewage treatment plants, the STPs, the smaller sewage plants, the whole Har Ghar Ek Nal program is also part of a spend which can provide jobs. So cutting through government expenditure and infrastructure and looking at it all through the lens of, does it put consumption demand up? Does it create jobs in the areas that we would like? Would be quite critical. And not enough to just say, hey, NREGA has gone down and therefore not enough is being done. I think some of it could flow through depending on where it is spent in the infrastructure.
Right. So now we've actually started to go, because again, we've been, struggling a little bit with the absence of numbers read out by the FM in her speech. She did read out the big capital expenditure numbers which you talked about, which everyone has been praising the government on. But if you look at all the other heads, now we actually started to have gotten some of the numbers. This is my colleague Mariam who's done the analysis. So health is down, or sorry, I beg your pardon, health is fractionally up. This is, by the way, revised estimates of the last budget, the last financial year, which is actually in a sense the current financial year, with the budget estimates of this budget. So what the government has actually ended up spending, in the last budget versus what they're projected to spend. So health is just up by less than 1%. So 85,900 crores, and it's just gone up to 86,600 crores. Agriculture, again, a very slight increase, 2.5% from 1.48 lakh crores, revised estimates of 21-22 to 1.5 lakh crores. Defense, again, revised estimates 3.7 lakh crores, has gone up 5% to 3.9 lakh crores. Education has seen a heartening jump of 18% from 88,000 crores to 1 lakh crores. Rural development and NREGA, this is where there's been a dip. Rural development has come down fractionally from 2.07 lakh crores down to 2.06 lakh crores. And NREGA, the revised estimate was 98,000 crores, and that's now come down to 73,000 crores. So that's a 25% drop. So we're getting a little bit of an idea of, outside of infrastructure, where the government is spending or rather not spending. Looking at these numbers, Nainalal Kidwai, I mean, obviously spending more on education is great, but not too much spending on health, on agriculture, rural development, and a big cut in NREGA. That's somewhat concerning.
It's concerning if you look at the individual items, but I think we have to look at the budget as a whole. So let me give you a number which is very heartening. So the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation and the Jal Shakti Mission, which is where I work, total revised budgets at 67,221 crores, with a 32% increase from last year. And last year was a fourfold jump from the previous year. So in the programs, the government has done well. These are extremely critical in terms of delivery of water to each home, and now commitment to do, make sure that there's a tap in every home. And 3.8 crore households is their target. And government is achieving these rather tough targets. This is an increase. So if job employment gets created through projects such as these, as it would, it's a shift. I look to NREGA to fill some of these programs. If now it's allocated to the program, maybe it works as well. So I think it's a bit of a jigsaw. which we may have to look at. And it's quite possible that we will see rural jobs go up irrespective in Riga if the capex budgets and some of these, the affordable housing projects, for example, will also create jobs, maybe more urban than rural, will all help in the right direction. So hard to really pass comment on the individual numbers. But on the face of it, yes, for a very highly successful scheme like NREGA to see a reduction is a little puzzling at this stage, given that we still have so much stress in the system in terms of job loss.
Okay. Let me open it up. We've got a great panel. Naushad Forbes is here, co-chairman, Forbes Marshall Private Limited. We've got Deepak Shetty, CEO and Managing Director, JCB India, that makes JCBs. Vinayak Chatterjee, who's the infrastructure king of CII, is here with us. Ashwini Deshpande, Professor of Economics, Ashoka University, is with us. And of course, Ajay Sriram continues to be with us. Let me just start with you, Naushad Forbes. Naushad Forbes, do you want to try that whole rate the budget game 1 to 10, or are you everyone has passed so far, by the way, so you want to?
No, I don't.
You want to pass?
I don't play that game.
You don't play that game. I don't blame you. But Naushad Forbes, are you so just one big positive that you've seen in this budget and one big area of worry?
Sure. So the big positive is, which everyone's been talking about, is consistency. So continuity in policies of the past. So like the Jal Shakti mission, it's now we heard a lot more of detail on the programs that would make it up. I think we heard consistency in terms of privatization, the what we could expect to see in the balance part of this year and going into next year. We heard some consistency in tax rates, which I think we should not in any way underplay as an important step. I think keeping taxes the same is very sensible, especially in very uncertain times.
Okay.
So I think all of that to me was very positive. One area where I have a concern is where there was also consistency in the budget, which is in terms of protection. The finance minister said, look, it's the policy of the government to have moderate tariffs as a way of encouraging local manufacturing. I think actually that's the wrong approach, that we were right to keep reducing tariffs through to 2017 and that we took a wrong turn in 2017 and we've continued down in that wrong direction. So I think
that's one
expansion of tariffs is to me a negative.
Is a negative. Okay, Deepak Shetty of JCB India. First, just want to ask you, Deepak Shetty, going into this budget for your own company, for JCB India, what has it been like? Because the economic survey pointed to an economic turnaround. Are your own sales reflecting that, or is there still a problem?
What we have seen is, considering the times that we are in, we have still seen a good sale, but it could have been better. And part of that is also because we had seen some slackening of demand, particularly in the rural sector. And also the investments from the state governments on some of the projects like Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, etc. were not happening. And that's what is very heartening to see as a part of the budget announcement. 1 lakh crores are allocated to the state government. And I'm sure a lot of them will will find way to the Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, certainly helping sprucing up the rural economy. That has been a challenge last 6 months.
Okay. So would you say then that, again, the same question if I was to ask you, that I asked Naushad Forbes, one big positive and one big stress or worry area. So the positive would be this, the outlay to states, the higher capital expenditure?
Yes.
And also, what's your big negative?
Yeah, so for me, there were 5 key items which are very positive. Obviously, the capex spend, but 25,000 kilometers of national highway, very, very positive. And you have the list. I'll not repeat them, but I also want to touch upon a couple of other points which we have been requesting for a long time as part of the industry. One is the implementation of surety bonds. I think is going to be a game changer compared to EMDs. The second point I wanted to talk about is, as a company which participates in a lot of government projects, we have been struggling with this L1 Raj for a long time. I think the government is expanding that. Now the quality of equipment, and particularly a company which exports a lot of equipment, it was at times frustrating for us to be judged only from the cost, not the quality point of view. So I think these are the couple of additional things that I would look at as positive.
And what would be one negative or one worry area for you?
One worry area would be that while this allocation of 1 lakh crore has been made to the state government, we don't see a very specific announcement connected to Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana. I hope that the state governments move in that direction, but sometimes sometimes there can be a gap and implementation, etc., can be a challenge. So because there's really a crying need for the rural infrastructure, so that's a hope and a desire.
Okay, Ashwini Deshpande, just to ask you that when it comes, because you've been looking at jobs a lot, again, there has been talk or there's been an announcement of increasing capital expenditure, the government spending more on infrastructure and all of that, nothing specifically job related. Do you believe that this budget has addressed this, big jobs problem that we have, or not really?
Srinivasan, actually, I heard the finance minister's speech, and I was surprised that she didn't even mention the word employment or jobs even once. I may have missed it, but I don't remember hearing that word at all. And considering that we are facing perhaps the biggest unemployment crisis in recent years, in fact, fewer people are employed today than they were 2 years ago. And we are still not out of the pandemic on the health front. And the economic distress that has been unleashed in the last 2 years because of the fall in GDP has been that people have basically lost their means to livelihoods.
Right.
In that context, to not make that a central announcement, I'm not even going into inequality, which has also been highlighted by reports. I was surprised. Now, I've been, I've done a quick sort of scan of the TV channels and commentators, and everybody is automatically assuming that the capex is going to automatically translate into greater employment.
Yes.
I don't see that as automatic or straightforward. We have had episodes in India and in other countries of jobless growth. So you can have expenditure, you can have investment, and that may not lead to a corresponding creation of employment. Particularly in India today, employment had to be a key focus of the budget. That's one. I agree with Nana that NREGA is not NREGA is a safety net at the end of the day. So if things were really good on the employment creation front, you may not have even needed NREGA. But the fact is that it was agriculture and rural jobs that formed some sort of a safety net during these last 2 years. That's not a sustainable or even a desirable feature of an emerging economy that's aspiring to be a global superpower. You need to have a structural transformation towards manufacturing and services. You can't expect agriculture to provide the jobs. And that needs support. I'm not saying the government itself has to provide all the jobs, but it needs to create conditions that allow, first, government should take the lead in providing jobs, but also allows for employment creation overall. And so I was actually disappointed to not even hear the word even once in the finance.
So there was actually at least one reference, one categorical reference, Ashwini Deshpande, where the finance minister said that the Gati Shakti, plan, the sort of multimodal infrastructure plan, will have the potential to create 60 lakh jobs. She said the production-linked incentive scheme for achieving Atmanirbhar Bharat has got the potential to create 60 lakh new jobs and an additional production of 30 lakhs crores. But that was not elaborated on as to, these 60 lakh new jobs would come when, what time period, and so on and so forth. So we'll have to see if the government is able to share more details of that. But let me just take that point to Vinayak Chatterjee, because that's an interesting point, Vinayak Chatterjee, that the automatic inference is that the government is spending more on infrastructure, has allotted more money for that, but that may not necessarily create jobs if, as Ashwini Deshpande says, if we are moving towards this increasing jobless growth situation.
It's a very complex economic situation. There is no measure that the government has that automatically creates jobs other than the Marega type, which is the safety net types. Look at the economic choices that as a government economist or policymaker you would face if you were in that job. you have one choice, which is to say, let me increase demand by putting more money directly in the hands of the consumer. So you reduce taxes, you do direct benefit transfers, you do universal basic income, you do all those measures that apparently put more money into the hands of the people who are disadvantaged broadly. You think that automatically leads to jobs? Well, that also follows a circuitous route to ultimately lead to creation of jobs. Then you have an alternative model before you, which says that it's a time, from Keynesian times, it's a time-proven model that if you put a lot of money on public works and infrastructure, that possibly not only creates long-term assets, but also creates a multiplier effect on jobs and as well as on many other intermediate supplies. So the government has obviously chosen the second route. And when that is clear to all of us, everything then falls into what most of you...
Just one, that's a very good... No, that's an interesting... I'll get some more comments from the panel on that. But that's an interesting comparison you set up between these two models, Vinayak Chatterjee. But I just want to ask you this though, because this capex expenditure this time is not that different to the revised estimate of last time. 6.3 lakh crores was spent on capex in the last budget. Why is that something that we don't see? If that is meant to kind of spur the economy and create jobs, why do we not see the visible impact of that if there is still such a huge employment problem?
Let's compare apples to apples. Let's look at last year's budget outlay versus this year's budget outlay. Last year's budget outlay was 5.54 lakh crores and this year's budget outlay is 7.5 lakh crores. So it's a straightforward 35% increase. For all you know, 12 months later, you may find a revised estimate for even the 7.5. But I think if you do an apples to apples comparison, it is a clear 35% increase.
Yes.
And over and above the budgetary allocation, there are many other interventions that talk about the internal consistency of following this economic model.
I was asking a different question. I was not saying that the capex hasn't jumped. I'm saying a significant capex was even spent last time of about 6 lakh crores. Why has that not at least visibly been able to address the severe employment issue?
You know, if it was such a simple answer that you throw 6 lakh crores and immediately, please remember that the economy had slid down to 4% pre-pandemic, right? You had underutilized capacities across vast levels of industry. Then you had 3 waves of pandemic.
Okay.
Where even now you are admitting that there is a depressed consumer demand. So there is a certain...
No, I agree. I agree it's complicated. I was only questioning the point you were making that this is a model which the government has adopted, which may be a more feasible model than actually doing cash transfers, that you actually invest heavily in infrastructure and that will create jobs and spur demand, and wondering whether that did happen despite a pretty significant capex of last year. But I just want to get Ashwini Deshpande to quickly respond to the point Vinayak was making, that is this a fair comparison, Ashwini, that you say that, okay, instead of doing universal basic income and putting cash in people's hands, is that really sustainable rather than this ramp up capex model?
No, so that's exactly what I'm saying, that he's right that these are two separate ways of looking at the problem. So one is what is called the demand side measures, the other is what is called the supply side measures. And within the economics profession, there's always been a debate between the relative efficacy of these models. But today, there is much greater currency for the demand side measures because of the distress that the COVID-induced economic lockdown, or not lockdown, but sort of the economic hardship that COVID has induced, because of which people, we had lockdowns for extended period, people lost jobs. And so ultimately, the idea is that unless you put money in people's hands, consumer demand is not going to get stimulated. And unless that happens, investment and expansion of production will not happen, because producers are not sure of whether there's going to be enough demand for their produce.
Why?
So, for example, MSME that don't have deep pockets are not going to increase production if they feel that there's going to be insufficient demand for their products.
Right.
And so that's why many economists are focusing on the demand side measures. We're saying put money directly into people's hands.
Okay. Why
and
not?
as you rightly asked,
Yeah.
there was capital expenditure last year. What are the numbers there? I mean, how many jobs increased because of the extra capital expenditure, if anything?
That's actually a
unemployment
question.
increased over the last year.
Nainalal Kedai, can I just ask you, because in America, for example, other countries also, they've tried both. There was a significant cash transfer that was done to individuals and businesses under the Biden administration, as well as the rollout of a massive infrastructure plan. So is it really either or? Can't we have the wiggle room to do a bit of both?
I think both become important when the urgency that was required through the pandemic was required. Because when you put money in the hands of people, you can do that very quickly, the direct transfers, etc. Looking at it in terms of building demand and consumption through job creation takes time. But I just want to lend my voice to what Ashwini and Vinayak are saying. And if it is the right kinds of job creating infrastructures thrown in, and I'm not saying we don't do our big highways and roads, of course, those have another multiplier effect. But if you look at what the Swachh Bharat mission achieved, there's a UNICEF study of 2014 to 2019, 75.5 lakh jobs created through direct jobs created through missions such as that. So the delivery of public goods, which is such an important aspect, also creates employment. And there's various aspects of this that are coming through in the budget, which could well be employment generating, including green jobs, which the Prime Minister alluded to just in his speech a while ago.
Okay. Let's also go across to Rakesh Bharti Mittal, Vice Chairman Bharti Enterprises with us. Also Deep Kalra is with us of Make My Trip. But let's just start with you, Mr. Mittal. Great to have you on board. Mr. Mittal, just your first big picture take on the budget. Were you expecting more, or are you sort of happy, as many people are saying that FM doesn't seem to have rocked the boat much?
Well, I would say that the Finance Minister has delivered a budget which is forward-looking, which has some very good new initiatives. And I think those are the long-term policy measures which will be taken in the coming year and in the future years as well. The focus areas has been on the PM Gati Shakti program, inclusive development, productivity enhancement, financing of investments, and so on and so forth, including climate and energy transition. Having said that, I would say that there are a couple of path-breaking policy measures announced. One of that is on the education front, the digital universities to be set up for providing education. I think that is something which is a great measure, because just putting up physical infrastructure is just not possible. And not only that, even the existing universities can really go very, very heavy on online programs and enhancing the student intake rather than building more infrastructure, hostels, and so on and so forth.
What would you,
The second also is with this, you can attract the best faculty from over the globe to really deliver lectures online, and therefore there is a great ecosystem which is being built up. The second, under the education program, One Class, One TV program, I think that is something which is really going to help the students who are disadvantaged, whose parents don't have smartphones, and more importantly, who are in the rural hinterland and they don't have access to the high-tech tools on online education and delivery. Television is available at every home, and the channels going from 12 to 200 in all regional languages is really going to be a great help.
Okay.
The second, I think the most important one which I would talk about is the 1.5 lakh post offices, which are being brought into the core banking structure. This will enhance digitization. This will enhance financial inclusion. This will enhance the banks to reach out to the unbanked
and
on a digital platform.
Right. And okay, so these are your positives. If there are some areas or stress areas or areas of concern which you feel the budget should address, what would those be?
Well, I would say if I look at on the policy measures on ease of doing business, where the finance minister talked about any dispute resolution, 75% payment need to be released in a time-bound manner. is something which I believe the public sector enterprises will, and they need to really walk the talk. And that releases a lot of money into the economy, and the companies are not at a loss of not receiving their payments. And on the other hand, huge interest from the banks.
Right. Okay. So that's a sort of stress. Right. That's a stress area. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I think two other on the voluntary exits. The time frame from 2 years to 6 months.
Yes.
And the tax departments generally go into appeal.
Yes.
For same issues which are already pending in the courts.
Okay.
And I think by saying that those will be deferred until the judgments come in, will reduce a lot of resources, energy, and litigation expenses.
Okay. So these are the exits, as in allowing foreclosure of corporates, reducing the time there. Deep Kalra, Make My Trip. Do you want to do that whole 1 to 10 rating thing, Deep Kalra? Come on, Deep Kalra, you know you want to. No, I'm just kidding. But no, jokes aside, Deep Kalra, travel sector, tourism obviously hit quite badly by the pandemic, where you're working. And the feeling, at least some of the previous panelists who came on, that was one area where there didn't seem to be anything specific announced by the finance minister. Is that a bit disappointing, or what's your take on it?
Absolutely. It's technically the third budget in the pandemic, but definitely the second for the sector. And the sector remains quite beleaguered. I think, to say the least, it's been completely ravaged with the pandemic. Was expecting a lot more. But that being said, let's see the positives. There's definitely an extension of the emergency credit line guarantee scheme, which is good news. I will caveat that a bit. While there's a 50,000 crore earmark for tourism and hospitality is what we picked up in the speech.
Yes.
We want to see on the fine print how different this is from what was there already. And will this actually make a differential impact on the sector? So that remains to be seen. Also, I think what's very important there is that most of the travel and tourism sector is fragmented, which means you've got a lot of small players, you've got MSMEs, you've got micro players. They are not going to be able to either avail the scheme or repay back any of the loans they could, because they were hoping with the moratorium they got last year, they could actually push it out a bit. Now that hope is also lost. So actually some relief was expected for this sector, both on the employment front,
right?
Because you can imagine what's happened to the micro enterprises and people working at the bottom of the pyramid. They're jobless. So I think we were looking for some direct support out there, and definitely some stimuli to help bring back travel. Now you can't go against the COVID cloud. I understand that.
Sure.
But as Omicron recedes, we're again seeing people coming back. So Indians want to travel within India. Why not give them an incentive, which we've been asking for? Why not give an LTA extension? That was one of the big demands, because PM wants us to see 15 new places in 3 years, every Indian to go see them. So that would really help. And international travelers, now we're seeing some people, green shoots, people want to come into India. Why wouldn't you make visas free for all for a year or whatever the period? Because they really want to come again. It's against the tide. So you want to send the right signals, I think, to help the industry. The e-passport is welcome. I think it was much needed. It will definitely help only when people can actually travel abroad easily. But civil aviation is a miss. No mention of the one sector which has been completely hammered, I think, in the pandemic. High fixed costs, very little revenues, no mention. And frankly, I think the Gati Shakti scheme, great. Eventually, it will percolate down. The focus on connectivity is phenomenal. I think that's been one of the hallmarks for the government, and it will continue. So it's good news. But nothing specific really for the sector. The sector is actually quite disappointed. I've been talking to my colleagues. We have a very vibrant group. And everyone's pretty disappointed with not really getting anything which is tangible.
Right. And this is despite, making presentations to the government, because it's been, as you said, a couple of budgets during the pandemic. You all have, I'm sure, reached out. And
many times, lots of representations.
Many times.
Tax rationalization on GST and TCS. Lots of demands were there. I know everything can't be met. But I think the sector needs, demand side stimuli also.
Okay.
Budget is great on supply side, but I think that is missing.
Okay, all right. Deep Kalra, thanks very much indeed for that. Take a short break. Come back with our rolling coverage.
wins the trust vote once again.
This is now the reality check. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India.
Still many say independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंह चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not told him in the water.
डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत जवाब कपूर कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda. We separate fact from fiction. We expose falsehoods. We hold power to account. Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future. What accountability are you talking about? As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, real news by real journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंह चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not told him in the water.
डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत जवाब कपूर कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम, ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका, खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम, ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audiences. Thank you all so very much.
Mask, if you want to speak loud a bit.
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, just to repeat, so you had indicated at some point in time that probably the contact-intensive sectors may require further support. So, one is the ECLGS, which you've announced in your budget speech, also a separate carve-out for the hospitality sector, for instance, within that. Anything else, ma'am, that you would like to elaborate on that front? And second, ma'am, aren't your tax and expenditure, both numbers, extremely conservative in the budget? Any reason for that, ma'am?
First thing about hospitality and contact intensive. I've said hospitality and related sectors. This was one thing which has come out repeatedly from very many stakeholders, and we recognize that post the second wave, the hospitality is in difficulty and they needed support. The tested and sort of proven formula was the Emergency Credit Liquidity Guarantee Scheme. Since that had worked out well for the MSMEs, we thought that formulation is the best to be adopted. So to the existing 4.5 lakh crores of sovereign guarantee, we added 50,000 crore more sovereign guarantee and wanted the hospitality and contact intensive sectors to benefit out of it. So that is the scheme. As it is, many of them are still approaching their banks. Banks can, even without the ECGLS, help them out if they want. But if ECGLS has to be extended, yes, we have given provision of 50,000 crores for it. Well, I thought you commented about the 1st February 2021 budget as well, saying you were conservative. I think our assessments have proven right, and conservative is not being overtly and excessively optimistic. We are sure to achieve the numbers. If anything, we'll probably better them.
Number 5.
Good afternoon, Madam Finance Minister. This is Karishma here from Business Today TV, India Today Group. I'd first like to congratulate you and the team for successfully implementing yet another budget. Ma'am, my question is on the privatization reform. The disinvestment target has been slashed. The revised target is at 78,000 crore, and of course, the next year's estimate is at 65,000 crore. Ma'am, with this, I'd like to understand how are we looking at LIC, IPO and BPCL privatization, which have been on cards?
I have Tuhin with me here, but before he gives you details, one thing is got to be understood. LIC, we've already sort of told you that in all probability it is going through this year. I've made a specific mention of that in the budget. So beyond what I've said in the parliament, there's nothing more to add for me on that. But I've indicated clearly that it will happen. Now, assessment for the rest of the year about the number being big or small as per your view, I'll have Tuhin get into the details, but we have shown the intent of the government in that Air India got cleared, NINL has found its buyer, there's a little bit more work to be done there, but you are saying that we are progressing in many of these. So I think we've been very realistic in telling what we'll do and achieving what we've told. Tuhin, you want to add anything more onto this?
Ma'am, I'll just want to add that disinvestment actually is in accounting terms, when actual receipts to the government. Now, when we, for example, do NINL, nothing comes to the government in accounting terms. But that doesn't mean that we are actually progressing towards privatization in a faster way. So emphasis is on completion of transactions and implementation. And if we keep too high a target, sometimes it also distorts the market. Because nothing stops us from achieving when we want to achieve in disinvestment as per the plan which we are there. So ma'am has also mentioned that the ongoing transactions will be carried on and they will be completed. And these transactions, as and when they mature, they come to that. And secondly, on the revised estimates being 78, we should not also conjecture what will be the size of LIC IPO based on that, because valuation is yet to reach the final conclusion based on which we will do that. And there have been instances of actual receipts being different from even the RE figures, so you should not read too much into it.
Okay, 122.
Hi ma'am, Meghna Mittal from Newsrise. The budget has remained completely silent on India's listing on the foreign indices. There was an expectation that a tax amendment might happen to enable that. Has that been put on hold, or what is the plan on that?
Just repeat your question. I think your voice was a bit muffled.
Ma'am, I'm Meghna Mittal from Newsrise. My question is that the budget has remained silent on India's listing on the foreign indices. The expectation was of a tax amendment to enable that. So has that plan been put on hold, or what is the update on that?
You're referring to the bond indices,
yes,
right?
Yes.
The issue is that the NR to NR transactions are anyway tax-free. So there's no capital gains. The issue was between NR and resident. So the BEPS discussions are on for us. And in those discussions, we are actually saying that the capital gains tax right should come to the country where the transactions emanate from. So that has been our stand. And those discussions are still on, and we are the one who's propounding that thing, and that's how it is moving, those discussions. So this was not the right time for us to take a decision in a manner where we give up on our own domestic thing while we keep fighting in the BEPS discussions. So that was the basic reason that we didn't want to do it this year.
Number 90.
Ma'am, firstly, congratulations. Just two quick clarifications. One is on cryptocurrency, because you did touch about the RBI now giving digital rupee, and it will start from next year. And you've reflected that in the finance bill. You've also taxed cryptocurrency, but there's no regulation. So how are you going to work on that? I'm a little bit keen to understand that. And the other issue, of course, is that in your speech, which was very well put, there was one key issue which affects all of us, including you, inflation. How are you going to deal with that?
First thing, Sunil, I said the Reserve Bank will be issuing a digital currency. Currency becomes a currency is a currency only when it is issued by the central bank, even if it's a crypto. But anything which is outside of that, loosely all of us refer it to the cryptocurrency. They are not currencies. So let's first understand we are not taxing currency. that is yet to be issued, and that provision is now made, and the currency in the name of digital rupee will be issued. Exact name you'll get a bit later, but Reserve Bank is the one which is going to issue it. And what Reserve Bank issues is the digital currency. Everything that prevails outside of it in the name of digital whatever are assets being created by individuals, and in transacting that asset, if there are profits being made, we are taxing that profit at 30%. We are also tracking every trail of money in that by saying every transaction will be 1% TDS, if I can use that expression. There will be a transaction, TDS, imposed on every transaction in the crypto world, any transaction that is happening outside. So the distinctions are very clear. Currency is only with the Reserve Bank. That will get issued sometime this year. The transaction happening in the crypto world are of different kinds of assets, and for that, every transaction gets taxed.
So that's not regulated.
We have circulated a paper. Inputs are coming in. Public stakeholders are also talking about it. So regulation goes through that process. I don't wait till regulation comes into place for taxing people who are earning profits. Can I? Well, every budget doesn't speak explicitly about inflation and its impact. But of course, if you're talking of numbers, money, credit, liquidity, and also supply and demand of essential goods and others, you keep in mind inflation.
Okay. 11.
मैम, मैं आमिर हूँ न्यूज़ नेशन से। बहुत सारी चर्चाएं इस बात को लेकर चल रही हैं कि जिस तरह से इनकम टैक्स को लेकर के उम्मीद की जा रही थी काफी समय से, तो इस बार इनकम टैक्स को
बढ़ाने का
टैक्स को कम नहीं किया गया, कॉर्पोरेट को के टैक्स को कम किया गया।
बढ़ाने का उम्मीद है तो मैं बढ़ा नहीं दिया मैंने।
लेकिन ऐसा मैम ऐसा क्या हुआ कि टैक्स में कोई भी रिबेट नहीं मिली? आम जनता जो पब्लिक खासतौर पे सैलरीड क्लास है उसको बहुत उम्मीदें थी इस बार बजट से।
मैंने टैक्स इंक्रीज नहीं किया, वो बात मैं दोहराना चाहती हूं। लास्ट ईयर भी, इस साल भी, एक भी पैसा टैक्स के द्वारा मैंने एडिशनली कमाने के लिए कोई कोशिश नहीं की। पिछले बार प्रधानमंत्री जी का आदेश था कि डेफिसिट कितने भी क्यों ना हो, पैंडेमिक के समय जनता के ऊपर टैक्स का बोझ डालना नहीं, वही इंस्ट्रक्शन इस बार भी। इसीलिए हमने टैक्स के द्वारा कोई पैसा कमा करके पैंडेमिक के समय जो डिमांड्स एंड चैलेंजेस है हमारे ऊपर, उसको कोई उससे राहत ढूंढने का अटेम्प्ट भी नहीं किया। टैक्स इंक्रीज नहीं हुआ।
1 to 4.
Good evening, ma'am. Hello. Good evening, ma'am. Shishir. Shishir.
Yes, Shishir.
Ma'am, there is one particular announcement which you made about the blended and non-blended petrol and diesel, that additional or the differential 2 rupees thing. Does this mean that all the petrol and diesel sold by petrol pump except those who are not blended from October 1, 2022 will be costlier?
We certainly want to encourage blended fuel. That's a simple message in that. Anything else you want to add, Tarun?
We have discussed with the Ministry of Petroleum. We have also collected data on what is not being blended, and this is something to push the petroleum companies to ensure that they do the blending. So our desire is not to collect this tax because it will be very minimal, but the desire is that the blending happens, and to that extent it benefits the country.
106.
मंत्री जी, हमारा आपसे मैं ऐसे मासिफ इन दिनों से मेरा सवाल है कि आपने अपने बजट भाषण में कहा है कि 80 लाख लोगों को मकान दिया जाएगा और रोजगार बढ़ाया जाएगा। ये किस तरीके से?
ये किस तरीके से? आप इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जब इस साल 5.5 लाख करोड़ का खर्च हम उठा रहे हैं, वो 34% या उससे थोड़ा कम पिछले साल से कंपेयर करते हुए। और इस साल, आने वाले साल के लिए जो बजट आज पेश किए, उसमें 5.5 लाख करोड़ 7.5 लाख करोड़ तक पब्लिक इन्वेस्टमेंट, मतलब कैपिटल एक्सपेंडिचर हम बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं उतना अमाउंट तक। उससे तुरंत जॉब्स के ऊपर पॉजिटिव असर पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जब खर्च उठा रहे हैं हम एसेट क्रिएशन के लिए, रोड्स बनाने के लिए, एयरपोर्ट्स के लिए, सी पोर्ट्स के लिए, इनलैंड वाटरवेज के लिए, ये सब काम करने के लिए जो रोजगार पैदा होता है, आवश्यक है, उससे जॉब्स इंक्रीज ही होगा। उसके अलावा हमने प्रोडक्शन लिंक्ड इंसेंटिव्स 14 सेक्टर्स में दे रहे हैं। मतलब मैन्युफैक्चर करने के लिए हर एक नया यूनिट जो वो उत्पादन करेंगे उसके लिए इंसेंटिव देने के कारण, और उसके पीछे एक बहुत बड़ा इंटरेस्ट है कि ये मैन्युफैक्चर बढ़ाने के समय जॉब्स भी बढ़ाते हैं। सो पीएलआई के पीछे ये भी हमारा मकसद है कि जॉब्स इंक्रीज होगा, इसीलिए पीएलआई देना है। वो सेकेंड बात है। तीसरी, अभी 60,000 crores have been added ये जो अभी सॉवरेन गारंटी के साथ हमने दे रहे हैं हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर का, और ECGLS जो दिए पिछले साल MSMEs के लिए, उससे ऑलरेडी एक बाहर की इंडिपेंडेंट स्टडी, सरकार का नहीं, इंडिपेंडेंट स्टडी से ये डेटा आ रहे हैं कि MSME सेक्टर उस लोन को उपयोग करते हुए उनके पास काम करने वाले सबको उनके जॉब्स में बरकरार रखे, वो उन जॉब से हटाया नहीं गया। सो सरकार के प्लान हर एक ऐसे जो प्लान्स पैंडेमिक के समय दिया गया आत्मनिर्भर भारत के नाम पर, और उसके बाद ये ECGLS, अभी जो ECGLS हॉस्पिटैलिटी सेक्टर के लिए हम दे रहे हैं, वो सब जॉब्स को मन में रखते हुए ही दे रहे हैं। ये तरीका।
ओके, 175।
मैम, तरुण शर्मा फ्रॉम जी बिजनेस। मैम, आपने बजट में 2 अनाउंसमेंट्स करी हैं, एक IBC अमेंडमेंट्स को लेकर। मैम, किस तरीके के अमेंडमेंट्स आप देख रही हैं IBC के अंदर जिससे रेजोल्यूशन प्रोसेस जल्दी हो पाए? और दूसरा, मैम, आपने कहा एक एक्सपर्ट कमेटी बनाई जाएगी प्राइवेट इक्विटी और वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट के लिए। मैम, किस तरीके के कंसर्न्स उन्होंने आपके सामने रेज किए हैं? क्योंकि आपने लिखा है कि रेगुलेटर आर्बिट्राज या फ्रिक्शन जो है उसको दूर किया जाए, तो क्या कंसर्न्स प्राइवेट इक्विटी प्लेयर और वेंचर कैपिटलिस्ट के?
नहीं, there could be any number of concerns, but once when they met me and once when they met the Honorable Prime Minister, they went into a lot of details which are important from the point of view of ease of doing business and also better understanding that sector. If all of us can see the point that private equity in India venture capital funds have been one of the prime reasons why many of the startups could rise to become unicorns within first 6 months of this year itself. Last year, 21 itself, you saw how many of them benefited by funds being made available in India through private equity. Now, if that sector needs further facilitation, obviously the sector will have to sit and talk with a group of people who can understand their needs and then suggest solution for policy making. That is why I have referred to the consultation which we've had with them and then said that we will appoint a committee which will go through it and come back to the government with suggestions.
255. Ma'am, Gyaneshwar Dayal from Jan Express. I have a question, actually 2 questions. When can we expect the farmers' income to double? Number 1. And
when can we expect the pharmaceutical?
Farmers' income to double. It was supposed to double in 2022. And how far is the goal of 5 trillion economy? And in what way your budget would take us there? Thank you.
Who wants to? I mean, will Ananta Nageshwaran want to answer it?
So if you look at the amount of minimum support prices that was given out this year and also the record procurement, so we are well on our way to helping the farmers.
Is your mic all right? Or do you want to, the voice is not coming out.
So if you look at the amount of minimum support prices that have been handed out to farmers in terms of the food grains procured from them, as well as the quantity of food grains procured from farmers, it does suggest very strongly that we are well on the way to helping farmers substantially improve their income. Those statistics are given in Madam's speech document as well. As far as the $5 trillion economy size is concerned, if you look at the fact that in the year ending 21-22 as well as in the next financial year, we are the fastest growing economy among large economies, and our GDP in dollar terms has already crossed $3 trillion. So depending on how the exchange rate moves, and there is enough hope to believe that the Indian rupee will in fact remain stable to strong given what is going on in the developed world. And if we continue to retain the path of 8% real GDP growth, it will translate into even 8% dollar GDP growth. So therefore, if we extrapolate it, in the financial year 25-26 or by 26-27, with some luck even by 25-26 itself, we should be at the $5 trillion size in terms of nominal GDP. Thank you.
मैं उसमें जोड़ना चाहती हूँ. Sorry, I didn't get your name. ज्ञानेश्वर जी, एक आध विषय मैं जोड़ना चाहती हूँ उसमें. I'll just list out the things, you'll understand where I'm coming from. MSP, यूरिया, माइक्रोन्यूट्रिएंट्स, मैं एक सिर्फ यूरिया सब्सिडी का नंबर बोलती हूं. बजट 21-22 मतलब 1 फरवरी 21 में जो बजट दिया गया उसमें 58,768 was the allocation for urea subsidy. This time it is 63,222 आने वाले साल के लिए. ठीक है. और एक्चुअली 58,768 जो बीई में बोला गया यूरिया सब्सिडी, वो आरई में 75,930. इसका मतलब है कि इंटरनेशनल यूरिया प्राइसेस जितने भी इंक्रीज नहीं हुए, इट्स ऑल राइट, इट गॉट इंक्रीज्ड, मगर वो बोझ किसान के ऊपर पड़ने नहीं दिया. प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उसको तुरंत इंटरवीन करके that burden we took, we didn't put it on the farmer. So MSP, urea, nutrient in terms of micronutrients which we are giving for farmers, 6,000 rupees Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi, additional income कमाने के लिए किसान के लिए शहद का कल्टीवेशन, हनी, बी कीपिंग का प्रावधान, उसको समर्थन और उसका एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाने के लिए ऑल काइंड्स ऑफ मार्केट लिंकेजेस थ्रू ई कॉमर्स. फिर सोलार पंप्स, उनके वाटर पंपिंग के लिए किसान के लिए सोलार पैनल वगैरह दिया गया है जिससे उनका ऊर्जा का एक्सपेंस कम होगा. फिर मैंने शायद जुलाई 19 के बजट में या 20 के बजट में ये बात बोली, अन्नदाता क्यों ऊर्जा दाता नहीं बन पाएंगे? जरूर बन पाएंगे. वी मेड श्योर दैट एवरी किसान विल प्रोड्यूस बिजली यूजिंग सोलर पैनल्स इन हिज फील्ड, and he can also uplink that and earn money from the government for supplying urja. Finally, in this budget, I have also made an announcement for food processing, which is at the farm gate, so that investments can happen there. Post-harvest grains को तुरंत प्रोसेसिंग में वो किसान देने के कारण उनका इनकम better rates मिलता है उनको. So there are several steps that we are taking for improving farmers' income. I want you to please take cognizance of it. हाँ
इसके अलावा एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट
वो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है।
वो भी इम्पोर्टेंट है। इस साल टारगेट 16.5 लाख करोड़ का था, जो अभी तक 75% हो गया है। अगर आप देखेंगे आज से 16-17 में वो 10,65,000 करोड़ था, तो ये बढ़कर अब 16,50,000 करोड़ इस साल होगा। अगले साल हमारा लक्ष्य है इसको 18 लाख करोड़ तक पहुंचाने के लिए। तो एग्रीकल्चर क्रेडिट में भी काफ़ी बढ़ोतरी हुई।
Okay, 125.
Ma'am, Timsi Jaipuria this side from CNBC TV 18. Your tax revenue collection targets are conservative, but your borrowing numbers are all-time high. How do you explain that? And secondly, when it comes to public sector expenditure, the capex expenditure for RE 2022, they have been revised downwards. How do you explain growth along with these downward revisions?
First, on the, you're saying that the capital expenditure targets for the RE have been moved downwards. From how much to how much, according to you?
There's a correction there that you've made in the public sector expenditure, but
No, not in the public. The capital expenditure budget estimate was 5,54,000 crores. The revised estimate, after removing the actual revised estimate is 6,03,000 crores. But even if you exclude 52,000 crores, which is an Air India sundry dues repayment, it is 551. So the RE is 551 against a budget estimate of 554. That is statistically insignificant. So basically the capital expenditure targets are expected to be achieved.
I think this question was also asked by your colleague Sapna here, that the revenues are conservative. So if we look at revenues and compare it with the GDP figures, I would also like you to concentrate on the fact that the excise duty is not linked to that. Excise.
Co-powered by Citroën C5 Aircross SUV.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have my soul giving the one.
आप प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवता प्रपूत कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Nirmala Sitharaman, for some coffee and crypto.
NDTV wins the trust vote once again.
This is now the reality check. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India.
Still many say independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरमई सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not told him in the water.
आप प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत सेवाचा शपथ घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda. We separate.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Nirmala Sitharaman. We are tracking all the details you need to know about the budget. And one big headline from Union Budget 2022 that's really stood out above everything else is on crypto and digital currency. Folks, mark this day, 1st of February 2022 is when crypto officially came in the budget of 2022 with 30% tax on income from sale. Remember, there is no regulation yet, but taxing the digital asset class gives legitimacy to crypto like never before. But it's a high tax, remember, of 30%. Right at the onset, let's just say it's been a mixed bag, but it's been quite a day. Apart from that, the year itself, India, today has decided that there will be a digital currency. RBI will be regulating that, and it will come out this year itself. Over the next 30 minutes, we'll be taking you through all you need to know about the highlights, the takeaways from crypto in the Union Budget of 2022. Let's start with a big bang headline there. Tax is on income, meaning once you buy or sell, you pay about 30% on that amount. Remember, just holding crypto does not make you accountable for the tax. It's the buying and the selling of it. In addition to that, you pay 1% TDS to the exchanges as well. That will be cut over there. Some reports suggest that this will be credited back. We'll have to wait to hear more details on that. Another key point here is any loss you incur on sale of your digital assets cannot be set off against any gains. So you pay taxes regardless of your profits or losses in the crypto market. The other thing to note here is on gifting, and this is key. In case you receive digital assets as gifts as well, the recipient of the asset will have to pay the tax. It's a costly gift, mind you. No regulation yet, basically, but highest category of taxes is the message that has come in from the finance minister. What will this do to the crypto market? Will this mean small time players will sort of exit and more whales as we know them will remain in the market? What does it tell us about the future of even regulation in the country is what we are going to decode. First up, my guest is Naveen Surya. He is the advisory board member for Blockchain and Crypto Assets Council. Naveen, what a day for India. We've been talking about it, anticipating it for quite some time, but it's been a mixed bag of sorts truly. On one hand, we got taxation, something the industry had been asking for. On the other hand, a common man invested in crypto today is asking 30%. Really?
Yeah. So, Sonal, good to see you back. First of all, a quick disclaimer. All my views today are not on behalf of BACC. I think the association is still kind of trying to understand. The fine print is still getting analyzed. So we will obviously talk about it officially and BACC will come up with its own release. But yeah, it's an interesting day. Like you already said, mixed one. First, I think we should be extremely happy that India will be few of the countries who will also have a CBDC or a digital currency of its own, which actually I've been personally advocating over the last 8-10 years. Very few people know it. So I'm personally very excited that that would be a reality. And I think in any case, that should have been no-brainer. RBI could have done it independent of whatever happens to private crypto. So that's a good start. While I still believe that some sort of enablement from the parliament will need to be done legally, because under the current act, the currencies can be issued only on a certain format. So to add a virtual type or a digital type, that act enablement might need to be done. But it's a good news. Nevertheless, it shows that everything is ready, and within this year, we will see the light of day.
Right.
Second part of code, yeah, go on.
No, please finish your point.
Yeah. The second bit was obviously that in absence of anything from the government, the tax regime was completely open. I think there was issues even of every transaction is subject to GST, which was even more draconian. Will it be treated as asset? So would you kind of tax it as a typical security transactions, commodity transaction? So currently it was all open for interpretation. So we should thank the government that at least first time they have recognized this category and industry in certain way. I wouldn't jump to the conclusion that it is legitimized yet, because again, taxes are to be paid on whether or legal or illegal proceeds from the income. So that's a separate subject. But yeah, it does say that the government has started recognizing this as a category. They have brought about a definition first time of the legal of these virtual assets, including NFTs. So again,
but are you happy with the definition just yet, or do you think the bill really is required to decode what exactly is digital assets, how exactly it will be taxed? Everybody who's holding an NFT today is wondering what's going to happen next.
Yeah, so Sonal, it's too early for me to comment on the definition. That's where I said that the fine prints needs to be discussed, debated, the interpretation. There will be more clarifications finally on those. So I wouldn't comment on the definition, but I want to say that it's an important step, right? Defining something which does not exist requires a lot of time, effort, which shows that the government has started working on it. They've put forward at least something very clearly that how they want to define it. Obviously, now it's for all of us to understand it, keep working with the government and evolve. This is not going to be one-time activity. This industry segment, everything that happens will evolve over a period of time. Take it between 3 to 5 years to reach its a real matured state. So I would say
it's been quite a journey really, Naveen, from ban to now tax while we wait for a regulation as well. It's been quite a journey. I understand that you're not speaking from the association so far, but at the moment, the quick takeaway for you, what would that be?
Well, it says that the government is looking at it in more positive way. I think they definitely want to immediately clarify certain thing and avoid any loss of revenue. At the same time, when you do the tax compliances, you also do immediately certain other compliances. You can do tax compliance only when you've done KYC. So it's an indirect way of also taking care of a lot of KYC, PMLA related issues upfront. Of course, there is a TDS of 1%, which I personally look small, but I think logistically that's going to be more challenging than, let's say, implementing 30%. 30% looks higher. Of course, it is higher. I actually personally believe that that will actually be concern of more bigger players than the smaller players, because those who are going to do a regular trades, those who are going to do a large value block trade, they will start looking at the overall, let's say, where should they do it? Is India the right destination? Is the higher value means higher tax here? So those are, again, as I said, long-term issues, and that will evolve. And those are the discussions that industry will have to start engaging with CBDT and the Finance Ministry on a let's say,
lots of questions there, and not just long-term, several unanswered questions there as well. Naveen, I'm afraid that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for joining us. I just want to go across to our rest of the panel as well, and we've got a fantastic panel for you today to try and understand different aspects, from taxation to regulation to how exchanges are seeing it, to how you and I, or perhaps those who are invested in crypto, are going to see this budget as well. Let me welcome on the program, Sachit Jolly is with us, and he is going to decode a lot of those unanswered questions for us. It's been quite a day. Sachit, it's coming to you in a bit. We've got Sridhar Arvidas, tax partner, Grant Thornton Bharat, knowledge partners with us at NDTV. We've got Siddharth Ghani with us from Kribaco. We also got Dr. Aruna Sharma, and we'll be talking all about CBDC. We've been discussing it for a while now, and here it comes, and it's going to come this year itself. So lots to decode over there. And Kashif Raza is with us, another somebody who has a lot of knowledge on what's going on within the system. Let me come to Sachit first. Sachit, big question, what's happening on the taxation front? There are lots of minute details that we still don't know at the moment. For example, to start with, if you are putting in your money, so taxation will happen on income, meaning it's only when you sell and you pay taxes on that amount. But what about transfer of value? What about going, say, from one exchange to the other? How does one sort of look at that space?
Well, I believe that if you just move wallets, as we call, or move exchanges, there is really no transfer. And like you rightly said, the tax incidence is on consideration received on sale or transfer. A person can't sell to himself. So merely because you change, the exchanges change, I don't see that as a transfer of an asset to anybody. It's relocation of an asset in that sense, but I don't see that as a transfer. The challenge will be, how do the tax authorities look at it? Do tax authorities look at each exchange listing as a separate transaction? Well, in that case, you'll have a 1% TDS on each time you relocate your asset from one exchange to the other. And I think that you're right. There is no particular clarity on that. The TDS provision is rather, I won't say loosely worded, but it's more generically worded and will need some clarification as we see a lot of these questions coming up.
Right.
And I think those general principles of tax should apply here, that you can't make a profit out of yourself. So, when you just relocate to the other exchange, there is really no transfer. That's what my personal view is right now.
Another question, Sachit, really is at this point, and I'm just going straight into understanding what this means for the common man, is a lot of people receive payments in crypto. A lot of people get their salaries in crypto as well, right? There are software engineers, there are, digital content creators, etc. How would that be seen? How does taxation happen on that front when you're receiving a payment, say, in crypto?
Well, there has been an amendment to the Income Tax Act. Section 56 has been amended to include crypto as a property, which if you receive it, could get taxed under 56. The jury is out whether in a case where I'm rendering a service like a content developer, or I'm rendering services as an employee, can 56 at all be triggered? According to me, it should not get triggered. But there's been an amendment, to tax that as gift. But that section doesn't say only if it is a gift that you'll get taxed. So I think that's one. But from a transferor perspective also, let's say there is a company which is paying an employee or a content creator for its services through a crypto. Now for that, it will be treated as a transfer.
I see.
Although it doesn't receive any consideration for the said transfer, and the consideration that it receives is intangible in the sense of a service being received. But, unless there is clarity or an explanation on this, I won't be surprised that if a tax officer today says that the company, since it paid by way of a crypto, it tantamounts to a transfer, and therefore the company should pay tax on the market value of the crypto minus the cost of acquisition. So I think that it's going to lead to a lot of debatable views on this. The jury's still out.
Jury's still out, and lawyers like you and CAs are going to have a hard time and a long night tonight trying to decode what all of this means for people. Let me go to Kashif next. Kashif, you and I have been talking in detail about how this impacts the end consumer, people who are invested in crypto. And just again to underline, often people think that crypto is something that only is there in urban India, in millennials. The truth is a lot of two-tier cities is where the money is actually coming from. They're putting in a lot of their, huge chunk of their earnings into crypto. And today they are wondering, hang on, is the party over for us? 30% plus 1% plus the gas fee. What's happening?
Yeah, so you're absolutely right, Sonal. We have seen it in the past that the major influx of people into crypto so they're quite young, and they are from tier B, tier A, tier C cities and towns, small towns of the country. And one thing that has attracted crypto is that people have joined this bandwagon to earn quick money as well, because when they see, when they see these stories that people making a lot of money into it, so they have definitely entered into this space. And what will happen now after this thing, because since there is a direct, flat 30% tax, obviously it won't remain that lucrative now. And whenever an individual will try to invest in crypto, they'll definitely consider an option of investing in stocks as well. So they'll definitely figure out this thing that, okay, fine, investing in crypto is a little costlier now. It is not that lucrative. While when you invest in stocks, so there, you have long-term capital gains and short-term capitals gain. There you do not have the flat tax rate. So ultimately, in a sense,
you're making a very important point, Kashif. You're saying this budget and taxation will change the way India looks at crypto now, at least the retail investors, at least the small time investors.
Yeah, definitely. They will look at it, and they will also see, okay, fine, when I invest in stocks, I can treat this income as a business income or a trading income, and I can. The most important part, Sonal, here is that I can set off my losses. So suppose in stocks, if there is a loss, I can carry it forward. Yeah. But in crypto today, if I suffer a loss, I won't be able to carry off. So that will be a huge difference. So in a sense, it won't remain as lucrative as people who are trying to enter into this space for making money. But people who believe in the long-term trajectory, who believe in the long-term, growth of this space will definitely come here and hodl. I think it will be a challenging thing as well for exchanges as well to make, because earlier there was no regulation, so exchanges were also happy that so many people were coming in to make quick money, and they were also kind of happy about it. But today now it will be challenging for them as well, how they will position their exchange as an exchange, as a venture where it is like profitable for people.
Yeah, you're right. I've been talking to a lot of exchanges all morning, and they seem to be still in a state of flux, still figuring out which way this is going to be going. I know the rest of panels are waiting as well. Let me quickly slip into a break. When we come back, we'll continue this very fascinating discussion. So many questions answered, but so many of them still remain in the realm of we don't know what's going to happen next. We're going to decode all of that with the panel in a moment from now.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is
changing forever. NDTV, real news by real journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंह चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not chosen the one.
आप प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवात्मा प्रफुल्ल कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका, खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। एनडीटीवी इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audiences. Thank you all so very much.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंह चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not chosen the one.
आप प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवात्मा प्रफुल्ल कहता कि
Welcome back. We are decoding the crypto takeaways from the budget today. Let me go to Mr. Sridhar next. Mr. Sridhar, your key takeaways, and I understand lots of unanswered questions here, but how exactly are you seeing this?
I think the key takeaway that we see here is that one, government wants to bring out clarity in the way non-state currencies should be taxed, and they're coming down pretty hard on that because it's actually being treated more worse off than even speculative income from an income tax perspective. And therefore, clearly the message is that
it's gambling
we would
standards.
like
It's gambling standards, 30%.
Yes, and the 30% is also a message that clearly government doesn't want non-state players to function as currencies, and therefore from a cryptocurrency perspective coming out clearly on that direction, and also giving a sense that non-fungible tokens and other digital assets are also in that class, which is something which is a bit worrying, because we would have liked government to take a more reasonable view on digital assets as a class in themselves, and maybe distinguish crypto to be taxed in a different manner. And that's a bit worrying, because once this is now in the statute book, a 30% tax is a starting point for any further changes to be coming through, and therefore this is a budget that will set the standard to tax this income without the ability to carry forward any losses, as well as without the ability to.
I think what you're trying to say is that even within digital assets, the industry had been saying that there should be different buckets in which they are looked at. And Siddharth has spoken about this on the channel earlier as well, that there should be different buckets in which you actually look at assets as well. What's happened is all of them have been put under one asset class. Or at least she didn't even use the word crypto, by the way, in the entire speech. It was just virtual digital assets. So we wait to see how that is going to get decoded. But Siddharth, quick comment?
I have mixed, reactions to this. On one side, from a 10-year jail draft bill, we have moved to a tax thing. So it's a very positive move in those things. I was looking at the fine print, and everywhere it is mentioned as assets. That indicates that in the coming regulations, which we are expecting in mid of this year, we are going to see a bill which classifies this as an asset and not a commodity. Either as an asset or a commodity, and not as a currency. And the good part, when Madam Sitharaman started speaking, she said that she accepted the fact that the ecosystem is growing, and there is a phenomenal increase, and we need a scheme for taxation of virtual currencies, which means they are aware that this industry is growing. But the tax slab, I'm not very happy with it, because a majority of people in India are invested in this space with I think 5 to 50,000 rupees investment. And when you are building something for a nation like India, you have to keep in mind all the different income brackets. So this is unfair to those who are doing it on a very nascent and a smaller level.
But I think that's the messaging, right, from the government. That's the messaging. They're saying only those who have risk appetite and can pay huge taxes should get into the system. Isn't that what you took away?
In that case, if you look at the global tax structures, right, just look at US, for instance. They have made slabs that if you are earning up to 10,000 odd number, you are paying 10%. $10,000, you are paying 10%. From 10,000 to 20,000, you are paying 20%, and so on. So there has to be slab-wise, tax on this, because this definitely discourages somebody. Even a lot of, and especially the TDS aspect of it. A lot of foreign exchanges like Coinbase and other international global exchanges, they're eyeing at India, because India is a huge market. It's a huge market, and now their life will be difficult, because TDS is something which only, I think it's kind of unique for India and nowhere else. So this will discourage international companies to come in India, invest in Indian startups. So,
that's worrying. It's the messaging, I think, is very clear for anybody who's reading between the lines here from the finance minister as well. I know Dr. Aruna Sharma has been waiting. We keep talking about crypto. We haven't forgotten CBDC, of course, something that you've personally worked on for so long with the RBI. Ma'am, your thoughts? It's going to be a reality very soon, this year itself, according to the finance minister.
I'll put it this way, that digital currency amendment will set the ball rolling. And a lot of work will have to be done by RBI to translate it into, various steps to make it a reality. But then, yes, now crypto has been bracketed out from the digital currency. It has been named as an asset, a digital asset. But here I will like to make one comment very strongly, that whenever taxation is there, it is not product based. This is something which is confusing me. Income is income from whatever source you are getting it, and then you comes into the various brackets of taxation. Now here, the gains made from crypto as a flat 30% of a tax deduction is something which I don't think so it will stand to the scrutiny of judiciary when you work upon it, and that is something which needs to read the finer print when we go ahead with it. And the average ticket size is very, very low. So you can't subject them to a 30% of taxation, because that is not the kind of gain you expect from the crypto. And crypto is like an alternate portfolio investment as options, which is available to everybody besides the what you have in the securities. So in the securities, when it is the net income which becomes a part of your income, and depending on your bracket of income levels, you are paying the tax. Exactly the same principle should apply here if the moment you start treating it as an asset.
It should.
Now making it a product base, that just because you have invested in crypto and you have gained it from crypto, therefore a flat 30% is something which I think we need to study much more as to how it will be applicable and how you are going to distinguish and go ahead with it.
Right.
Because
first step,
yes,
really. So what you're saying, there's a long way to go on this one. I know I'm running out of time. I'm sorry I'm interrupting. I know Kashif has a very quick point to make. Quickly.
So, Sonal, I just wanted to add that, it is also not a good news for startups who are there in crypto ecosystem, because there were a lot of startups who have to raise, funds through crypto. And they, every time they have to interact with the open blockchains like Ethereum and Solana. So every time when they do transfer, so is there a taxing event that will arise? And also a lot of, there were a lot of people who were earning 5 to 6 lakh rupees by performing graphic designing and, providing the services to various blockchain companies and crypto companies, and they were getting paid in crypto. So somewhere that segment of people who are close to 50,000 who were directly or indirectly employed with various crypto companies and who are based outside are definitely seeing it as somewhere their income will be taxed at 30% flat. So somewhere for them also it is not a good news. But yes, as Siddharth said, that yes, if you see it from the past, from where we have come, yes, it's a great news from where we have come.
I think to really sum it up really, and I have to wrap up now, but seriously so much still to go, and we'll keep talking about it on the way forward. But to wrap it up really, at least getting a taxation bracket is great, but is this what the industry really wanted? What exactly is the messaging here? Is the government trying to discourage small time players, only asking people who have risk appetite to go ahead and invest in crypto? If that's the messaging, well, we'll see how the markets respond to that. That's it for now. We'll stay tuned to NDTV as our budget entire coverage continues.
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor, for some coffee and crypto.
NDTV wins the trust vote once again.
This is now the reality check. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India.
Still many say
independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it. Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंह चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not told him in the water.
प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda. We separate fact from fiction. We expose falsehoods. We hold power to account. Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, real news by real journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंह चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not told him in the water.
प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
पेशा गरीब किसान मजदूर
उनकी घोर अनदेखी और उनसे क्रूरता कर रही है, क्योंकि उन्हें लगता है कि समाज में नफरत और बंटवारा ही उनकी चुनावी कामयाबी का एकमात्र सूत्र है। जनता की सेवा नहीं, जनता को राहत नहीं, किसान, गरीब, मजदूर, युवा, बच्चे, महिलाएं, अनुसूचित जाति जनजाति के लोगों की मदद नहीं, केवल और केवल धार्मिक और जातीय ध्रुवीकरण ही उनका एकमात्र रास्ता है। हमें यह विश्वास है कि इस देश के हर जाति, हर धर्म, हर क्षेत्र के लोग आगे बढ़कर मणिपुर से, गोवा से, पंजाब, उत्तर प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, वो मौजूदा सरकारों से सवाल पूछेंगे कि उनकी आय, उनकी जिंदगियां, उनके रोजगार, उनका कल्याण इस सरकार ने क्रूरता से क्यों छीन लिया और केवल बंटवारा और नफरत ही क्यों सत्ता में बैठे हुक्मरानों का एकमात्र रास्ता बन गया।
Basically, sir, the question is that she reacted to the tweet, which you also said that he said it's a zero-sum game. There is nothing for anybody. She was reacting that this emanates from comprehension of the budgetary proposals. And what is your response?
I entirely agree. If it's an incomprehensible budget, what do we comprehend? I think one journalist asked her in the press conference.
This was a reaction, by the way.
One journalist asked her in the press conference, the explanation you have given, madam, is totally ununderstandable.
और आदरणीय साथी, मैं चिदम्बरम साहब की अनुमति से उनका जवाब पढ़कर बताऊंगा और उस पर अपनी टिप्पणी जरूर दूंगा। निर्मला सीतारमन जी और भाजपा ने उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों के सम्मान पर ठेस पहुंचाई, उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों का मजाक उड़ाया, उत्तर प्रदेश के लोगों का अपमान किया, ये कहकर on Rahul Gandhi's zero-sum budget comment, FM Nirmala Sitharaman says it's a typical UP type comment. माफ कीजिए, आप भी उत्तर प्रदेश से और बिहार की ये जो हमारी भूमि है उससे आते हैं, तो क्या निर्मला सीतारमन जी और भाजपा मानती हैं कि उत्तर प्रदेश और बिहार के लोग जो हैं वो सोच नहीं सकते, समझ नहीं सकते, उनके अंदर बुद्धि नहीं? ये घोर अपमान है इस देश के सबसे बड़े प्रांत के लोगों का। ये केवल एक नेता पर टिप्पणी नहीं, उत्तर प्रदेश के 25 करोड़ लोगों को अपमानित किया है निर्मला सीतारमन जी ने। मोदी जी और निर्मला जी को फौरन माफी मांगनी चाहिए उत्तर प्रदेश, उत्तराखंड, बिहार, केंद्रीय हिंदुस्तान के इन प्रांतों के लोगों से।
May I give a typical Tamil comment? Zero cash assistance, zero for those who lost their jobs, zero for those who are looking for jobs, zero for MSMEs, zero for those who are suffering from malnutrition and hunger, zero for those who suffer from inflation. So 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 can only be a zero sum.
Thank you, sir. We can conclude.
Thank you.
All right, so some fierce criticism there from the former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, basically saying that those who needed assistance from the government, whether it was the poor, the MSME sector, those hit by inflation and many other examples he gave, did not actually get enough. Now, this has been one of the key points of criticism which has been raised, that in a time like this, when there is a growing disparity between the rich and those who are poor, more needed to have been done to support those who needed the assistance, whether it is some sort of a social security net in urban areas or certainly ramping up Manrega, on which millions of people still depend in this country. Joining us now, the senior leader Brinda Karat. She's a Politburo member of the CPM and senior leader. Thanks, ma'am, very much for being with us. In your mind,
Thank you,
is
Vishnu.
Manrega and the lack of additional funds to Manrega perhaps the most glaring example of how millions who are impoverished continue to suffer?
You're absolutely right, because if we look at the level of rural distress, which is also reflected, at least to some extent, in the economic survey, we find that the criminal callousness of this government is not really a question, Vishnu, of additional funds for Rega. If you look at the revised estimates and the budget estimates, there's actually a cut of around 26% as far as Manrega funds are concerned. Now the government in a footnote has said, well, it's a demand-driven program, so if they need more funds, we'll give it. But then you're cheating the people as far as managing the deficit is concerned. So you're saying that, oh, we do have the funds, we'll give the funds when it's required. But even now, in India, there is a huge backlog of those who have worked on Manrega sites and not yet got their wages. So I think Manrega is one very important issue. But even more than that, Vishnu, if you look at the entire agriculture sector, and after all, we have just seen a most historic struggle of Kisans against the 3 farm agri laws, one would have thought that the government would have shown at least some element of sensitivity towards the needs of farmers. Instead of which, if you look at the heads of agriculture and agriculture-related activities, there's a huge cut of 1 lakh crore rupees as far as allocations to agriculture is concerned.
You know,
and
the other key point,
claims made by Nirmala ji.
Ma'am, I'm just sorry to interrupt, because this health is another area which is, it's up by less than 1%. At a time when, we've been hit in this country in the manner in which we have, again, this is another key social sector which has been, not enough has been done. Just a 1% jump.
Absolutely. And if you look at inflation and you factor in inflation, it's actually a cut as far as real term allocations for health is concerned. So every single important social sector scheme and every single important stimulus which was required to push the Indian economy out of the pandemic impacted, and in fact, as the economic survey states, even before the pandemic, we were in a recessionary mode. But this government, even unlike the most developed countries in the world, even low-income countries who have increased expenditure, this government is actually doing nothing of the sort. And if you look at the total expenditure as a portion of GDP, as a proportion of GDP,
you aren't convinced about what they're saying about CapEx?
CapEx, you see, no, I'm about CapEx. Even if you look at CapEx and the claims that they have made, that they have spent more on CapEx in the last financial year. But out of that claim, the small print shows that 51,000 crores which they claim was spent as CapEx was actually dealing with the debt of Air India.
Right.
So they say there's going to be a huge increase. Yeah, that is it. Right. They're dealing with that debt. They say 51,000 crores.
But what about education, ma'am? Because that is up considerably.
So we don't know.
Education up 18%.
I beg your pardon?
Education, I'm just quickly going through sectors.
Education
up 18%.
Yeah, but I would really like to. I would like to.
It's 1 lakh crores now, up from 88,000 crores. Do you welcome that?
I've seen that.
Yes.
I have seen that. But when you look at the different schemes in education, for example, if you look at the umbrella expenditure for STs and STs, as far as education is concerned, and the huge claims and promises made in the last budget for setting up the Eklavya residential schools, they have not actually spent even what they had budgeted for. So on education, I would like to wait and see exactly what and where the expenditure is. What I have seen is that they are now planning global universities. They're going to have, like you have a special economic zone where no laws for workers exist. They're planning to have global universities without domestic regulations. So I'd like to see exactly for whom and what the expenditure is all about before I comment. But look at Anganwadis, look at ASHA workers. I mean, Vishnu, these are front-line workers. Nirmala ji's talked about updating. By doing what? By providing some linkages with internet. But what about their wages? What about their salaries? What about their allowances?
That brings me to my new question. You know, we've spoken about Manrega, we've spoken about the agriculture sector. What about a social security net or some sort of a financial safety net for the urban poor? Particularly at a time like this when we've seen the divide between those, you know, who are wealthy and those who are poor in urban centers. I mean, it's a huge chasm now, and there is no security, there is no income tax relief to start with, right? Laborers in cities and towns continue to suffer immensely over the last 2 years. Joblessness is a huge issue. What about some security for the urban poor?
Well, just look at it this way. They've set up an e-portal to register unorganized sector workers after the huge crisis that we saw unfold in India as far as migrant workers are concerned. So now you have lakhs of workers registered, but what is the benefit of it? You are neither providing them guaranteed employment and nor are you providing them any kind of help or assistance. Cash transfers are the most essential aspect today if you want to even boost the market. Even the big corporates today are saying, the first time I've heard them speaking, to increase the purchasing power of the poor.
Right.
But this government is so totally callous towards the poorer sections of society that they are not prepared to give any income transfer schemes to a population when income inequality in India is one of the worst in the world.
Ma'am, one final question.
So I think this budget.
Sure. Ma'am, one final question to you.
Yeah.
You know, we've gone through sector by sector, but one of the areas where a lot of people would say the government has done well in terms of infrastructure is roads. And the outlay again, and the target is to actually double the amount of roads, kilometers of roads that we've done in the last financial year. And there's progress on the ground as well. Is this an area, essential infrastructure, where we've done well?
Who is it for? Who's financing it? The petroleum says, the road says, who is financing it?
Well, it depends on the project. There's not one answer.
The question is, this money, this money is coming from whom and where? This money is coming from the pockets of the people who today can't afford to travel from Delhi to Calcutta because you have raised the fares, you've hiked the prices of petrol and diesel, you've made transport so expensive that people whose pockets you have picked to build those fine highways and roads are people who can't travel on them because they don't have money in their pockets.
Right.
I would say if the government is interested in using taxes in a way which is of direct benefit to the people, first of all, they should have increased tax on corporates, they should have increased income tax for the rich, and they should have rolled back the exorbitant loot that they have indulged in on the huge hikes of petrol, diesel, and gas.
Right.
And by the way, Vishnu, the gas cylinder is another scam story because the subsidies on gas and gas cylinders have suffered such a drastic
huge
cut and
drop,
decrease as to make the Ujjwala scheme not Ujjwala but Andhera.
All right.
That is what this government has done as far as the gas cylinders are
all right.
concerned.
Well, ma'am.
Therefore, I would just say, Vishnu, this budget is not a budget for the people, and I challenge the Prime Minister and his statement. ये जनता के पक्ष की बजट है, नहीं मोदी जी, जनता के पक्ष की नहीं, ये आपकी क्रोनी कैपिटलिस्ट जो आपके दोस्त है उनकी पक्ष की है. माफ कीजिए अगर ये टिप्पणी मेरी आपको पसंद नहीं आया.
All right, ma'am, very direct. Thanks very much for sharing those views, cutting across sectors and your concerns over there on how this isn't a people-friendly budget and it's certainly not a budget for the poor. We'll take a short break, come back with the very latest.
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए. कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे. सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका. खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका. सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं.
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं.
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम. NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया.
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audiences. Thank you all so very much.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ.
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंह चुकदा हाँ.
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not sure giving the water.
आप प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवात्मा कपूर कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor, for some coffee and crypto.
NDTV wins the trust vote once again.
This is now the real check. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India.
Still many say independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it. Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरमई सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not told him in the water.
प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा कपूर कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda. We separate fact from fiction. We expose
All right, well, a great deal of this budget is focused on what the government said would encourage growth in the country, would certainly encourage infrastructure development, and would ultimately generate jobs. But there's another large part of the budget when it came to social sector spending. Has enough actually been done? My colleague Mariam has more details.
The finance minister, while presenting the budget, spoke of how the government would be spending much more in the next fiscal year. But despite this promise of increased spending on the one hand, on the other, the government has slashed the budget for the rural employment scheme Manrega by 25%. Let's look at the numbers. In 21-22, the revised estimate said that for Manrega, the government would be allocating about 98,000 crore. This has been slashed by 25% to 73,000 crore. The rural employment scheme Manrega had been a lifeline for many during the prolonged lockdowns in the beginning of the pandemic. And as it's clearly seen from the work demand numbers that are up on the Manrega website. If we pull that graphic up, we can see that the increasing demand for Manrega, how it has been spiking. in households demanding for work, in December 2018, we had about 1.9 crore households demanding for work. In December 2019, 1.7 crore households were demanding for work. By December 2020, during the pandemic, this demand increased to about 2.7 crore households. In December 2021, the demand remained higher than the pre-pandemic levels, with 2.4 crore households demanding for work. It's not just rural employment or rural development, it's also some other key sectors as well. The budget has not increased substantially. If we pull up the numbers for the health sector, in 2021-22, the revised estimates allotted about 85,900 crore for health. This increased to about 86,600 in 22-23. But this increase is less than 1%. Education is one place where we see some hope. In 21-22, the revised estimate said that there was an allocation of about 88,000 crore. This is increased to about 1 lakh crore in 22-23. This is an increase of 18%. Defense sector again, 21-22 versus 22-23, the budget allocation is only up by 5%.
All right, so a couple of areas where budget allocation has been fairly limited. We're going to go across to our panel at this stage, get their views of just what the budget has had to say. Pawan Goenka, the former MD of Mahindra & Mahindra, with us. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Nasser Salim, Kunal Sood, Richard Hild, all with us. What I'd like to do first is just go through a couple of the highlights in the budget and then try and get a couple of reactions before we go sector to sector. So let's just take a look at some of the key points. Let's bring up that graphic. A couple of the key points in the budget. All right, so key takeaways, no change in income tax. Now, it really depends where you're coming from as far as that is concerned at a time when there has been such distress in terms of joblessness. Many would have suggested that some sort of income tax relief would have been welcome, but no change. It's certainly not gone up. Total expenditure is up to 39.5 lakh crores. That's up only 4.8%. 60 lakh Make in India jobs over 5 years has been promised. There's a 30% tax on the transfer of virtual digital assets.
Yes, I can.
Digital currency, which is going to be introduced by the RBI. That's been an area of conversation as well. Let me go straight across to Pawan Kumar Goenka. Sir, is there enough in this budget to encourage growth and employment? Because, or would you like to have seen more social sector benefits for lakhs in our country?
Vishnu, as we have been saying whole day, that this budget is squarely focused on growth. And everything that you see here, including the biggest news item being the capital expenditure increasing by 35%, is focused on that. And it's these are sectors that would not necessarily give you immediate return, but sectors that will have a multiplier effect in the long run. For example, the PM Gati Shakti is perhaps one of the biggest initiatives the government of India has taken in the recent times. And in the budget speech, the Honorable FM spent significant amount of time explaining what the plans are for Gati Shakti. And Gati Shakti is not only about creating infrastructure, but also about reducing the capital or the logistic cost for the industry from about 13% to maybe about 8%, making the industry very competitive. So if you look at examples like that, this whole budget is focused on growth. Whether there could have been more in terms of employment generation in the growth sector, that remains to be debated and perhaps look at some more details. But in terms of growth, I think it's focusing in the right place. Okay. Social sector spend, as far as that is concerned, yes, it is not a budget what one would call a populist budget. And that was perhaps a bit of a surprise given elections are around the corner. And therefore, you don't see much new initiative or much new announcement in terms of social infrastructure spend. But I think quite a bit has been done in the last 2 years. These are not necessarily budget items as the requirement was. For example, the subsidies over the last 2-3 years had gone up from 2.5 lakh crore to 7 lakh crore, which has now reduced from 7 to 4 to now in the next budget 3.17 lakh crore. So I think a lot of effort has already been spent on social spending.
The Manrega allocation has come down drastically. That's it is a problem, isn't it? And,
I would put it this way, Vishnu, that that is the estimate that the government perhaps has for Manrega. My guess is the requirement is more, then government will increase the outlay for Manrega.
Okay. Dr. Hiranandani, let's take a look at the tax proposals and let's roll a graphic on that. Now, there are some important steps over here to simplify the process. For example, updated returns can be filed within a period of 2 years. That's actually very good news, because if you've made a mistake, you're an honest taxpayer, you aren't going to be penalized. You can say that, look, I made this mistake, and they will accommodate that. Let's have the graphic up on this. A minimum alternate tax for cooperatives has been cut to 15%. There's a surcharge on cooperatives cut from to 7%. It was up at 12% earlier on. The deduction limit for state government employees to NPS has been raised to 14%. Long-term capital gains surcharge has been capped at 15%. But I think the big takeaway for our viewers would be there's no change in the taxation structure. But Dr. Hiranandani, your comments or your views on some of these tax proposals?
I think more could have been done, Vishnu. I think you needed to rationalize these things further. And the minimum alternative tax is something which I think is hurting unnecessarily and needed to be further reduced completely, maybe to 10% or less. So I think that was one. But on the other side, I see something which nobody's talking about also, Vishnu.
Yep.
The rate of corporate tax is 15 and 25%. The maximum rate of tax for individuals is 42%. So, what is this two parts to it? I cannot understand, and it should have been brought down drastically. We had representatives on that issue, but unfortunately, nobody is even talking about it. Yeah. How can individuals be taxed at the maximum rate of 42% and a company which is large at 25%? This is an incongruency. The other part of the story, besides this taxation part, is we were looking at something in the housing sector, where we thought that interest on home loans deduction, which is capped at 2 lakhs, is still 2 lakhs after 12 years, while house prices have gone up. We thought that should increase. It's an essential item, roti, kapda, makan. Prime Minister is talking about.
But they've done something good. 48,000 crores, Dr. Hiranandani, for 80 lakh houses under the PM Awas Yojana.
That is a good scheme. Yeah. I was coming to that. 80 lakh beneficiaries will come under that scheme of the poorest to poor. This may not be applicable to cities like Mumbai and Delhi and so forth, because there is a cap of 45 lakhs of rupees for the house which you can buy. Yeah. And as you know, the land prices being what it is, this scheme may not be easily applicable to these two cities or some of the cities which have this kind of land prices. But yes, the PMAY scheme has been exceptionally useful in the country. More than 1 crore people in the last 5 years have benefited. But Vishnu, try and look at the other aspect. Mumbai, the richest city in India, has 50% people still living in jhopadpattis, slums, juggies and jhopadis.
And they don't benefit from this.
Half of them can afford a house of the size they are doing it, but we just don't construct that kind of houses because of land costs and the government costs and stamp duty and the other development charges that the government is doing. Fortunately, government had reduced, Maharashtra government had reduced stamp duty and charges for a short period of time, 3 to 6 months, and now has been restored that back. I hope that Maharashtra will again go back on that. So yes, some things on this housing in the PMAY scheme is definitely complemented. Urban infrastructure in terms of metro and other things focus is very, very good, Vishnu. I think cities need to be improved transport unless you don't have the metro systems up and going.
And there's a lot which has been done on the road network as well. So those are a couple.
Yes.
I just want to change my focus to, let's bring up graphic 8, which is virtual digital assets. There's no ban on crypto, but digital assets have been taxed. I'll ask Nasser Salim to sort of take a look at this. Firstly, the graphics themselves, what we've got, a transfer of any virtual digital asset will be taxed at 30%. 1% TDS on virtual digital asset transaction. Any transaction involving that will have a tax taken away at source, deducted at source. There will be no deductions to be allowed except the cost of acquisition. A loss from the sale of digital assets cannot be set off against gains. So, your views on digital assets and, your perspective on the digital currency, which they've also seemed to be encouraging in a big way.
Good evening, Vishnu. My first thoughts as far as the virtual digital assets is concerned is that, obviously, they're trying to tell everyone to stay away from them. I mean, that's what I can kind of make of it. Until there is clarity, regulatory clarity and compliance as far as this entire digital currency is concerned. Obviously, there's been a lot of trading that is happening amongst the younger generation, genre of people. We've seen a lot of, interests coming in from there. And therefore, a mention of this is obviously, I think, rightly been done. Clearly, so, as far as, virtual digital assets is concerned, this is all that I can say at the moment, Vishnu, because, a lot more of clarity has to emerge over the next few weeks. I think the other bigger question, and I would like to, respond to some of the other panelists that would mention a few points. I think, Vishnu, purely from a employment generation perspective in sectors, which I had said in this morning as well on NDTV, I personally feel that, this entire PLI and additional incentives being doled out, and also the fact that capital expenditure has been now outlined and estimated for the next financial year is a welcome step. However, I continue to feel that, numbers are of course one thing. The second thing is how much of easy it can be done with execution. I think execution is something that needs to be looked at very carefully.
Right.
Also, I think, as far as this entire disinvestment discussion is concerned, I've been hearing a lot of panelists mention about that as well. But I must tell you, last year's budget estimate between that outline was about 1,75,000
lakh crores, yeah.
Crores, exactly. And then they kind of revised that downwards to 78. And this year, for next year's budget, they've estimated, this year's budget for next year's financial year, they've estimated at 65,000 crores. Now, obviously, disinvestments in itself has been checkered as far as the government is concerned. And I personally feel giving a lower number, may try to be sending the right signals to the corporate markets and the capital markets. But again, a lot needs to be seen there as well. And my last point, I heard somebody mention about home loan buyers, and I was more keen to see, because again, real estate is a sector, Vishnu, which kind of propels this entire multiplier impact on job creation, right? And if you're boosting, if you give certain reductions, somebody just said on the panel, to 200,000, it would have been a welcome step. I think that went missing. Number two, I think very, very important, this entire financialization of savings. Today, we're talking cryptos, we're talking about digital assets, we're talking about commodities as today silver ETFs have been launched, for example, in India, SEBI's approved those. I think I would have been happier to see some kind of a guideline. Two things. One guideline on centralized KYC, which could kind of be given out today. Number two, also, this additional benefit on ELSS, which is equity linked savings schemes, because you're trying to promote investments as well under standard deductions, which could increase from 150 to 200,000. I think that's again something which kind of may have put the ball rolling. Okay. And my last point. Enough of tax buoyancy. We've seen GST collections have been consistently hitting 1,25,000 crores. For the last 7-8 months, we've had a very good record there. Good tax collections. But again, we keep talking about taxing the ultra HNI and HNI, but that's not fair. Look, today there are only 3 crore taxpayers in this country. We should be looking at how we can increase the funnel, Vishnu, rather than penalizing the ones who are paying taxes.
Right.
So that's another point.
Right. No, that's a key point. Let me just go across to Sunil Alag, who's also with us. Sunil, let's take a look at, let's bring out graphic 7, defense, because in as much as we talk about social sector growth and we talk about infrastructure development, it's important to realize that our capital budget for defense, for our armed forces, has risen up 9.7%, but in rupee terms, it's at 13,519 crores, which in terms of defense deals, it's for all 3 services, it's a minuscule amount. Of course, the existing amount still caters for what our Air Force, Navy and Army want, but it's not a jump per se, and there was no mention of the defense budget by the finance minister Nirmala Sitharaman, who's been a defense minister in the past. Is that problematic?
No, look, if you look at the budget, forget about defense, forget about agriculture for a minute. I'm not trying to look at and address it to your viewers rather than the panelists. What are they looking for in the budget? As far as I'm concerned, it's a terrific plan. They've laid out a vision, they've given a 5-year plan, and they've given a 3-year plan, and everything else is there. But a budget, for me, is 25% of vision and 75% of what they're going to do in the next 9 months. That's what, for me, is the budget. Now, therefore, where it's done a tremendous job in terms of increasing capex and whatever money they had, whether it's defense, whether it's agriculture, spending on
but not defense. I just pointed out that it's not happened. My question was on this entire defense thing.
Yeah, I was just going to answer the defense part, but I was saying, where does it go wrong? The budget, where does it go wrong? It hasn't said anything on inflation. Right. It's taken oil prices at $70 to $75. When it's today, it's $90 already. So once they increase the oil prices, everything else will go. So they've not actually touched on inflation at all. Forget about, I was looking forward to the lower income, middle income group getting some tax relief, not the upper end. Upper end, we know will get it. Therefore, the last year's target was in disinvestment was 1.75 lakh crores. What have they done? 8%. Anyone in the private sector would have been sacked for that. No question in my mind. So ultimately, at the end of the day, defense is between China and Pakistan, and everybody wants. They've said, look, all the villages next to the border, they're going to take care of. So let's not forget that. They're going to spend money on almost everybody along the northern
border. So that's infrastructure.
Which was never done. Yeah. So therefore, defense, the amount of money that they need to spend, don't assume there is cast in stone. They will increase, they will decrease as the year goes on.
In fact, that's an important point, because a large part of our defense budget, which is on strategic assets, that's never mentioned. People don't talk about it. So that's a secret, and perhaps rightly so.
No.
So let me go across to Sri Vijay Sai Reddy, who joins us as well, and ask you this, sir. Let's take a look at another couple of important sectors, and let's look at healthcare. Now, let's bring that graphic up, or graphic number 5 on healthcare. In 2021-2022, we were at 85,900 crores. We've actually seen a jump to 86,600 crores. That's up by less than 1%. For a country as large as ours, and a country which, who knows, may face several problems, even perhaps different avatars of COVID in the future, is this jump in this key social sector enough for us? Reddy Saab, go ahead.
Yeah, you are asking me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. 40% of the Indian population are covered under some health insurance scheme or other. Leave about the rich and neo-rich who need not have any insurance policy or insurance coverage, so far as medical bills are concerned. In so far as middle class is concerned, 56% of the Indian population is uncovered by any sort of health insurance. In fact, we have expected the Honorable Finance Minister and also the Honorable Prime Minister to introduce a scheme which will cover this middle class of India. And in so far as that issue is concerned, this budget, there is no reference in this budget, which is little disappointing.
All right, Mr. Sood, let's Kunal Sood is partner at government consulting at Grant Thornton Bharat. Let's take a look at another couple of areas. Let's, for example, focus on the rural sector. So let's bring that up. Now, rural employment, which is such a key area, in 2021-2022, the money allotted was 98,000 crores. It's actually down 25% on this occasion. Rural development is down, marginally down. It's more or less the same. But in terms of a spend on rural employment, when we're talking about rural distress, shouldn't this have been an area that perhaps more could have been done?
Yeah, Vishnu, thanks for that. So, while the numbers do reflect a current picture, but as a firm which works very closely with the government and very closely across 20 states on some of these aspects of rural development, we are also looking at the budget and the kind of indicators which are emerging a more vibrant ecosystem, an ecosystem for women, ecosystem for livelihoods, for the youth, for the farmers, which is more responsive to where they are today. And, those are some of the things that I would want to highlight today, specifically when we look at livelihoods now, where it has become a major challenge. And there is, during migration, we saw people lost livelihood. There are opportunities now in the rural areas which are being built. So what I like about the budget today is how they have been able to narrow down on certain geographies. So this new initiative for the Northeastern development under Gati Shakti, I think it's a great initiative for the Northeastern region to promote livelihoods. Similarly, they have looked at something very specific, which is for the border districts, again, major area of concern. Aspirational districts has been a program of the government. So what I believe, while there is an year-on-year allocation and there would be changes on that, it's important to see how the ecosystem is being shaped through the initiatives of the government. I think that's some very positive initiatives on that. And I can also talk about agriculture, where I see several of the long-term plans. For example, government's major thrust has been on crop diversification. How do we shift both for environmental reason as well as for farmers' income? How do we shift them to more market-led crops? So when the government has come up and they have introduced now about the chemical-free agriculture, it's market-led. When they're talking about working with state governments and promoting horticulture, promoting oil farm, promoting various other tie-ups with the startups, I think these are all which are going to shape the ecosystem, which will respond better. Right. And one size fits all is no longer, going to work for India. There have to be specific strategies for specific locations, for specific districts. And I like, even when the budget, they are making references of blocks. That's where the problem needs to be solved, and not, at a sector level or at a state level. So,
at the micro level. Yeah, I get that point. Richard Held, Executive Chair of the UK-India Business Council, thanks very much for being with us. Is there enough in this budget for you to believe that foreign investment in India, certainly, for example, investment from the United Kingdom, is a focus point for this government? Has anything been done to suggest that remains a big priority?
I think it's a very interesting budget. The way I look at it is, if you look at the forward projections on GDP, be it from under the National Economic Survey or indeed the IMF, what you're seeing is substantial growth that indicates that India is going to be one of the fastest growing economies in the next 3 years. And what this budget tells me is that Minister Sitharaman has tried to deploy the resources available to her in order to make that not only sustainable, but to achieve the level of employment that the government is aiming for over the next 5 years. There are a number of, I think, very interesting announcements that are made, not least in relation to the focus on renewable energy. I think that the amount that is being talked about in terms of hydro, in terms of investment in solar, and we haven't even mentioned the hydrogen fuel, is actually phenomenal, transformational as to how India is going to move forward into the future. In fact, if I might, 70% of carbon output will be positively impacted, or if you like, ameliorated by hydrogen fuel. That is the impact of a rollout that is being planned. So that in itself is extremely important. Right. And it's, if you like, underpinned by the statements with regard to sovereign green bonds.
Right.
There are other areas where I could also point to, for instance, the help that is being given to sunrise sectors,
right,
such as climate, deep tech, digital, etc.
No, in fact, that is certainly an area which the government is focused on a great deal. I just want to, since I'm running out of time, I want to go back to Mr. Reddy. So, in as much as we look at this budget and analyze every aspect of it, it's predicated on a couple of key points. Number one, a good monsoon. Number two, oil prices at a certain level. Number three, no resurgence of COVID. In fact, the economic survey mentioned all of this. So it is an optimistic budget, but it will only work if a lot of external factors don't affect India and the world for that matter.
If you peruse the economic survey report, the industrial sector and agricultural sector both have been doing well, and it in the service sector is underperforming. So out of three sectors, two are performing well and one is not performing, one is not up to the mark. And with the expectation of good monsoon, the agricultural production is expected to be better, and recovery, once the economy started recovering from the COVID, and industrial sector also is expected to perform well, and we need to put our best efforts to improve the service sector also. The targeted growth in service sector is to be achieved in order to achieve the objectives of the Honorable Finance Minister insofar as this budget is concerned. Though the budget in fact, people of this country have expected this budget to be a booster dose like COVID-19 for COVID-19. However, in reality, the budget appears to be stylish, but not with substance.
All right.
So, on some of the sectors, where the government has focused, the reduction of fiscal deficit and the improvement in the export front and development of the infrastructure. For example, for infrastructure development, 1 lakh crores have been allotted to the states, and the formula that has been envisaged and then suggested by the Finance Commission for distribution of share of taxes is made applicable even for this infrastructure distribution of infrastructure fund also, then it will be a disaster. And in fact, we request the Honorable Finance Minister not to apply the same formula as is applied for distribution of share of taxes.
Sure. Some key points,
central pool of taxes.
Mr. Reddy, that you mentioned over there. Thanks very much for pointing out. Sir, I need to wrap this up. I'm just slightly running out of time over here, but lots of important points. Thank you very much for raising them. We'll take a short break, come back with more.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ.
मैं चरमई सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ.
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not chosen the one.
आप प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा कपूर कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audiences. Thank you all so very much.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरमई सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not chosen the one.
डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा शपथ घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor, for some coffee and crypto.
NDTV wins the trust vote once again.
This is now the reality check. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India.
Still many say independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it.
You're watching our continuous coverage of the Union Budget 2022. I'm Rishika Barua. Well, a push for infrastructure and a 30% tax on transfer or sale of digital assets were among the key headlines of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's Budget 2022. The income tax rates, crucially, have been kept unchanged. On a lighter note, when the Finance Minister was asked in a press conference why she hasn't given relief to the common man, on a lighter note, she said, well, at least I haven't increased the tax burden on the common man. Now, the opposition claims that this is a budget that has nothing really to offer the deprived, the salaried class or backward, weaker sections. Prime Minister Modi has countered that by saying that this is a budget that will benefit all, especially the poor and the backward sections. He's called it a people-friendly and a progressive budget. Let's break down some of these tall claims that have been made as well as the criticism that is coming in at the moment. Joining us, we have Madan Sabnavis, Chief Economist, Bank of Baroda. We also have Dr. Brinda Jagirdar, Economist, with us. Thank you both very much for joining us. We'll be joined by our other guests in just a bit. Madan Sabnavis, if I can begin by asking you, the digital rupee using blockchain is going to be issued by the RBI. Lots of questions and a lot of interest around that big announcement. How are you looking at it?
In fact, it will be quite innovative because we have seen that central banks across the world are all looking in terms of bringing out their own digital currency. But in a society like ours, where we are so used to cash, we have seen that even post demonetization, there's still been this craze for cash for various reasons. I think we can think of a digital central bank currency, a digital rupee for that matter. It will definitely bring a lot of convenience and a lot of transparency. But the fact that we still like to deal in cash is important, because even today, if you want to buy a property, you go for a marriage and you want to give a gift to someone, there's lots of gold and lots of money which is transacted between people. The moment you have a digital currency, you're transacting in a digital currency, all these transactions can be tracked. So I think from the point of view of the government and the taxman, I think it's a very good idea. But in Indian society, making it compulsory would be a very long way off. And besides, I think even Brinda will probably agree with me that in case we have only electronic rupees, what's going to happen to the bank? So we have all these UPI and different payment systems and e-wallets. All that will disappear because the RBI will be holding the reins and we can be transacting in the digital rupee. So on the whole, I think it's something which is happening in the world. Yes. But I think we put a lot of thought before we actually implement it and make sure that we're able to cover it. Just think of the situation. You have only digital rupees. I don't require ATMs. I don't require security forces. I don't require branches. So it has lots of other ramifications for a country like us. But I'm quite sure the RBI will think through it before bringing it out and making it mandatory at some point of time.
Sure. Dr. Jagirdar, would you agree with that assessment? I mean, it's definitely very interesting. It's very progressive. It's in sort of response and consonance with what's happening elsewhere in the world. But the questions of implications and implementation on the ground in India are very, very different from what's happening globally.
Well, more than 25 central banks have introduced their own digital currencies. So this is nothing new. And in India also, we have a lot of private players. Now, what is important is that, let's not forget that India is the fastest growing digital economy in the world. And by 2024, India will be the third largest digital economy after the US and China. So this is an area where we definitely need to step in and make sure that we are on the right track. It will help to bring all the economic activity into the formal sector. But I don't think we can make it compulsory. I agree with what Madan is saying, that it will make transactions much simpler, and it will probably cut down the cost of transactions and the cost which the banks also face. But I don't think we can make it compulsory. That's one. And we're still a long way off when people understand it and accept it. But we need to make sure that there's a regulator, that there's something to control frauds in this area. And more than anything else, the judicial system also needs to step up and make sure that the fraudsters are caught and punished. So this is a very important area where we definitely need to step in. But we have to see how we have put the safeguards in place.
Well, absolutely. Like I said, the logistical question and the challenge here, is going to be something which is extremely key to the implementation of this idea, however futuristic it might be. We also have Rajneesh Kumar, Chairman of CII, National Committee on Banking, joining us. He's also the former Chairman of SBI. Thanks very much. We were just, discussing this big announcement about digital currency that's been made. A lot of interest around how this plays out. Any thoughts?
Yeah, so it is a digital currency which will be issued by RBI. So far the details are not available. But as far as the currency is concerned, the technology, which is the blockchain technology, the underlying technology, that is quite developed. And so far the cryptocurrency, if we can call them cryptocurrency, then it is all private. And first time effort is being made, say by Chinese Central Bank and our own Reserve Bank of India. So I think we have to wait for more details and how it will be working, because my understanding of blockchain and crypto is that it is a network of computers worldwide where the blockchains operate and talk to each other and validations happen. So if it is the same technology and the currency issuance by Reserve Bank of India, and as I was hearing some of your panelists about that India is becoming a digital economy and would be the third largest digital economy in 2-3 years time. So this is a beginning, and but as I said that the actual implementation and how does it get accepted, we will have to wait and watch.
Yes.
It is, I think, a bit premature then to make any speculation about it.
While of course we're talking about the modalities of digital currency, we're talking about the digital rupee and how it's going to use the whole blockchain technology. Madan Sabnavis, we're also taking that 30% crypto tax as one of the key takeaways, a very big headline. How do you look at these two announcements together today?
Actually, I think taxing cryptocurrency is a very good move. In fact, ideally, I would say that there should be a ban on cryptocurrency because it's pure gambling. There's no underlying. But now that we already have around 7.5 lakh crores of rupees which resides in various cryptocurrencies, it's difficult to say that all these things are just being wiped out. So I think making it analogous to gambling, where you are charging a rate of 30%, I think that makes a lot of sense. But I think logically we should also allow betting in IPL also. Because why should we stop it? Because this is just a fictitious coin. I can bring out a Sabnavis coin. Brinda brings out a Brinda coin. And if lots of people believe in it, we start trading, we make money. And then at the end of the day, I think we need to pay the government the tax. So, but definitely I think one thing which probably the government did not talk on, which it should, is that they should make it criminal to use cryptocurrency as a mode of payment. So here as a mode of investment, it's okay, you're taxing it. But unfortunately, I've heard somebody saying in Delhi restaurants accept cryptocurrency, Bitcoin. Now, you can't have a parallel to a rupee running in any country, especially in India. So that was, I think they had a view on that. That would have been also important, useful.
Right. Do you think there's still a lot of, a lot of detail that still perhaps needs to be worked out, a lot of clarity needed. Brinda Jagirdar, you were talking earlier when, in your initial comments about digital currency coming into India, on how there's going to have to be a whole mechanism to address fraud, a judicial mechanism. There's going to have to be deterrence mechanisms put in place. How do you look at this 30% tax on cryptocurrency? Do you welcome it, like Madan Sabnawis?
Yes, I mean, I agree with what he says. This tax, and it's not just within the country. See, cryptocurrency can be cross-border. So how do you control that? And so that again is a huge, big issue. So I would look at it as just a beginning, but a lot of work needs to be done, as Mr. Rajneesh Kumar rightly said. That we still need to. We don't really know all the nitty-gritty about how this whole is going to pan out. So a lot of details we still need to study, and we still need to look at and strengthen the legal framework around it.
Right. But Rajneesh Kumar, isn't that also part of the problem? The fact that there is no law, yet there's been so much discussion and debate over whether or not we are going to see a crypto bill, a detailed understanding of what the government's stand on cryptocurrency is. So we don't have that law in place yet. We don't have a very comprehensive understanding of the government's thinking. But what we do know is that there's going to be this 30% levy. Do you think that, perhaps it's time that we have more clarity than just that 30% tax?
No, let me first make a small clarification that we must distinguish what is a currency and what is an asset and what is a commodity. So, using the word cryptocurrency is not the right thing.
Okay.
Cryptocurrency would be, if at all, what Reserve Bank proposed to do, which will be a cryptocurrency in real sense.
Right. Okay.
What the bill talks today about is the virtual digital assets.
Okay.
So the confusion around the taxation has been cleared, that the crypto will be treated, or NFT also, they will be treated as virtual digital asset. It is an asset. And whenever you do a transaction, and if there is an income arising out of it, then it will be taxed at 30%, and TDS of 1%. It takes care at least of the issue around the KYC and anti-money laundering, because there is a trail when there is a TDS.
I'm going to interrupt you. I'm going to interrupt you just there because I'm going to interrupt you just there. Apologies for that, but we have Dr. Subhash Sarkar, Minister of State for Education, Government of India, joining us. Thanks very much, Dr. Sarkar, for being with us on NDTV. There was a lot of important announcements being made in terms of the government's roadmap ahead for the education sector. Many would say absolutely needed, with the Finance Minister acknowledging the fact that there has almost been a break in the education of our children for 2 years. How are you looking at some of those big announcements being made in terms of TV channels and digital universities?
First of all, I would like to impress to the whole audience that after independent India, this year is the first time there is allocation in education ministry is more than 1 lakh crore. That is 1,04,277.72,000 crores. That is a more than 1 lakh crore. This is very important part. Even after this pandemic, still our government has done this marvelous job. Yes, there are learning loss in the last 2 years because of pandemic. So our government is very much serious. They have already developed that they have decided that to develop 200 TV channel, each class, from class 1 to class 12, in different regional languages. Total 200 TV channels will be launched very soon. And in addition to this, 750 virtual lab in science and mathematics. This is also very important. And for the skilling e-labs, 75 skilling e-labs will be, that is in the, and at the same time, digital university. and digital university will be such that will glorify all other institutes, definitely, and with the different Indian languages and ICT format.
Yes.
And that will be in the first time in India. There is a hub and spoke model.
Right.
This is the first time in India. And in addition to this, all the e-content will be improved much more. Yes.
Dr. Sarkar, very, very important, to understand the fact that there is an acknowledgement from the government about learning loss in the last 2 years. We're putting out that graphic that you just spoke about, which is, an 18% hike in the budget for the education sector. And I think this is very, very welcome. But, the big question here is, can digital learning at a time when there is such a huge digital divide actually answer to some of the key questions at the moment, which is the fact that our children need to be vaccinated and they need to be sent back to school? Can digital learning in a certain sense really substitute classroom teaching in a country like ours where the digital divide is so real?
Yes. Look, we are considering about the digital device, but at the same time, in every villages, there are the facilities of TV, Doordarshan, and we will teach through Doordarshan. And that's why 200 TV channels are being installed very shortly. And we are also thinking about the internet facilities even in the remote villages. There are the provisions in the budget. It has been mentioned.
Right.
In the remote villages, the internet facilities will be provided.
Respectfully, sir, all of these things, like I said, very welcome that the government is acknowledging the learning loss and is looking at technology as a means to address it. But my question as somebody who's at the helm of affairs of education in the country, do you think that the focus perhaps needs to be on both things, which is putting our children back into the classroom? Because many educational experts argue that digital learning just cannot substitute learning in a classroom, physically with your peers.
Yes. Our government is very serious on that. And you think that we are the #1 country. Those have provided such a huge amount of vaccination, and even in the school going children, from 15 to 18, there is a very fast vaccination have been done, and it is the world record. That means we also consider for the classroom teaching also. We are not considering only there is a virtual teaching, only digital teaching. Yes, we are very much interested on the classroom teaching as well as digital teaching simultaneously.
Right. To parents who are listening intently right now, there have been many questions on, as the economy opens up, we're quick to open our markets and malls, but schools seem to come last on the list. That's of course because of concerns of safety and the health and safety of children, which is paramount. But what more can parents expect the government to do in terms of looking at reopening schools, putting children back in classrooms on a priority basis, sir?
Yes, different states are considering for this, and they are going for the gradual opening of the schools.
Right.
Naturally, I hope so. The states will decide, because education is the concurrent subject.
Yes.
Naturally, state has to decide, and we have already sent the advisories in different states.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Sarkar, for speaking with NDTV. It's a huge push as far as education is concerned in the Union Budget 2022. Like Dr. Sarkar was elaborating as well, over 1 lakh crore being allocated, an 18% jump in the education budget in the last 1 year. And this, of course, many would say is very timely and much needed at a time when the learning loss in India, especially given the digital divide, has been huge. So that was Dr. Sarkar talking about how the government is, in fact, intent on putting children back in the classrooms, vaccinating children, as well as focusing, of course, on enhancing digital infrastructure. All right. Well, we've had a panel of experts with us on the broadcast. I'm sorry to have interrupted our conversation earlier, and we were talking about one of the other big highlights of the budget, which is the announcement that the RBI is going to be putting in place the digital rupee. This is, of course, going to be using blockchain technology. And we also have Arvind Mayaram with us. He's a former finance secretary. Thanks very much, sir, for joining us on NDTV. One of the other aspects that we've been talking about is, of course, digital rupee being the future, but many logistical challenges associated with it. We're also asking key questions on whether a 30% crypto tax is something which was the need of the hour, and when one can really expect there to be more clarity on the government stand on cryptocurrency. How are you looking at these developments?
So two things. One, cryptocurrency is here to stay. Bitcoins, etc., here to stay. Yes. All over the world, they have now. So we can't wish them away. And so therefore, as a first step, that it has been recognized as a commodity, I think is a welcome move. Because at least there is it is not now in the gray area anymore. Mm-hmm. And it has now come mainstream in terms of product trading. So it has become more like a product, like gold being traded. You can trade cryptocurrency in that sense. One thing about taxation is, unfortunately, that the finance minister did not say cryptocurrencies will be taxed at 30. She said digital assets. Now, digital assets include digital content of all kinds. For instance, music or cinema. Like you have, all this is digital content. So if you make any profits from this digital content, all the other digital assets that are in the market at 30%, and you are saying you cannot even set it off against your losses otherwise, it is going to be a huge setback to this particular emerging industry, which also is the one which is going to provide a lot of jobs going forward. We have already seen how OTP has really kept the cinema alive when all the cinema theaters were closed, etc. Now, a huge amount of content is being developed there. So I think government should have sat back and thought a little more carefully as to how they do taxation. And instead of just giving a kind of a big sweep on all digital assets, because digital assets also have a very useful developmental value. And this is going to be detrimental to the growth in that particular sector. As far as the digital rupee is concerned, we'll still have to see what exactly does it mean.
Right.
I mean, we don't know what exactly a digital rupee means. Today, for instance, all the transactions that we do on online transactions we do, or credit card transactions we do, are actually digital currency.
Right.
We never see the actual hard currency in our hand.
Well, very important points there. Yes, we definitely need more clarity.
What exactly does it mean by saying there's going to be issuance of a digital rupee?
Sure.
I mean, I still have to understand how exactly it is going to be different from what we are doing today.
Yes.
Already.
Very important points there, of course, in terms of the definition of the digital rupee, as well as this 30% tax on digital assets. For a short form, we're calling it a crypto tax, but I think you make a very important point there that it's not just about crypto, it's about, taxing digital assets in general. We're going to continue this conversation on the other side of what's going to be a very short break. Stay with us.
Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said My only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not chosen the one.
प्रमुख पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda, we separate fact from fiction, we expose falsehoods, we hold power to account. Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter-opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, real news by real journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not chosen the one.
प्रमुख पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका, खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
Interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audiences. Thank you all so very much.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth,
Welcome back. You're watching our continuous coverage of Budget 2022. We have a panel of experts to try and analyze this budget for us, the claims and, of course, the criticisms. Let me come to you at the moment, Dr. Jagirdar, once again, because one of the criticisms that's come in, if you look at the bigger picture in terms of the budget, has been one, really a question over spending in the healthcare sector up by just 1%. And at a time when jobs really is a huge challenge ahead for the government, we're actually seeing that the rural employment budget has been slashed by 25%. How are you looking at this?
No, the Narega budget was increased during the lockout when people had gone back to the villages and there were no other jobs.
Yes.
But now industry is opening up. People are coming back to their jobs. There are not enough takers. There are not enough. They don't need such a big budget anymore. So that is why the budget has been cut down. What I would say is that where jobs are concerned, there are so many areas now. The infrastructure, PLI, digitization, gaming, artificial intelligence, space technology, agriculture startups, drone technology. There are so many areas which are opening up for jobs. And these are all different kinds of skills. We need skilled jobs. We don't need just Narega type of jobs. And I think that's what is going to provide the employment. Now, infrastructure is very, very important because of its multiplier effects on industry and on jobs, because it leads to increased demand for, say, steel, cement, and all other industries.
Right.
But at the same time, the social infrastructure, which not enough attention had been given to in the past, I think that has received a lot of attention. Social infrastructure in terms of education and healthcare. Mm-hmm. So I think that this is a continuity. In each budget, they don't have to say we have set up so many hospitals. Yes. They have given incentives for setting up hospitals. So I think that continues. And for me, the way I look at it, it is this the combination of the physical infrastructure and the social infrastructure that is really going to help boost growth going forward.
Right. Arvind, Mayram, do you want to come in there as well? Because, this, like I said, is there are many questions. Do you agree with Dr. Jagirdar that the 25% reduction, say, in rural employment was something that's been done because there are now enough jobs in the sector? Would you reckon that to be true, given the fact that CMI data actually shows that unemployment is at the moment at a 4-month high? Do you think the government's done enough to address the jobs issue?
Oh, well, not in the budget, but obviously, see, look, we need to look at it in a more nuanced manner. See, drone technology, etc., is all very well to say, but let me ask this question on the panel: exactly how many jobs in the drone technology area do we expect in this particular year?
Sure.
10,000, 5,000, 4,000. In a country where unemployment rate is extremely high at the moment, which or any of the new areas that have been spoken of, how many jobs will be created? So we shouldn't get we shouldn't get dazzled by the glitter of these terms, because when you drill down, they really don't translate into that. They are important. I'm not saying they're not important for the economy. They're important. But all this will start paying dividend down the line, say in 10 years, 20 years time. It's not something which is happening this year or next year or even year after next. Now, on the infrastructure side, we need to see something which is very interesting. The interesting part is that last year also, if you see the budget of last year, the finance minister said the same thing, that we are going to invest X amount of money. There's going to be this national pipeline, infrastructure pipeline, and then there was a monetization pipeline, if you remember or recall, and which had very huge numbers given to it.
Right.
And the Prime Minister had also announced from the Red Fort for last 3 years how every year 1 lakh crore or more is going to be spent and so on.
Sure.
Last year, the government had put some close to 5.5 lakh crores for infrastructure with the same intention. It is going to create a lot of jobs.
Yes.
And everything is going to happen. If you look at the CGA, which is Comptroller General of Accounts report of November of last year, by November last year, government had barely spent 49.9% of the targeted amount which was put in the budget last year for infrastructure. So I don't know in the last 4 months how much they have been able to catch up on that. We will get to know that possibly later in the year once the final accounts come out. But I doubt that they would have met their target of 5 lakh crore. Now this time they have said we have raised it to 7.5 lakh crores. Of course, these numbers also include the 1 lakh crore or plus, which they are going to give as interest-free loan to the states to spend. Now the capacity of the states to spend also we will need to see going forward how good or bad it could be. So I think there are too many ifs and buts on that count for us to be able to get that comfort that the kind of situation that we have seen in January this year, the reports, that last 2 reports which have come. But one big thing which I think worries me very much is that the government in the budget or in the economic survey for that matter has not recognized 4 very important factors. For instance, in the budget also, there's a very cursory conversation on inflation.
Right.
One question is, if you look at the GST numbers in January, which the finance minister said was going to be 1,40,000 crores, which unprecedented and so on, which she said. But look at the CPI and WPI numbers in the last 3 to 4 or 5 months. Obviously, the taxes are going to be higher if your prices are going to be higher. But what kind of impact it has on other parts of the economy that nobody seems to be thinking of.
Right.
So we have not spoken of inflation.
Sure.
You see, there is a very passing reference to inflation, which is a big worry. There is no conversation on unemployment. Not at all. I mean, what is the reason? Why have we reached the stage of unemployment, this huge unemployment?
Yes.
Inequality. Now, we have seen that we are talking about, per capita income in this last year is less than what it is going to be.
Two very important points that you raised, and I just want to bring Madan Sabnavis back into the conversation here. The 2 big questions really on the increase in cost of living, inflation, something that hasn't really been addressed, again brings back the whole question on how the government in this budget has once again decided to leave direct taxes unchanged. There was an expectation perhaps that the government could look to consider giving some relief, but nothing of the sort has happened. How are you looking at that?
The way I look at it is that, the budget to my mind is an income and expenditure statement of the government. So therefore, my expectation from the budget is more limited. So I don't think it's a panacea for inequality, poverty, inflation, so on and so forth. So I think with the starting point for the budget, I think is that we decide that there is an FRBM path. I'm moving towards lowering my fiscal deficit. And if I lower my fiscal deficit, and based on the kind of GDP forecast which I have, I know what is going to be the total size of the budget. Okay. Now, even I would have liked direct taxes to be lower. Even I would have liked to pay lower tax, and I've been paying high tax for the last so many years.
Right.
But the fact is that the government has probably taken a call that first, when I have a certain amount of budget which I have, let me see as to what kind of revenue can I garner. And even here, I think they've been fairly reasonable in terms of the buoyancy of the taxes compared to the GDP, which is growth. I think what we saw last year has not been replicated in terms of growth rates.
Sure.
And then you look at what are the expenditures which are there, what are necessary. So they have looked at capital expenditure. I think you can always argue saying that I don't want capital expenditure, I want more health, I want more education. I mean, you can go round and round. Now, there's a fixed amount of money which can be spent, which is around 39 lakh crores. Some of them are fixed in terms of, say, something like interest payments, salaries, pensions, and probably even the subsidies. They've cut down on the subsidies because the free food is going off, fertilizer subsidy has come down.
Sure.
And then you say, okay, well, how do I make my expenditure effective? So that's how we are focused on capital expenditure. So while we could have had lots of things to be done, but we should recognize that there are certain constraints which are there in terms of availability of revenue. And I think when you spend on capital expenditure, there are so many sectors on which they're giving a thrust. They're giving it on housing, hospitality, IT sector. Now, all this is actually going to create jobs. Now, as what Brinda said, it's fine. We don't get the kind of unskilled jobs in Narega. I'm lowering it. Actually, I wouldn't even say we're lowering the target because, in fact, last year you targeted 73,000 crores. And because you had a second lockdown, you had increased it by another 23,000 crores. So we have actually not lowered it. So depending on the conditions, I'm sure if we have another lockdown, the government will be proactive, will again do more on Narega, they'll do more on free food. So everything will come back into scene. So I think it's a very reasonable kind of a budget.
Okay.
Everybody can't be made happy. It can't be that kind of a situation when all of us go around smiling around saying that I'm paying lower taxes.
Speaking of the fact that you can't make everybody happy, the criticism that's coming at least from the opposition is that there's nothing for the middle classes, nothing for the salaried class in this budget. Rajneesh Kumar, how would you respond to that?
No, but for last couple of years, the situation has been like this. And on the personal income taxation front, last year there was an attempt to move to much more simpler tax regime where intention was to do away with the deductions. But I think the matter rests there. And on the direct tax front, even whether it is corporate taxation or personal income tax, there's not much, and GST in any case is now out of the purview of the budget. So the entire focus, I think, is now on the expenditure side management and how it is used to spur the growth in the economy. But otherwise, from middle class, every year you expect that there will be some tax relief, but that has not come. So
also what's being looked at as an interesting development is that the updated returns can now be filed within 2 years. Many would say that this was really in the offing. Mr. Kumar.
Yeah, so that is more, I think, for the corporate side, I presume, where there could be errors. On personal income taxation front, it may not be as relevant for the personal income tax purpose.
Yes.
So basically, if you look at the inflation, so your income net of tax, it is going down. Because earlier what used to happen that at least some relief was always there for income tax, which was compensating for the inflation, but no such step is there.
Right. Brinda Jagidar, I want to bring you back.
One thing again, if you permit me about the...
Sure, please go ahead.
Yeah. So one thing which comment, I wanted to clarify that we use the word for crypto. In the same breath, we use the word currency, commodity and asset. I've again wanted to clarify that with this budget, it has been put in the category of asset.
Right.
So it's not currency and it is not commodity.
Well, important clarification.
And
in terms
the taxation will be like you buy a car, it is an asset, and you sell a car. If you sell at a profit, you get taxed. So if you buy Bitcoin for say 30 lakh rupees, one Bitcoin, tomorrow its price become 35 lakh and you sell that Bitcoin, that 5 lakh you pay 30% tax. And because there is a TDS, so identity issue to a large extent gets taken care of.
But Brinda Jagidar, because you spoke of some of the big announcements that were made, respond to the criticism that Arvind Mayuram has made in terms of the fact that key questions around inflation and rise in cost of living is something that the government hasn't addressed at all in the budget.
It's important to increase the pie. When you have growth, when you have supplies in the economy, that is one way of keeping inflation down. If you keep on putting money in the hands of people without increasing supply, it's only going to push up inflation. And right now, inflation in India is not such a big concern. Yes, we need to watch out, we need to take care. But it is still within the RBI's comfort zone of 6%.
Right.
It's unlike the US where it is at a 7, it's reached 6-7%. And for them, it is something very, very alarming. It's not that kind of a situation in India.
Well, thank you all very much for being with us this evening on NDTV. It's over to my colleague Sanket Upadhyay for more.
All right, Budget 2022 has been announced, has been debated extensively. But what exactly went into making this budget, the thought process, and we've got the people who have played an important role and its impact on their particular departments. I have the chairman of CBDT, Mr. J.B. Mahapatra, the Central Board of Direct Taxes. Yep. Thank you very much, Mr. Mahapatra, for joining us. And the chairman of the Central Board of Indirect Tax and Customs, Mr. Vivek Johri. Thank you very much for joining us on this show. Mr. Mahapatra, we'll begin with you first. It was surprising what was always considered the big highlight of any budget, that is any change or implication or no change of direct taxes, was not even mentioned. What is the reason why this happened?
No, actually we are trying to prepare the resources of the nation in a manner in which the uncertain times, if they come in the future, it can be met, right? Resource generation was one of the key points. Apart from that, the compliance requirements to be eased out for the taxpayers. There are a lot of procedural changes which have been made, which have not been mentioned anywhere, but only when you go through the finance bill, then you will understand the import of those changes. Those are systemic procedural changes having great impact. These are as big as a reform in any manner. So, like the first thing which the Honorable FM told about the updated tax return, this is an instance in which the department realizes that it has got confidence in its own information, and it has got confidence also in the taxpayers. Correct. That the taxpayer can make mistakes. Correct. Right? It can make mistakes.
And he must be allowed to correct.
Absolutely. We're giving them 2 years time, 2 years from the relevant year, to come back and file the return and pay the taxes. This door was closed for the taxpayer for the as long as I have been aware of the income tax. Right? Now that door has opened.
Would you call this as some sort of an amnesty, or is this just a new system which has been created and embedded now?
No, the department's information gathering, information compilation, information processing systems, now we are ready that we have the information, we have the quality information, and we can sift the grain from the chaff, and we can make people understand the import of the quality of the data which we're having. So that confidence is giving us confidence, reposing confidence in the taxpayers.
But then, this is one provision.
Yes.
The other provision is where people were actually looking for a benefit or a reduction in any form of income tax. Even that has not happened. See, that would have been great relief. Like, look at the import from the people who many are not getting their increments. Some of them, working at lesser salaries. One was really hoping that there will be perhaps some sort of a tax slab revision which will help them. Do you think that in that sense it's an opportunity?
Exactly. Let me segregate for you the 4 quadrants in which you work on. Out of average 7 crores of tax returns which are filed every year, 92% are in the quadrant of 0 to 10 lakhs. Okay? Around 6.7 to 7.9% are in the quadrant of 10 lakhs to 50 lakhs, right? And just about 0.6 to 0.7%, that is around 50 lakhs, are between 50 lakhs to 5 crores. And beyond 5 crores, there are only 30,000 taxpayers, right? So the majority of the taxpayers are falling in the first quadrant. Okay. Our aim is not to increase the tax base mindlessly. We want people to migrate from one quadrant to a higher quadrant, right?
Okay.
So the tax relief, if it has not come this year, there will be a good time in future in which it can come.
Okay. Mr. Johri, I want to come to you now. Yours is a very important division of the arm of the government, and there are 2 or 3 crucial things that have happened. Number one, and the finance minister mentioned this also, this remarkable jump in the GST, which has happened today, 1,40,000 crores, if I'm not wrong, in the month of January. Now, this GST is something which, in this 2-year period, at the advent of the lockdown, saw its lowest of 28,000 crores and now has seen its highest in a matter of 2 years. Do you think that you've been able to, or have you been dislodged from the targets that you had for GST, or are you well on your path to recovery of what was originally envisioned?
I think we're well on the path to recovery, and the measures we've taken over the last year and a half, starting November 2020, are now bearing fruit because all the dots are now connecting. There are different parts of the strategy that we embarked on. So one of the things that we started out with was a drive, a very concerted campaign launched both by the state and the central government against fake dealers and fake ITC that started in November. It's been extremely successful in reining them in, but that was only one part of the strategy. What happened alongside Sanket is that we've really simplified the return filing process. We've deployed technology. It was already an IT-built, sort of IT-based platform. But we've simplified return filing in as much as, there are e-invoices which a taxpayer needs to generate. Those e-invoices go and populate your returns, and your outward supply return then goes to populate the input tax credit of the recipient's return. So it's all linked together. And we provided an amnesty and reduced the late filing fee for taxpayers because it used to be very high. And particularly during the pandemic, small taxpayers were complaining that in fact the late filing fee was far in excess of their liability.
Correct.
We corrected all of that. And over a period of time, there's been a remarkable improvement in compliance, particularly in tax return filing. So we are up from about 45% return filing about 2 years ago to almost 90% now. So that is the order of increase in return filing and therefore compliance. And that is what has sort of yielded results in terms of revenue.
Okay.
So.
Mr. Johri, the other aspect is that now the GST is, you say, well on its path to recovery or has course corrected. What else needs to be done with the goods and services tax? New slabs, revision of slabs. I know there is a mechanism in place, but is that thought process on? And of course, the most contentious, having fuel in GST.
Yes.
Because the finance minister mentioned a 2% excise, 2 rupees excise duty increase on unblended fuel.
That's right. That's right.
Now, does this mean that the Aam Aadmi has to bear the brunt? It's very convenient for companies to pass it on to the Aam Aadmi.
That's right, but we also want them to transition to, greater use of green fuels in the economy. And so
that's the reason why this has happened?
Yes, precisely. The other thing which needs to happen in GST, and you're aware the mechanism is already in place, is the rate rationalization which everybody has been waiting for. And to collapse the rate structure into 3 rates, the experts would, have been saying for a while that a 3-rate structure is ideal. We need to move into that. There's a GOM which is looking into it, and hopefully they'll come out with their recommendation soon. So,
all right. It's a pity that this time around you guys didn't get to have that halwa, which is usually a part of the ceremony, no? No more that. Mr. Mahapatra, sorry, you were saying?
One of the prices you pay for dealing with Corona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mahapatra and Mr. Johri.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back in the studio.
ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not chosen the one.
डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and center with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Sonal Mehrotra Kapoor, for some coffee and crypto.
NDTV wins the trust vote once again.
This is now the reality check. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India.
Still many say independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it. Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ।
I have not told him in the water.
डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda. We separate fact from fiction. We expose falsehoods. We hold power to account. Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया।
So let us begin the big fight.
one thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have an absorbing the water.
डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए। कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका। खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका। सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं।
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं।
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम। NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया।
A validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audio.
Good evening and welcome. It is a huge day today, Budget 2022. What is it all about? How does it affect you? Now, there are so many aspects of our budget. What are the macroeconomic signs? What about GDP growth? What about the infrastructure? What about different sectors? But I suspect that for most people watching this telecast and certainly this program, the one question that is topmost of their minds, am I going to have to pay more in taxes or am I going to get some tax relief? Now, that's one way of looking at it. In fact, taxes and tax implications run through every part of the budget. And that's what we are going to be looking at on this special program with some wonderful panelists. So, here's the broad picture, Budget 2022, the tax implications. Right off the top, no change in income tax slabs. What you were paying or what you are paying, that continues for now. There is a very positive move to actually assist you in case you made a mistake, you feel you need to, as an honest taxpayer, fix things. You can actually update your returns within a period of 2 years. There are also several measures to reduce litigation on repetitive tax appeals. There's a deduction limit for state government employees to NPS that's been raised from 10% to 14%. There's also a minimum alternate tax for cooperatives which has been cut to 15% from 18%. There's a surcharge on corporate tax which has been dropped from 12% to 7%. Tax exemptions to startups ended to March 2023. Long-term capital gains surcharge has now been capped at 15%. Let me introduce our panelists. Vikas Vassal joins us. He is a National Managing Partner for Tax at Grant Thornton, Bharat. Gokul Chaudhary, Partner at Deloitte. Pranav Sahita, International Tax and Transaction Services Leader at Ernst & Young. Vivek Gupta is a Partner and National Head at KPMG. So it's a great panel. Thank you very much all for being with us. Mr. Vassal, let me come to you first. and this is the question that, lakhs of middle class taxpayers would want to know, is there any relief for them?
So if you look at the tax rates, the government has maintained a complete status quo, which means the tax slab rates as well as the effective tax rates which were there last year continue to be the same. There could be various explanations for that. Probably the government decided that we will touch the individual taxation system later on, even though there was a lot of expectation this year. But there is a complete status quo on the taxes. Having said that, there are 2-3 beneficial provisions for the individuals. One which you just alluded upon, that based on the various sources, if the government finds out that there is some income which has escaped assessment or that has not been captured in a particular tax return, the latest being the annual information statement and other information which the government receives, then taxpayers, instead of getting into litigation, can voluntarily opt for revising their tax returns. Of course, this comes with a caveat of a heavy additional tax to be paid. Similarly, the government has clarified on certain other aspects which will be beneficial for individuals, but effectively the tax rates remain the same.
Okay, so effectively the tax rates remain the same. Mr. Chaudhary, let's look at another aspect over here. The deduction limit for state government employees to NPS has been raised from 10% to 14%. How many people would be impacted by this? Government workers, government employees in states. What would this mean in terms of their take home?
Well, I think, Vishnu, one of the first things is a lot of people are going to sleep well tonight with no additional taxes coming down their way. And there was also a little bit of apprehension.
Well, they wanted a bit of relief. So I'm not sure you're necessarily sleeping all that well. But carry on. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think this parity that was being sought between the state government and central government employees has been there for a while. So it's good in a way that the government has done so. But of course, when you look at the numbers, the state government employees are probably larger in number than the central government itself. So it's multiple times of what sits in the central government. We don't have the precise numbers at the moment, but I think it's a move in the right direction to have this parity, specifically given the fact that we want to try and make sure that there is a seamless ability to even move IS officers, for example, from the states to center. And I think it's important that the state government employees feel that they're equally recognized by the tax system.
Okay. Pranav Saita, the minimum alternate tax for cooperatives has been cut. It used to be, 18.5%. It's down to 15%. What is the goal over here? How will cooperatives benefit from this?
I think this clearly is a good move in the sense that so far as cooperatives are concerned, they were probably paying more alternate minimum tax than even corporates. And this is only to bring them to a level playing field. Not that all cooperatives would anyways fall within the alternate minimum tax regime, but nonetheless, the fact that they have noticed this, attended to it and rectified it is, I think, something that is certainly a welcome move, especially because this is a sector which certainly ought to be treated far more fairly than what would have what one would have otherwise expected. Okay. On the other point that you were raising in terms of for the middle class, admittedly, there's nothing much here. And one did hope that to give a boost to consumption, some amount of tax relief would have come. But the one good thing, I think, is that at least the surcharge has been capped, so to say, at 15% for other than listed shares. Where listed shares was already 15, the other assets were not. And this applies across the board to all assets. Right. And therefore, any large, maybe house sold or residential property sold or whatever, which is not reinvested to get an exemption and there's a large gain, at least there is now clarity that there will be much lesser surcharge applicable even in regard to large incomes. So that, I think, is a good welcome step. Okay. And of course, NPS for state government employees is a good step.
Mr. Gupta, the surcharge on corporate taxes has dropped as well to 7%. It used to be 12%. Again, how does this benefit corporates?
See, I think what the government, the original demand was that there should be parity between sale of listed and sale of unlisted shares. There should be parity between sale of listed shares and other categories of assets. The fact that the government is now indicating at least parity insofar as surcharge is concerned is directionally a great step. So the fact is, from a startup's point of view, this will be very good, because if you exit startups, originally you could end up paying 28% tax on long-term exits and 43% tax potentially on short-term exits. And that now stands rectified in some sense to 23% and 37%. So this 15% surcharge is an extremely welcome step. I would hope that in times to come, the government even looks at the capital gains tax rate on this entire category of assets other than listed assets also. But the fact that the surcharge has been brought at parity is a good welcome step.
All right. What I'd like to focus on now is crypto taxes. Let's just bring up that graphic, because there are some interesting taxation numbers over here, and it's been done with a clear message. I think the government favoring the RBI digital currency, which is about to come out at some stage. But certainly digital assets are being taxed, so there is a big divide over there. So virtual digital assets, there is no ban on crypto. Some had thought that perhaps that might actually happen. However, digital assets will be taxed. So transfer of any virtual digital asset will be taxed at 30%. There'll be a 1% tax deducted at source on virtual digital asset transactions. There will be no deductions to be allowed except the cost of acquisition, and the loss from a sale of a digital asset or assets cannot be set off against gains. So, Gokul Chaudhary, what is the message that the government is trying to sort of send, with this taxation policy on digital assets?
Well, I think in the last several months, there has been not only measures in India, but across the world by taxing authorities, including in the US, for example, to bring compliance and reporting around the digital asset space, including the cryptocurrencies as well as the NFTs, which have become very popular recently. The taxation regime around how digital assets were going to be taxed was never very clear. And therefore, it was prone to the fact that it could have opened up litigation in years ahead. So the government has gone ahead and said very clearly what is a digital asset. And they have also articulated that they will bring it to tax at the maximum personal tax rate of 30% without allowing any deductions or any other losses. So they basically try to ring fence this income as a standalone distinct income and tax it as a separate basket. So I think in some ways the government is trying to be progressive enough to try and make sure that they can define the taxation regime before this becomes a matter of dispute.
Mr. Saida, how is this all, in a sense, a part of a government policy where they realize that you can't ban cryptocurrencies, but what they're trying to essentially do is encourage the RBI's own digital currency, recognizing that this does have a role to play in our economy going forward?
No, extremely good question. I think that the philosophy here seems to be that this is essentially profit which is speculative in nature, profit which is similar to horse racing profits or speculation profits or losses, and that's how they have categorized it, to say that it will be taxed at a very high rate, no expenses, no deductions, no allowances whatsoever, no set-offs being allowed. And if one suffers a loss, that loss also cannot be set off against any other income whatsoever and cannot even be carried forward. So it's a complete, it's a very deterrent kind of tax. And the whole philosophy, it seems to be brought out the way the provision is, that it is something that the government would like to discourage. And if it is something that an Indian investor invests in, then he has a very unfavorable tax regime, at least, that he has to deal with.
Yeah. Mr. Gupta, what is the broader message as far as widening the tax base is concerned? I know they're trying to make the process simpler. Every single budget, there is an effort at trying to do that. Were you convinced of some of the announcements made by the finance minister? Should there have been more announcements to actually simplify the process of collecting taxes, to ensure that the numbers go up?
Look, I mean, I think the government has been working on this very assiduously over the last few years. The economic survey itself pointed out that a number of compliances have now been made online. From a tax perspective, the new income tax portal had a number of technical glitches. Those have been sorted out. Even in this budget, if we see the entire process of taxpayer-tax office interaction has been sought to be made smoother. So there's a whole section on avoidance of repetitive appeals, for example, wherein the government is saying that we will not repeatedly appeal for different years on the same issue if an identical issue is pending before the High Court or the Supreme Court. Likewise, there's lots in the fine print to suggest that the government wants to make this whole process of interaction smoother.
Right.
At the top of the program, you spoke about this whole concept of updated returns. Yeah. The government has said, look, we have data. You may realize in the next 1 or 2 years post-filing that there is something which is genuinely omitted, and therefore we will give you a window to rectify your returns and effectively file updated returns beyond the periods currently under law, available under law for revised returns. So I think the whole movement of the government is to go digital, to cut short friction points between the department and the taxpayer, and that certainly reflects in this budget.
All right. Well, I'd like to thank you all very much for being with us. No changes at all in personal taxes, but I think a couple of important announcements which have been made. Thank you all very much for being with us. I'm also joined by a very special guest at this stage to take a broader look at some of the announcements made by Nirmala Sitharaman. The senior Congress leader Shashi Tharoor joins me. Thanks, Mr. Tharoor, very much for being with us. Now, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "The budget is full of new possibilities for more infrastructure, more investment, more jobs, and more growth." Do you share this opinion that this is a job and growth-oriented budget?
No, I mean, possibilities are a particularly convenient term because the possibilities exist for everything, but the track record of this government has not been particularly inspiring. I mean, the one thing that seems really ambitious and visionary is the announcement of a 35% increase in capital expenditure, the big capex boost. But if you really look at the performance of the government on capital expenditure, just take last year, each of the last 3 quarters, the actual expenditure and capital expenditure went down. The quarter ending June, the quarter ending September, the quarter ending December showed a reduction in actual expenditure on capital. So the fact is that if you really think about what the government's talking about, you have to ask yourself, do we listen to what they say or do we watch what they do? And until it actually happens, for me, I'm only going to believe it when I see it.
Now, the Prime Minister said the budget addresses the immediate needs to ensure that the economy is robust. He says that there's going to be the budget ensures more investment will happen. There will be more infrastructure growth, and there would certainly, infrastructure being a big focus. So roads is an area, for example, so how is this not correct? I mean, the big focus on infrastructure.
Well, look, roads are one area where the government doesn't have a bad track record. So I'm pleased that there's going to be a serious commitment to improving infrastructure, this new slogan of PM Gati Shakti and so on. But once again, everything is about implementation. And infrastructure, don't forget, is not only about roads. There's an enormous amount that needs to be addressed. And what about human beings? I mean, when you look at the fact that there is absolutely nothing there addressing the inflation crisis in the country, that unemployment is the worst it's ever been in the history of recorded figures in unemployment. 53 million Indians don't have a job. And the best that the government can promise in today's speech is 60 lakh jobs over 5 years. That's 6 million. So you're not even 10% of today's unemployment is being addressed in the next 5 years. That is a real insult to the common Indian, because we've seen in last week's horrible riot and burning of trains and so on and that people are desperate. They need jobs for their own self-respect, to be able to feed their families, to lead a decent life, and this government has simply not been able to deliver on that front. Those are the issues that really worry me much more than these big macro announcements.
Sure.
We've seen such announcements before and they haven't changed the life of the ordinary Indian anywhere.
What about Manrega? It's a program, a flagship program for so many years, which lakhs of people depended on, particularly given the COVID situation. But the financial backing of Manrega has come down massively this time around. What do you think is going to be the impact of that?
They've reduced it.
How? No, but how exactly?
Absolutely, because in fact demand for Manrega has gone up each of the 2 years of the pandemic. As more and more people don't have other work, they've turned to Manrega in despair. And each year the government's budget has been found wanting. Last year I pointed this out in my budget speech in the Lok Sabha, and when they came back for supplementary demands for more money, I said, listen, you could have anticipated this. We all told you were not asking for enough. Now, despite that additional amount last time, they still have over 20,000 crores in pending dues, and still they've gone back to a lower budget than they had at the end of last year. So already they have a lower budget, and against that lower budget, they have increased dues from last year to pay. We're going to end up in another disaster this year. Last year, the people who asked for work got only an average of 52 days of work, whereas the scheme is supposed to deliver you 100 days of work. How are people going to survive in our country? This government shows no responsibility for the poor, for the ordinary person.
One of the areas which, considering the problems we are facing on our borders, whether it's Pakistan or China, is obviously the defense sector. But year after year, there is hardly ever a mention of the defense budget in the speech of the finance minister, who in this case has been a defense minister herself. There is a jump in the capital expenditure, but it's a very small jump. It's just 13,100 odd crore rupees spread across the three services. Again, is this an area which, despite the threats we face, we're just not spending enough on?
Well, in fact, last year, there was no increase at all. It was actually a decrease. And I pointed out that for 2 years in a row, the finance minister hadn't mentioned the word defense in her budget speech. I think that this is a token stab at acknowledging. That's right.
No, you're quite right. In fact, in a situation like this, it's particularly important. In fact, that 9.7% jump in the capital budget might sound impressive, but the rupee number is actually absolutely minuscule. It actually translates, if one were to make a crude translation, into just a handful of Rafale jets split across all the three forces.
Yeah, absolutely. Third time it hasn't. In fact, I had to actually wait for the numbers to reach me because it wasn't in the speech to realize that there is a modest increase, but the increase is too modest. Remember, once you account for the factor of inflation in our country, and inflation is very high, the increase may be no increase at all.
So one final question, Mr. Tharoor. A lot has been said about cryptocurrencies. There are fears, and perhaps many of them are valid fears about crypto assets and cryptocurrencies, being a security threat at one level, who controls them, who regulates them, etc., etc. There's a strong message which has been sent out by this government now. They're taxing cryptocurrencies very heavily, other than the RBI currency, which is going to come out. There's also a lot which has been said about crypto assets. Where do you stand on some of the announcements which have been made?
So their argument basically, and I must say I have a sneaking respect for that position, even though your techie types will tell you it's out of date and it's wrong, but their position is that the only currency that can be called currency is something backed up by a sovereign state central bank. And so only the digital rupee issued by the Reserve Bank of India will be called cryptocurrency in India. Every other thing like Bitcoin and Ethereum and so on, that will be a digital asset. And digital asset, if you transfer it as if it were currency, well, it will be treated as an asset and taxed at 30%. That's the government stand. It's better than what some people were fearing, which is a ban on these digital assets. But because the government, as you know, has not so far interfered with those assets being sold to Indians. But let's face it, Vikram, it's still something that a very, very tiny, minuscule percentage of the Indian population is affected by. What we have to worry about is where is the income tax relief for the middle class? And indeed, as somebody was saying, many of us don't have any income, so perhaps we shouldn't be disappointed they haven't done anything about income tax. That's how terrible the situation is for average people. And I think the government really must realize that this reference to an Aam Aadmi is not just a cliche. The bulk of Indians are desperately vulnerable today, have become more vulnerable over the 2 years of the pandemic, and the government's budget has nothing for them, not even a token nod at their needs and concerns in a moment of crisis.
All right, Shashi Tharoor, wonderful speaking to you. Thank you very much for joining us, sharing some of your concerns on the budget this year. We're going to take a short break, come back with more.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel of a gun. Unless it reflects the sadness in the eye of the tiger as forests disappear. In fact, the dot is the center of your universe and of ours. The dot is the essence of NDTV, the essence of just one word: trust.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not chosen the one.
आप प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत कहता कि
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shobh, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Sonal Kapoor, for some coffee and crypto.
NDTV wins the trust vote once again.
This is now the reality check. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India.
Still many say independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it. Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, How do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौं चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not told him in the WhatsApp.
हा प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
Very good evening. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Rishika Barwa. Let's get you the big political stories we're tracking today. Akali Dal leader Bikram Majithia, who has been at the center of controversy over a drugs case, has been challenged by Navjot Singh Sidhu, remember, to contest just one seat in the Punjab election. He has taken up his rival's challenge. Now, in the Punjab polls, this is going to be a very interesting contest to watch out for. Navjot Singh Sidhu versus Bikram Majithia from the East Amritsar seat. So, they're both going to contest against each other from the East Amritsar seat. The 46-year-old leader, Majithia, will no longer contest from his stronghold of Majita. His wife is now going to be contesting from there. Now, Navjot Singh Sidhu has been tirelessly campaigning against Mr. Majithia. He is, of course, Akali Dal Chief Sukhbir Singh Badal's brother-in-law. He's been seeking his arrest in the case, and they are now pitted against each other in this keenly watched Amritsar East seat, with, well, Mr. Majithia foregoing his stronghold or his traditional family bastion, from where now his wife is going to be contesting. Let's go right across to Ghazali joining us with the very latest. So Ghazali, this Amritsar East contest got a whole lot more interesting with Majithia now going to be contesting only from this one seat.
Yeah, certainly. Like I had reported earlier that in 2017 elections, there were a lot of clash of personality or clash of title sort of contest when Mr. Amrinder Singh went to Lumpy constituency to fight against Prakash Singh Badal. Bhagwant Mann of the Aam Aadmi Party and Ravneet Bittu of the Congress went to Jalalabad seat to fight against Sukhbir Badal. But no such contest was being observed in this election till Majithia threw his hat in the ring to fight against Navjot Singh Sidhu. Then Navjot Singh Sidhu responded and challenged him to fight just from one seat and not from the Majithia seat, which is his safe seat, or to say that Majithia has represented that seat for the 3 times. So today, perhaps Mr. Majithia accepted that challenge, and he said that my wife will be contesting from my traditional seat of Majithia, and I'll fight against Navjot Singh Sidhu from just one seat, that is Amritsar East.
All right, well, big political story there. Thanks very much, Ghazali, for joining us with the very latest. But for all the latest budget analysis, it's over to Sanket.
Welcome back. You're watching our budget coverage right here on NDTV, and I would like to introduce two very eminent guests who are joining me right now. Finance Secretary Mr. TV Somanathan, as well as DIPAM, which is the Department of Industrial Policy and Asset Management, Secretary Tuhin Kanta Pandey. Thank you very much for joining us. Mr. Somanathan, I want to begin with you first. I'm sure you must have heard a lot of you must have received a lot of bouquets and brickbats, which is usually the case as far as all budgets are concerned. What, according to you, is the key highlight of this budget?
I think the highlight is an attempt to boost growth and employment through productive capital investment, because we are very conscious of the need to create jobs, And we think that the jobs that we create should be real, gainful employment jobs and not necessarily palliative jobs. So,
could you define that for us? What is a palliative job?
Narega is a palliative. It's not a permanent job. It's a job that you get when you can't get anything else. So that's a fallback. That's a safety net. But real jobs are gainful employment.
Is that the reason why the Narega budget has gone down?
The Narega budget has not gone down. To be very precise, it is the same as it was last year in the budget. It is constant.
But the revised estimate was more.
Correct. Narega is a demand-based scheme, and in each of the past 2 financial years, the revised estimates have been substantially higher than the budget.
Which means it can be the same this time also?
Certainly. If the circumstances are the same and the demand is the same. But circumstances do change. Circumstances in 2021 were much worse than in 21-22, and that's reflected in the demand. Now, if the circumstances are better, and if our other job creation schemes, for example, Pradhan Mantri Gram Sadak Yojana, where we've given a 27% increase in the budget estimates. Now, if those jobs mean that there's less demand for Narega, then that's a different story. So we've kept it at a same level as it was last year. But yes, if the necessity arises, it will be stepped up, as it was in the last 2 years.
The capital expenditure, a lot has been spoken about the manner in which it has been increased. What's the idea behind it?
The idea, as I said right at the beginning, the idea is that the country needs a step up in investment. Investment is the harbinger of growth. Without investment, the productivity of investment is an important variable, but investment is an absolutely essential function.
So you feel that will start a cycle? There will be more jobs?
More jobs, more activity, which would probably create the demand conditions for the private sector to commence an investment cycle of its own. So private sector investment has not been very high. And I think this is the time for the government to step in, prime the pump, and then make sure that private investment crowds in, as they say.
What's the horizon that you are looking for these things to? I'm sure this cannot be done in just 1 year.
No, certainly not. But this is the second consecutive year that we've had a big increase in public capital investment. And hopefully we are on the cusp of a recovery of private investment. There are some signs, there are incipient signs of recovery in private investment intentions. And if those incipient signs become actuality, then perhaps we will be in a position where the private sector will begin pulling its weight in raising.
Many industry heavyweights seem to lament at the fact that there was not much for the MSME sector, a sector that was bleeding.
I'm not sure that it's been fully understood. There's one very important announcement for the MSME sector, which is 2 lakh crores of new collateral-free guaranteed loans. It was one sentence in the budget speech, but a very important one. And that is not the ECLGS. It is not for pandemic-affected enterprises. It's for existing and new enterprises who are doing business. It's to help them get bank credit.
But Mr. Somanathan, what is the period of the loan? Because that is also a contentious bit, whether it is for a year or 10-year period. There was a demand that you have a loan given to us over a greater period. Because see, suppose if I take a loan today, I'm only narrating what we have learned from the field. You take a loan today, you build a capacity, but you don't sell your product immediately because supply chains are disturbed, and then you have a loan to repay. So if you have a 10-year window, then perhaps you can absorb.
I think it's an interesting point that you make. The terms on which the CGT MSE, the one that I was referring to, the terms on which it is going to be revamped are being crafted. It's not yet a cooked or a ready deal. We are committed to 2 lakh crore of extra credit. We are committed to making the necessary fiscal investment in the corpus of the trust and to making the necessary changes in the operation of the scheme. And this is a suggestion that certainly we should look at the tenor and make sure that it is something that is useful to the recipient, but it also needs to be prudent for the bank. So we have to balance those two factors.
I'll come back to you. There are a couple of more questions. Mr. Pandey, now yours is a department which has been in the news and also this morning when disinvestment was being debated on the channel. There were many experts who said that a department which had a target of 1.75 lakh crore rupees for 21-22, achieving only 0.14 lakh crore, which is a shortfall of 92%. In a private sector, if someone fails to meet a target by this much, heads will start to roll, right? I'm not building a case, for heads to roll in your department, but the point is, do you think that this is a major cause of worry at a time when the government is talking about a national monetization pipeline, when we're talking about disinvestment? You've got a fantastic deal that has happened, Air India, big deal spoken about, it only adds about 15,000 crores. The real big target has still not been met. Is this a cause of worry?
Now, first, I think we need to understand the context of the disinvestment. Disinvestment as a policy, there are two goals. If we always link it with the fiscal, then, we are going to go for easy pickings. We have gone for actually more difficult things, but more sustainable and more important things for the economy. And I'll give you two examples. The Air India disinvestment coming after 20 years, as you know. Now, it cleans up the government balance sheet because all the contingent liabilities which were resting on the government thing have been cleaned up. It cleans up the company because all of the company which is going downhill, and you can't afford to have your major national carrier going downhill day after day. You can't have a airline carrier which will, spur into a 5 trillion economy. You should have now all of that has to be, it's not a question of how much you get receipt in your budget in accounting terms. Now we have got 18,000 crore, but 2,700 crore is the consideration amount for a company, for its shares, where minus 35,000 crore was a net worth. And this was accumulated losses over the last 10-15 years. In 10 years alone, we have 1.10 lakh crores of bonds and guarantees pumped in. So how do you look at Air India disinvestment? In terms of 2,700 crore number, or the opportunity cost saved, or the employment potential generated or going to be generated? The second example of NINL, where the GOI equity is not there. But we were catalyst in doing this disinvestment, which can lead to an investment of 30 to 50,000 crores of private capital investment in Odisha, in a backward region, where you can have 1 million tons of capacity potentially going up to 5 million tons of capacity. And this company was closed for 2 years. No jobs for the workers. So I would say that, we are also having a change of tack, is not really looking at disinvestment as a plug number, but real term privatization.
No, but then Mr. Pandey, then our expectation of disinvestment year after year in terms of targets that we have set must also match this reality that you're talking about. But because when you look at 1.75 lakh crores as a target, and then when you look at the reality of what has been achieved, there is a huge difference, 92% difference.
The reality will also change, you see. For example, an LIC IPO is being planned. The reality will change. Now, in order to plan one of the world's country's largest IPO and one of the world's largest, in a pandemic year when you had 2 waves, I think one can imagine, how much of preparation is needed. And if we are able to pull it off...
Do you have an idea of by when this will be done? Because that's the obvious next question.
Yes.
Like what next? What are you planning?
We are planning to do it in March.
March of this year. Okay. And anything else that you would like to share as far as the divestment plans are concerned?
No, our plans are on the table. We have expression of interest which are going to be issued. For example, IDBI Bank. We have an expression of interest which have just been issued, for example, HLL Life Care and this, which was demerged as first the demerger took place. We have also a couple of BEML and SCI where the advanced stage of where the financial bids are expected in a month or two. So, and we have some more companies which will actually be brought to disinvestment table as an announcement. The whole M&A process is a little long because you require a competitive bidding process from the interested bidders to come in and pick up. So it's not something which is with one hand clap. You need 2 hands to clap. And fortunately, we were able to demonstrate that privatization can work. Actual transfer of management control can happen, which is what will really reform the economy. If you were to say that going from Somanathan's point of view is at capex to be crowding in. How do you crowd in? I would say NINL has been crowded in. Maybe in next 2-3 years of so much of capex will crowd into NINL, private investment. So that is how, we are looking at disinvestment.
Realistically speaking, by March 2023, what is this number that you're looking at? Given, of course, the big COVID variable.
No, I would say that, we have a new PSC policy which has been on the table, which has been announced in February 2021. And it lays down a broad roadmap. It's a policy. and we are following it one by one. Basically, I think the implementation is the key. And in order to do a transaction, we have to face myriads of challenges because it's a public assets under this, and we have court challenges. We have, I think, Air India, we face all kinds of challenges, including international courts coming in and linking unfairly AI with Devas. So all of that has been, we met and concluded the deal. So that's, I think, important. That is why I think we are going away from the era of very tall targets. Rather, we will moving into implementation.
So the big headline is that by March there will be an LIC IPO, and that's what people should look forward to. Okay, let's see. It's very interesting because lots of comments were made, particularly with respect to disinvestment, that the targets are ambitious and the government is unable to achieve them, perhaps because it's a very difficult exercise and actually the government does not want to do it. I'm just quoting some of the economists who had appeared on our channel this morning. So how would you respond?
The government really intends to do it, and it is doing it, and it is demonstrated, and it will demonstrate.
And you will achieve the monetization pipeline goals.
Now we have to again understood in accounting terms, because you always pick up this number from accounting terms. Now when you say asset monetization pipeline, nothing comes to the government. It is actually a way of triggering capex. Your power grid goes for an InvIT, raises money up front, and then puts it money to build up new power lines. This is how the national infrastructure pipeline will be financed, partly about 6 lakhs crores over the next 5 years through the monetization plan. But don't expect that number to be seen in the budget thing. So I think it's very important when you pick up an accounting term, you should understand that so many transactions which have happened also on asset monetization side will not reflect in equivalent receipts in the budget.
Okay. So it will look as if there is a huge difference, whereas there will really not be. That's what you're saying.
I think we have probably failed to educate.
Well, it's complicated. If you look at it in pure numbers, and that's what everybody will look at.
And that is why we have now giving you a straight away reasonable numbers, because so much will not actually come in here.
So do you think the government is too ambitious when it gives these numbers? 6 lakh crore rupees will raise this much.
No. Again,
we should not go for these big bang numbers.
I'm telling you, the 6 lakh crore is a number not coming back to the government, but being put into the economy in capex.
Okay, fair enough.
It's PSU back to PSU.
Okay.
So it's highways which are put on toll operate and transfer. Money comes back to NHAI to build more roads, but it doesn't come into the government budget.
And today we are talking of government budget, government's balance sheet, not the PSU balance sheet.
So the NINL transaction that he's talking about, the owner is MMTC, which is a PSU and an Orissa government PSU. They'll get this money. They can then invest it in something.
Mr. Somanathan, my final question, and this is, politically it became very sensitive with, I'm not going to ask you a political question, but we'll take a cue and maybe get a reply from you, that there's nothing in it for the middle class. That the middle class wanted to hear the words income tax, right? In fact, they were deprived of even the mention of income tax slabs in this budget. What's in it for the middle class? You see, there are people who have lost jobs, who are working on pay cuts or working on no increments. So their real hope was that there will be some income tax rebate.
There is no income tax rebate. There's no income tax increase either. You know that on your channel I've heard references to Piketty and to the kind of tax increases that are needed if we are to, take this economy forward. So there's neither an increase nor a decrease. It is stability in tax rates, which is good or bad depending on how you view it. But it's also a good thing to have stability often. But for the middle class, there are no tax cuts. But if we are able to get this economy back on a steady growth path, then people will see salary increases, people will see more secure employment, and people will see new jobs. And that is helpful to the middle class. The middle class has also faced job cuts, salary cuts, many difficulties. Taxes are only one element in that total. Now, taxes are also necessary for us to be able to fund things like the Gram Sadak Yojana, which is increased by 27%, to be able to fund any increases in various subsidies that are essential, including fertilizer, food, etc.
No, but then that subsidy also went down. If you compare it
that's because of arrears. See, the Garib Kalyan Anna Yojana, by the way, fertilizer subsidy has not gone down. it's doubled.
No, with the revised estimate, if you
it's
take a
double
look
the
at
budget estimate. It's
Okay.
1,40,000 crores for fertilizer against an estimate of I think 78 or 79,000 crores, almost double. And next year it's 1,05,000 crores. Depending on commodity prices, it may go up. So that's we have held prices constant. Farmers have not paid 1 rupee extra for fertilizer, despite huge fluctuations in global prices. So that's a little beyond our control. Those are force majeure events. We'll have to react to them.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say is, for the middle class, if growth can be restarted, if India gets back to 8.5%, 9% growth, that is the best thing that can happen for the middle class. And on average, that will be better than a marginal, saving of a few rupees.
How comfortable were you about the fact that this is a post-vaccination budget for you? Because when you envision an economy, you also have to keep in mind that people should be healthy to be able to withstand a wave.
So I think the vaccination program has progressed a lot. There is a provision of another 5,000 crores for next year for boosters or whatever the policy will be. So the vaccine budget will follow the vaccine policy. We have made an estimate without knowing what the...
Many doctors were complaining about the fact that the health budget has not gone up substantially, which is a huge area of
It has gone up, but
not substantially.
That is because there's a lot of pandemic expenditure in this year's RE.
Okay.
So if you exclude for example, 22,500 crores was apportioned for just dealing with COVID in the current year. Now, if you take that out, there is actually a substantial increase next year.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Pandey and Mr. Somanathan. Pleasure talking to you.
Same.
Thank you. Back to you in the studio.
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda. We separate fact from fiction. We expose falsehoods. We hold power to account. Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own set of challenges. The challenge to take it forward, challenge to reimagine, challenge to be in the present, and also challenge to think about the future.
What accountability are you talking about?
As long as the core values and principles remain uncompromised. Debates are essential not just for journalism but for humanity. It ignites our mind, opens it up for counter opinion. To hear all views, opinion of all hues. Which is why the oldest running debate show on Indian news television is not 22 years old, but it is young at 22.
इस इनिशिएटिव को मैं अभिनंदन करता हूं कि सच को सच के रूप में पेश करने का उन्होंने साहस दिखाया.
So let us begin the big fight.
One thing that's clear, our world is changing forever.
NDTV, Rail News by Rail Journalists.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ.
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ.
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have my sorgiming the was.
प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
सच दिखाते हैं ताकि दुनिया के बाजार में आजादी सस्ती न बिक जाए. कुर्सी पे बैठने वालों को जमीन की अहमियत याद रहे. सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि पैसे की चमक से कभी हुनर ना पड़े फीका. खुदगर्जी खोखला न बना दे सोचने का तरीका. सच दिखाते हैं हम ताकि अच्छे विचार और आदर्श बस किताबी बातें ना रह जाएं.
चुनौतियां काफी ज्यादा हैं, बड़ी चुनौतियां हैं.
एक बेहतर कल चाहते हैं हम, इसलिए सच दिखाते हैं हम. NDTV इंडिया, जुबान पे सच, दिल में इंडिया.
a validation of what's been very tough months of journalism during a pandemic.
Third wave is inevitable and it's basically based on human behavior.
The interval between doses for the mRNA should be 3 weeks for the Pfizer and 4 weeks for the Moderna.
Some unknown person donated blood and saved my family member's life.
There's really no words to express the grief, solidarity.
Reuters Institute of Journalism survey at the University of Oxford, NDTV was the #1 choice for television and online audiences. Thank you all so very much.
They say the zero is nothing unless it connects the dots and the real story emerges. Unless it captures the truth. They say the camera never lies. Unless it is the essence of India, of diversity and tolerance. Unless it reveals the wealth of nations and silences the barrel.
Welcome back. In other news that we're tracking for you, the Maharashtra government today has eased several curbs and called off the 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. night curfew in view of declining COVID-19 cases. Restaurants, theatres, swimming pools and water parks can now remain open with a 50% capacity. Beaches, gardens and parks will also reopen as per normal timing before the pandemic. Amusement parks, theme parks, etc. will all be operational but at 50% capacity. Weddings are now allowed guests up to 25% of the capacity in open grounds, and banquet halls or 200 guests, whichever is lower, is now permitted in Mumbai. Fresh cases in Mumbai have seen a nearly 96% fall in the past since the peak of this third wave in Mumbai. So in view of this fall in COVID-19 cases, there have been major relaxations that have been announced in the city of Mumbai, including the night curfew now being called off. With that, we're slipping into a short break. News and updates continue on NDTV. Stay with us.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have not chosen the was.
हाव डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा शपथ घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ कि
When a glimmer of hope gave way to a new global threat, we were there. As our soldiers squared off against a hostile neighbor for yet another freezing winter, we were there. When brutality overwhelmed justice and a mockery was made of the rule of law, we were there. When the death of our first Chief of Defence Staff united our nation, we were there. Hope, justice, the truth. Left, right and centre with me, Vishnu Shom, Monday to Thursday, 9 p.m. on NDTV 24/7.
From bartering to cash and coins to digital transactions, money is evolving. The way we make money is evolving. And now it's time to go crypto crazy. But can you shop online using crypto? Can you invest in crypto? Is it even legal? Well, we are here to bring you all the answers and decrypt the world of cryptocurrency for you. Come be part of this next-gen revolution. Join me, Sonal Kapoor, for some coffee and crypto.
NDTV wins the trust vote once again.
This
is now the real thing. NDTV 24/7 has been awarded the most trusted news brand of India. Still many say independent, unbiased journalism of integrity.
Thank you for your endorsement of serious journalism.
The show where the country speaks its mind.
This is a first step in the direction of giving women at least a fighting chance.
This is all wishful thinking. Today also you see 23% of our girls are married off before 18.
Your mirror to what India thinks.
Everybody had that second thought, how could you be in fashion because you don't look like a person in fashion? And that for me needed to change.
We the People with me, Sarah Jacob, only on NDTV. If you care about it, we'll talk about it. Good evening. It's 8 o'clock. You're watching NDTV for the news that matters, the news you trust. You said in this report that this crisis, like no other, will have a recovery like no other.
This is a crisis, it's a global crisis that's not going to be solved locally.
When we talk of a digital health mission in a country like India, where there are so many different standards of access, how do you actually look at that?
Digital divide does not mean having a device in everybody's hands. So you have to design it for universality, even when you're using a digital backbone.
Priya, for you, when you had stood in the dock, as it were, when you gave your defense, and you said, my only defense is the truth.
Absolutely. And I feel that sexual harassment at the workplace has got the attention it deserves.
NDTV, the news that matters, the news you need, at 8 o'clock.
Only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं पुष्कर सिंह धामी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूँ।
मैं चरणजीत सिंह चन्नी ईश्वर की सौंच चुकदा हाँ।
I, Nirmala Sitharaman, I have an absorbing the water.
डॉक्टर प्रमोद पांडुरंग सावंत देवाचा सपूत घेता की
मैं आदित्यनाथ योगी ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि
We live in a time when post-truth has replaced truth, when alternate facts have replaced facts, when fake news has replaced real news. On Reality Check, we debunk propaganda, we separate fact from fiction, we expose falsehoods, we hold power to account. Watch Reality Check weekdays at 8:30 p.m. with me, Srinivasan Jain, on NDTV 24/7.
Legacy is often seen as a burden of expectations. It comes with its own
and welcome to the Big Budget 2022, and we're going to now focus in the next 1 hour on the big promises made in the budget speech, the claims versus the reality. Was this budget meant to be an economic booster shot at a time of a pandemic and also in election season? Has it been that big booster, or has it turned out to be somewhat of an anticlimax, a status quoist budget that beyond the tinkering did not really deliver on the big promises? That's what we're going to try and decode. First, let's just take a look at the big takeaways of budget 2022. So, no change in income tax. Expectations of tax being either reduced or raised, nothing. There's been a 35% hike in government spending on new projects, what is called capital expenditure. There's a promise of 60 lakh jobs over 5 years, though it's unclear where these jobs are coming from. 30% tax on cryptocurrency. So cryptocurrency is not been banned, but it's been heavily taxed. Government has promised to launch its own digital currency. The government is spending a total of about 1 lakh crore on government housing and water connections. Now let's look at the claims versus reality, that despite the claims of being a pro-farmer, pro-Aam Aadmi budget, there are actually only minor increases to outright cuts in all the key areas of welfare spending. Let's look at health, so important during the pandemic. Just raised by only 0.8% from 85,000 crores, 85,900 crores, just up to 86,600 crores. Agriculture, again, just up only by 2.5% from 1.48 lakh crores to 1.5 lakh crores. Rural development is actually down from 2.07 lakh crores to 2.06 lakhs crores, down by just 0.3%. And the big one, a massive drop in the jobs guarantee scheme of the government, down by 25% at a time when jobs are under severe stress. Also cuts in food subsidy, down by almost 30% from 2.9 lakh crore down to 2.1 lakh crore. Fertilizer subsidy, also down 25% from 1.4 lakh crore to 1.1 lakh crore. Petroleum subsidy is also down from 6,500 crore to 5,800 crore, down 11%. So this is one of the big stories coming out of this budget. And let me just go across straight to Rajiv Kumar, Vice Chairman, Niti Aayog, the government's premier government think tank. Thank you so much, Rajiv Kumar, for joining us. Rajiv Kumar, is always with the budget, there is the rhetoric of the speech, which promises transformation, which promises growth. And then if you look at the hard numbers, many of which the finance minister didn't read out in her speech, significant cuts or minor increases, health, rural, agriculture, and Rajiv Kumar, massive cut in Narega.
Vasu, I'm afraid you're reading the wrong numbers. And this is a basic premise of budget analysis, which is that you always compare budget estimates to budget estimates. I've been doing this since 1994, and I can tell you that you don't compare revised estimates with the budget estimates of the next budget, because there will also be revised estimates for this year's budget as well. So if you look at from budget estimates to budget estimates, health expenditure is increased by 12%, education expenditure increased by 16%, the one that you talked about, another one that you talked about, rural development. Rural development again is a slight increase, but not a decline. Therefore, that also is not a decline. Then on Narega, it's 78,000 is what was there in the original 2021 budget. Okay. 2021-22 came up because of pandemic. And here, Masu, you must recognize that Manrega, increasing allocations to Manrega is a sign of poor economic health, because Manrega is a demand-driven scheme. So the demand goes up when people are out of jobs and when they go back to their villages, which happened in 21-22. But we are hoping, and I hope all of us are hoping, and the budget is laying down the provisions for that won't be required. So it has gone back to what it was originally. And just finally, let me just complete. On the food subsidies that you talked about. The food subsidies again went up to 98,000 because of the Jan Kalyan scheme of providing the free rations to 800 million people or so, and therefore it went up there, and it's come down again. And if you look at the budget number prior to that, which was a whopping 5.4 lakh crore, that was done to clean up the FCI budget, debt to the government. Now, and the fertilizer subsidy again, what's happening there is that went up significantly because 21-22 saw urea prices globally growing up from $300 per ton to $900 per ton, and we are hoping that they will come down as this year unfolds. Also, because we are hoping that natural farming, which doesn't use chemical fertilizers, the use of chemical fertilizers come down. So honestly, I think you should change these numbers that you are displaying and compare budget estimates to budget estimates.
Okay, let me respond to this point you made, that you're saying compare budget estimate to budget estimate. The reason why the revised estimate becomes important, Rajiv Kumar, is that it gives you an idea of what the actual demand or the actual felt need is. So when you talk of Narega, when you rightly say that Narega had to be boosted up to 98,000 crore because of the fact that there was this huge surge in demand, which the government would like to believe is going away, and we'd all like that. But if you look at the reality, and we'll put the numbers up on the screen, the last available data for household demanding work under Narega is actually showing from December 2018, if you look at it from about 3 years ago, to 1.9 crore households demanding work. December 21 is 2.4 crore households. So as of just literally a few months ago, let me just finish very quickly. I'm saying the demand continues to remain high, jobs continue to remain under stress. So it's quite likely that there is going to be a pressure on schemes like Narega, and hence the comparison to say, is it prudent to actually cut the budget or to reduce it almost to last time when it doesn't, the demand doesn't seem to have significantly come down?
No, but the point is that a budget has always got to be forward-looking, and therefore what you expect after, hopefully the third wave is over, that the economy is going to pick up. The economy is expected to grow at 8.5% on a 9.2% increase. So it's not going to be the base effect any longer. And because you've got all the schemes that have been put out there, like the production-linked incentive schemes, or the infrastructure spending, the public, capital spending, etc. You are expecting jobs to increase in the urban and rural and sector. Now, for example, in the highly impacted sectors of hospitality, in the budget is given 50,000 crore for emergency credit link guaranteed scheme, which is earmarked only for the hospitality sector, which is again where the informal jobs will increase, and therefore the likelihood, just a second, likelihood of Manrega demand going down is very high. But the point to be made is that this is a responsive government will always respond to an emerging situation. And God forbid, but if if there is some uncertainty that strikes us, etc., which is always there, allocations will be
then you'll always increase. But can I just ask you on the point that you made, that you're saying that hopefully there won't be a jobs crunch or a stress or an unemployment stress because of the way the budget has provisioned for that. And I want to try to understand from you how that actually adds up, because one of the things that many people have been saying, including what you just said, that the capital expenditure, what the government spends on projects and so on, has shot up by almost 35%, which is significant. From about 5 lakh crores, it's gone up to about 7 lakh crores. But if you look at what happened in the last budget, Mr. Rajiv Kumar, it's exactly the same. So the 2021-22 financial year budget, 34% increase in capex. Similar jump to what has happened now. So I think the question many people are asking is that if you already had that kind of an increase last time, and similar infrastructure pipelines were mentioned last time, this entire PM Gati scheme was announced during the Independence Day. It's almost a year, it's almost 7 to 8 months old. All of this has already, we've gone through a cycle of this already. Where is the evidence that it's managed to create those kinds of jobs?
The budget allocation for Gati Shakti has been made in this budget. And that's the first time because after the announcement on August 15th, the master plan was being prepared, and as it involves multiple ministries, 7 sectors and more than that, and we want to create a seamless, integrated logistics plan.
I'm on the capex. I'm saying capex has increased the same amount earlier.
I'm responding to the point that you have seen already. That what the allocation has been made. The allocation has been made this year, and if you look at the numbers, Vasu, if you look at the numbers, last year the original allocation was 5.5 lakh crore. The revised estimate is 6 lakh crore.
Yes,
and that just shows that all of that particular capex was actually utilized. And because I was worried, and we're always worried that the revised estimates come down below what the budget estimates are. But this did not happen. So all that money was actually disbursed and utilized in the infrastructure development.
No, I'm not disputing that. That's a good thing. I'm asking you a different question. I'm saying that despite the fact that actually the capex was kept at about 5-something lakh crores, over 6 lakh crores was spent, why is that still then? Why are jobs still considered to be a problem? Why are we still seeing large-scale perception of job losses and economic distress?
Yeah, because of the second wave and then the third wave. And the fact is that the first half of 21-22 was a massive shock. Where the first quarter declined by 27%. And the jobs are coming back now in the third and the fourth quarters. And in the fourth quarter, you get struck again by the third wave, so that the high employment intensive sectors, the services sector, etc., suffer again. So which is why the jobs, the jobs haven't been created in the economy, because infrastructures, the multiplier effect of the infrastructure has not been able to take hold. But the jobs have increased in the export sector, and the export sectors are now being given another fillip by reduction in the import duties of all the components in
So Gati Shakti, I'm still not clear, because it's not clear in her speech at least, what is the actual allocation to Gati Shakti? What is the amount? What is the number?
It's not, I've not looked at those numbers, I don't think quite evident, but you must assume that the entire capex, because it is meant for physical infrastructure, a very large part of that
is Gati Shakti,
because it covers all the 7 infrastructure ministries.
Okay, but on the jobs, because again, numbers are sort of put out, and it's not clear what is the actual source of how the jobs are going to be created. And we've just done a kind of graphic to look at the history of job numbers and promises in the past 4 to 5 budgets, and we'll try and see if we can get that graphics up. So in this latest budget, the finance minister said 60 lakh jobs in 5 years will be created thanks to this production-linked incentive scheme, where companies are given incentives if they produce more. In 2021, it was 1.5 lakh jobs via ships recycling. In 2020, it was a more general aspirational India will create better jobs. 2019, need to invest in job creation. In 2018, 70 lakh formal jobs will be created this year. Rajiv Kumar. So, I mean, are these jobs actually created? Are these, how you see what I'm saying? There's
point, of course, taken, and there is a clear distinction between formal sector jobs and the informal sector jobs. And today the government has put out the figures from the EPFO, the increase in numbers of the Employment Provident Fund organization, and you see a consistent increase in the in the number of people employed who pay the EPFO, the Employment Provident Fund, and that is an evidence of new jobs having been created.
Right.
Now, the problem, however, is, and the issue, however, is that in the informal sector, where I think 80% of our workforce resides, the jobs have been lost because of the pandemic in the last 2 years. Why? Because the high contact industry sector could not pick up, did not pick up economic activity.
Right.
Which is why now the government is now focusing on the MSMEs and on the hospitality sectors in an attempt to create the jobs in the informal sector, at the same time trying to formalize these jobs.
Okay, trying to formalize these jobs. Okay, let's see how these...
For better social security.
Okay, let's see how these how these announcements play out and how it translates on the ground.
Okay.
But Rajiv Kumar, thank you so much as always for coming on. Pleasure to have you.
Thank
Thanks
you
very
Vasu.
much.
Thank you. Always a
Okay, let's go across now. So we've heard from the government in a sense. Let's go and get a view from the other side of the aisle. We have Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan with us. He's, of course, the Finance Minister of the Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Tyagarajan, for joining us. I don't know if you had a chance to catch a little bit of what the Vice Chair of the Niti Aayog was saying, where he basically seems to suggest that, contrary to the devil in the detail, this is a growth-oriented budget. The fundamentals of the economy are already strong, as the economic survey says, and this is simply building on that. Are you convinced?
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Thanks for the invitation. I did catch a bit of my friend Mr. Rajiv Kumar's comments, and I have no reason to doubt that his intent and the vision is what he says it is. But I am, in general, a person who worries a lot about outcomes relative to intent. As you know, I wrote recently, I don't know, a couple of months ago, that the whole budgeting process seems to get too much attention on the prospective because people think it'll change their lives, and not enough attention on the revised estimate or even the final account of 2 years ago, which is really where we'll see what the impact was. And so, this is much in keeping with the other budgets of this government. It has some good things. It has some, really out of the kind of realm announcements that I think will be almost impossible to implement. And at the end of the day, when we look back a year from now, 2 years from now,
so
we'll know. But
let's break it up then. Let's break it up one by one. Let's first tell me what do you think in this budget you think is unrealistic or is disappointing?
Well, unrealistic, let me give you one example, and then disappointing, I give you a couple of examples. So unrealistic, I think this notion of one nation, one registration is extremely unrealistic, right? I mean, anybody who has any idea of how the land management and revenue administration works in any state, we struggle. The fundamental, profound problem is that the British didn't come here to set a long-term government. They came here to extract wealth and go. So the whole design of revenue and land management and all that is based on making sure they collected taxes appropriately, and we have multiple records of who owns what and so forth. And as you know, right from the days of Adam Smith, one of the building blocks of good economic activity is inalienable and clear property rights and defendable property rights.
Okay.
And so that is already a struggle in the state. For example, right after we came to power, we have passed a new bill, though it's yet to get the consent of the president. I don't know why it's 6 months in Delhi.
Right.
But saying that so much bad things happen in the registration department that we want to give the IG registration the power to cancel fraudulent transference and to criminally prosecute every single time there's a cancellation.
Okay,
so it doesn't allow for bad things.
Right.
Yeah.
So you're saying that's a bit unrealistic. But in terms of what you saw as a positive, for example, the finance minister said that there's going to be 1 lakh crore additionally which the states can borrow from. We are still awaiting details of how that's going to work. But as somebody who's been very vocal about the centre's sort of unequal sharing of finances and resources, is that you welcome that, the 1 lakh crore?
Actually, you've asked me a fairly complex question. So let me actually maybe go a slight divergence to tell you the positive things I see in the budget first, and then I'll come to 1 lakh crore, which I don't think is that positive. I think it's a sleight of hand in accounting. So the positive things I see in the budget, just so people don't label me a kind of, permanent critic. I'm very happy first that the Union Minister spoke in English. From people like me who could understand it clearly to the global markets where India is an important component now. I'm glad that all investors in the world get to hear it from her directly.
Okay.
There was a lot of restraint shown despite impending state elections. There was not profligacy or really out of whack, descent into populism. The union government generally takes a holistic approach to things. They're masters at marketing and hype, so they need something to leverage. So they do that well, and that's not a bad thing in many ways to have holistic approaches to different sectors. There was some focus on leading edge technologies, on startup, on battery change for EVs, on the green bonds to create environmentally and green jobs related to the green industry, to the ecologically friendly industry.
Okay.
And two last things I would say. One, improvement of the banking services through banking at post offices, which is a long time coming, and then the digital banks at the remote or the districts where they don't have enough banks. And finally, I would say, as we had asked on December 30th when we were in Delhi for the finance ministers of states meeting with the union, the continuation of support and grants and schemes to the MSME sector was still suffering because we've had 2 years in a row. So all these I say is positive.
These are positive. Okay, now the 1 lakh crore. Yes. Now the
1 lakh crore to me is pure accounting. It is brilliant accounting, but it's pure accounting. I'll tell you why. If you look at what they have really done, they have cut down the revenue spending in the grants and schemes. If you look at many of those departments, you'll see they're either flat or slightly down or very marginally up. So what they used to send us in things like Smart City, or what they used to send us in kind of other joint sponsored schemes in building or other things, they have just shifted that from grants and schemes to loans. Now, I'm not even complaining in the fact that, grant is outright grant and a loan is repayable, because interest-free repayable over 50 years is the equivalent to a grant, because of the inflation and the cost of money and time value of money and all that. It just becomes effectively like a grant. Or at least, it's like 75% of every grant, only 25% is repaid.
Okay.
But what they have done is brilliant, because what they've done is taken a bunch of revenue spending out, therefore made the revenue deficit look lower and more fiscally responsible, shifted into capex, therefore make the capex number look high, therefore show the year-over-year growth in capex as a major stimulus to the economy.
I see.
All while basically not really changing anything. And I'll tell you why.
Okay.
If you look at the last 3 years' capex numbers, every year has been a sleight of hand accounting. Let's take 2021, where there was this big announcement about 10% of GDP being the stimulus.
Yes.
And at that point, most banks, most analysts said this is no way. It's amounting more like 1% of GDP, not 10%.
Yes.
So when the revised estimate came to be printed, they had to show something to show they had done a lot. So what did they do? They took all the off-balance sheet debt that they had accrued in Food Corporation of India and other PSUs, and they brought it back on balance sheet, 1.5 lakh crores. And they said, therefore the capex went up, therefore the fiscal deficit went up.
Okay.
That was 2021.
Oh, interesting.
21-22, the revised estimate to the to the budget estimate, they showed another 75,000 crores, I don't know the exact number, of capex. And they say, look, we have spent our way. But if you look at the detail, the bulk of that is settling the liabilities of Air India to the bank so that they could do the transfer to the Tatas, right? So this kind of capex is not the kind of capex that really creates jobs, that really creates infrastructure, that provides the multiplier effect for growth and all that. This is accounting capex.
Okay, interesting. Right? It's okay. Point made. It's a bit technical for our viewers, but I get your broad point. In terms of basically, you're saying they've disguised this 1 lakh crore as a kind of accounting sleight of hand. In fact, Subhash Garg, former finance secretary, actually tweeted this, saying the increase seems only on two accounts: 1 lakh crore of loans to states and green bonds, borrowing for public sector. No real increase in government capex. So I think there's been some picking up of this. But anyway, fascinating as always to hear from you, Dr. Tyagarajan. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. And we'll have you back on soon as we continue to decode this budget. Okay, let me go straight across now to panel, patiently waiting. Apologies for the delay. Zareen Daruwala, CEO of Standard Chartered Bank of India, is with us. Nilesh Shah, member of the Prime Minister Economic Advisory Council, Group President and Managing Director, Kotak Mahindra AMC. Jayati Ghosh, Professor of Economics at the University of Massachusetts at Amherst. But let me start with Mahesh Vyas, who's Managing Director at Center for Monitoring Indian Economy, CMIE. Mahesh Vyas, just on this point, and I was going over this with Rajiv Kumar as well, because there's always the rhetoric of the budget and there's the reality of the numbers. And particularly when you look at employment and jobs, are you convinced by this argument that this increase in capital expenditure and this focus on infrastructure is going to address the jobs crisis, which as your data keeps pointing out, is being quite acute?
Well, it will not address the problem of the jobs crisis, even if it generates some jobs. It will obviously generate some jobs. It's not going to be a zero jobs expenditure, but it doesn't address the problem of the jobs crisis that we have. It's not going to stop, let alone reverse the trend. It will not even stop the fall in the employment rate, which is quite persistent. It's unlikely it will even make an impact upon the total jobs which are there on a net basis. So I think my frank opinion is that the budget is unlikely to make any noticeable impact on jobs.
Why is that? Where has it fallen short? What ought to it have done?
Well, India is a large country with lots of millions of people, hundreds of millions of people who are there in the job market, and tens of millions who are looking for jobs that don't have one. So you require to make a big impact, big scheme, big expenditure to make an impact, to make any dent on that jobs crisis. So, the expenditure, for example, the planned expenditure on Manrega is lower than what they had in the year which will finish this year. So 98,000 crore is down to some 70-odd thousand crore. And even if you compare budget to budget estimate, it is the same. So if you're looking at, compared to revised estimates, the allocation for Manrega is lower. If you compare it to budget estimates last year, it is the same. Now, you may say that we are not expecting there to be any jobs crunch, and therefore there's no need to make an allocation, as Dr. Rajiv Kumar had mentioned. But it is assuming that we don't, then we are assuming that we will not have a jobs crisis, which is not exactly true. The demand that we require to go beyond Manrega into some rural guarantee kind of thing has not been addressed. So I think the jobs crisis remains the way it is, not only from a direct angle, but let me make one more point, Vasu, which is that total government expenditure growth is just about